3 years ago, Earth suddenly entered an era of spiritual energy revival. People began to explore and study the power of this spiritual energy. And now, Lam Thien is betrayed and set up by the treacherous Kwangvu and Lai Hyodong, endangering not only his comrades but also himself. Li Hyodong, if there's a next life, I swear I will never forgive a wicked woman as cruel as you. I will make you pay with your life for what you've done, Lam Thien silently vows to himself. Unexpectedly, at the moment of life and death, a system interface appeared. The Supreme Martial Arts system was activated, detecting the host in mortal danger and began reversing time and space. Because the host's score is insufficient, the time and space jump will happen randomly. 3 seconds later, Lam Thien is sent back to a month before the spiritual energy explosion. The Supreme Martial Arts system has bound itself to the host, inviting the host to choose an attribute to begin cultivation. Currently, no one knows about the revival of spiritual energy, but in fact, it has already quietly begun. After the spiritual energy recovers, not only humans, but also animals and plants will be nourished by the spiritual energy, leading to mutations. Countless super-grade spiritual fruits with special effects will emerge, and consuming them can grant extraordinary power, which will also influence the natural phenomena. There might be rainbow-colored beams like auroras or strange constellations appearing in the starry sky, divine flames descending, and thunderbolts exploding. If you can obtain enough good things from them, the power you gain will be greater. A single win is enough for me to level up. Let me see what functions your system has. Thinking of this, Lam Thien clicked on the system introduction. Congratulations, host, on joining the Supreme Martial Arts system. Next, this is a description of the system's functions. The system has a total of 4 features: attribute pairing, daily missions, attribute training, and point exchange. First, I will choose the strongest fire attribute to see how powerful the martial art I can receive is. Extracting the fire attribute martial art for the host, please wait a moment. Congratulations, the host has drawn the purple fire attribute cultivation technique, the fiery flame technique. The host has received a purple grade cultivation technique for the first time and earned 5 system points as a reward, and Lam Thien couldn't help but laugh excitedly. A purple grade cultivation technique? In the previous life, even a green grade one was enough to cause a stir. But I actually got a purple quality cultivation technique. This time I have to become a powerful expert and no longer let others look down on me. Just at this moment, Lam Thien's phone rang. He almost forgot. He looked at the name Li Hyodong flashing on the screen, annoyed as he picked up and asked, "What?" "Lam Thien, I like a bag, but I still need 2 more 10,000 yuan. Hurry and transfer the money to me via WeChat. Your stupid head should go find your rich second-generation dad. From now on, don't call this number again." With that, Lam Thien hung up. On the other side, Li Xiaodong looked at her phone in confusion, wondering what was going on. "How dare he turn off my phone and talk to me like that?" Kwangvu, sitting nearby, asked, "What's wrong? Is your Alipay upset? Who knows what kind of illness he has? Maybe he took the wrong medicine," Kwangvu asked with a smile. "Aren't you going to comfort him?" Li Hyodong replied coquettishly. "Only Kwang Kaka deserves her comfort. Who would care about that loser anyway?" I seen shifts to Lam Thien standing exhausted in front of the People's Hospital, secretly cursing himself. If I had known this day would come, I would have asked Vu Tin which hospital she was in from the start. I've already been to 3 hospitals. Remember how Vu Tin used to complain in her past life? At that time, my father thought I was sick, so he gave me a lot of tonic medicines, which not only made me gain a few pounds, but also destroyed my ice element. What bad luck. Vu Tin, in this life, I will not only protect you well, but also help you avoid regrets after the spiritual energy is restored. With that in mind, Lam Thien quickly ran into the hospital. At the same time, in the emergency room, doctors are trying their best to save Vu Tin. Why is it that all her body data is normal, but her body temperature isn't rising at all? "Father Vu Tin," Old to anxiously said to Old Lai, "Please save my daughter." "Let me check her pulse first." Lao Li approaches Vu Tin lying there. After checking the pulse, he turned to ask Lao To, "Where has your daughter been lately?" "Last week, to celebrate her acceptance to Thanbach University, I took her to Iceland. Then it goes back to last Wednesday, and as soon as I got home, it was like this. Your daughter has cold energy invading her body and needs a yang object to eliminate the yin energy. I will write a prescription for you, and you ask them to get the medicine according to that prescription." Old Tu said gratefully, "Thank you, Old Lai." Old Li sighed and said, "I'm doing my best, but whether I can hold on depends on your daughter." Just then, Lin Tian pushed the door open and stopped. Old Tu looked puzzled and asked, "Are you a young doctor asking, Master Lai? Is this your disciple?" "No, I don't have any apprentices." After receiving the answer, the doctor and the others immediately grabbed Lam Thien and tried to drag him out. Lam Thien struggled and shouted, "Master To, your daughter isn't sick. She has awakened an extremely rare ice-type spiritual energy. If you treat her, not only will her body be ruined, but her future will also be cut off," the young doctor said. "Are you reading too many novels and messing up your head? Quickly take him outside." "Stop!" Old Lee suddenly spoke up to block, then looked at Lam Thien with suspicion and asked, "Kid, how do you know about this type of ice elemental spiritual energy?" "Who exactly are you?" Lin Tian smiled and replied, "It doesn't matter who I am. The only thing that matters right now is helping her wake up. If that's the case, little brother, please tell me how to treat this illness." Old Lee suggested 20 cents for fresh betting, 20 cents for father and son, 5 cents for Cinnamon, and 1 cent for Angelica. The doctors and nurses in the emergency room were all surprised upon hearing this. "Isn't this the medicine from Teacher Lee just now? How could this kid have such impressive medical knowledge?" There are also people who doubt that this kid's medicine is exactly the same as Teacher Lee's. No, this kid must have copied it. Old Lee then spoke, "Little brother, your prescription is exactly the same as mine, but it still can't cure my girl." "You haven't finished speaking yet. Don't interrupt like that. This medicine still has one most important ingredient, which is tin lo hua." Old Lee frowned and said, "Even though your prescription could indeed help to Nia wake up without harm, I'm afraid tin lo hua cannot be found anywhere in the world." "How much does this tin lo hua cost?" "My two family isn't short of money. Please tell me where I can buy it." Old Lee shook his head and said, "You can't buy it. The spirit lotus flower is famous for its star-shaped blue petals with shimmering silver stamens. At night, the glowing petals shimmer faintly like stars in the night sky, which is why it has that name. The sap of the starflower has healing properties, helping wounds to heal quickly and reducing pain. This is what my old man read in an ancient book. This type of flower only grew when the earth still had spiritual energy, so it can't grow anymore now." "What? So my daughter will be like this for the rest of her life?" While Old To was feeling down, Lam Thien said, "Tabak, don't worry, I can save Vu Tin without causing any harm." Old Lai was surprised to hear that. "Little brother, do you mean the legendary love flower that appears in stories?" "Yes, that's right." Dr. Young replied, the surgeon said, "Master Lee, don't listen to this kid's nonsense about saving that poor guy. It's impossible. Maybe he just peeked at the prescription through the surgical room's surveillance camera. How could a kid like you possibly have better medical knowledge than me?" Old Lee asked, "So how do you explain the story about the spirit flower?" "It's probably just guessing. This thing sounds like a prop from a game." "Stop arguing. Everyone, look at this," Lam Thien said, as he opened a box revealing a blue flower for everyone to see. Actually, earlier while they were arguing, he secretly used his divine sense to exchange 5 points to buy the spirit lotus flower from the system shop. The spirit lotus flower really is this spirit lotus flower. "Little brother, do you really have a legendary spiritual medicine?" Seeing Lao Li's excited reaction, Lam Thien smiled and replied, "Now can you believe that I can cure Vu Tin?" "Little brother, I was just too excited earlier. Please forgive me, and I hope you can cure to girl." Lam Thien stepped closer to Vu Tin and silently said, "Vu Tin, in this life I will never let you suffer any harm." Then Lam Thien let Vu Tin absorb the essence of the flower. After a moment, the female nurse looked at Vu Tin's vital signs on the monitor and exclaimed happily, "Her temperature is rising, her body temperature is increasing. Great, she's stabilized now." Vu Tin gradually regained consciousness, weakly asking, "You should rest well. We will see each other again soon." Lam Thien smiled and then turned to her father. "Uncle To, Vu Tin's body has recovered. Next, you just need to buy plenty of food to nourish her." "Thank you, little divine doctor. I really appreciate it." "All right, sir. I have other matters to attend to, so we can talk another time." "Little brother, I still don't know your name. Your name is Lam Thien?" Lam Thien replied and quickly went home to study the cultivation manual. "I remember in my previous life, there was a post explaining the different levels of cultivation after spiritual energy recovered." After some research, Lam Thien finally found the post. The initial stage of awakening spiritual energy involves sensing and absorbing spiritual energy, beginning the path of cultivation, with enhanced perception of spiritual energy, improved physique, and basic control of spiritual energy. Second stage spring features the formation of a whirlpool of spiritual energy within the body, causing the spiritual energy to circulate. The ability to increase spiritual energy, reserves, and healing capacity enhances self-healing abilities. Third realm, Iron Stone stage. The spiritual energy enhances the body, making the blood vessels as strong as steel. The ability to forge the body with spiritual energy, strengthening defense and creating a shield of spiritual energy. The fourth stage, Illusion Moon, features spiritual power can be projected outward, allowing the formation of offensive skills independently. The ability to project spiritual power, spiritual weapons, and the range of spiritual perception are all expanded. The fifth realm, Manhwa. Its spiritual power reaches a highly pure state, with energy like the sun rising high. Abilities include purifying spiritual energy, healing spiritual energy, greatly increasing offensive spiritual energy. Sixth realm, soul consciousness. Features include the ability of spiritual energy to create illusions and powerful domains, illusionary spiritual techniques, concealed spiritual energy, forming spiritual energy domains at the seventh realm, and enlightenment. Its characteristic is that the spiritual energy reaches its peak, allowing sensing of the heaven and earth's spiritual energy. The power of spiritual energy resonates, manipulating the heaven and earth's spiritual energy to suppress the domain of spiritual energy. The eight-realm emperor, Lord, possesses the ultimate divine power, reaching the immortal realm, with the ability to create or destroy, mastering the eternal and indestructible laws of heaven and earth. In his previous life, due to the rapid recovery of spiritual energy, Lam Thien only reached the third stage of the forging meridian when he was murdered, so in this life, Lam Thien is determined to cultivate and become a powerful Emperor Lord. Elsewhere, Old Lai recounts what happened in the emergency room to director Liu Ai-ying. Are you saying you've met a young man with a divine aura? Could it be that this young guy also possesses a spiritual energy body? That's right, Director Liu. I am certain that this young man must be a genius in cultivating spiritual energy. If he grows up, he will definitely change the course of the world. Liu Ying immediately ordered Lan Nguyen to check on Lam Thien. Returning to the main storyline, after a day of cultivation, Lam Thien has already reached the second stage of the Koi Lin realm. I'm starving. I need to find something to fill my stomach quickly. As soon as Lam Thien stepped out of the house, Lan Nguyen dropped a sphere to the ground, and a demon beast appeared immediately. Lam Thien saw this and was not at all panicked, even happily said, "Looks like the mutation has begun." The demon beast roared, a strong smell emanating from its mouth almost suffocating Lam Thien. This dog stinks so badly. At that moment, the demon beast charged quickly at Lam Thien. Lam Thien swiftly jumped away to dodge, but this demon beast was very clever and immediately switched to using its tail, successfully hitting his thigh. Lam Thien angrily jumps up and activates the flame fist, sending the demon beast flying with a single powerful strike. Then he continues toward the convenience store as planned, unaware that everything he just did has been watched by Lan Nguyen. Who exactly is he? Just one punch and he can defeat a first-tier mutated beast? Fire attribute. He actually awakened the strongest attack. Is it the fire element? Lian Yu silently thought as she jumped down from above to examine the mutated beast's body. Its tail was broken. Could the sound just now actually be the breaking of Lam Thien's thigh bone? Or was it the tail of the mutated beast snapping? How strong has his body become? No, I must report this immediately. The next morning after waking up, I felt intense pain all over my body as if I had been beaten. It seems I still need to keep training. Lam Thien just thought of this when the TV broadcasted a news report. Here is an urgent news update. This morning, the temperature at the top of Tuvan Mountain reached an unprecedented 81 degrees. All visitors to Tuvan Mountain, please pay attention to safety. Do not believe the rumors that high temperatures can remove moisture. Please trust science. This is just the ozone layer being destroyed. If I remember correctly, the ozone layer on the top of Tuvan Mountain isn't damaged. Instead, it has awakened a powerful fire attribute spiritual energy. So I must go there to absorb this intense fire spiritual energy. As soon as Lin Thien stepped out the door, he immediately encountered Li Hiaodong, who was holding out her hand asking for 200,000 to buy a bag. Lin Thien snapped, "It seems like your mind isn't quite right. I told you yesterday not to bother me anymore. Lam Thien, I know you're doing this on purpose to attract my interest, but I warn you, if you don't obediently give me the money now, I really won't let this go. Move along and clear the water. Best not to bother me." Lam Thien said that, and then headed straight to Tuvan Mountain. There are many curious residents gathered here, and the police had to set up barriers to ensure safety, preventing people from entering the mountain. Please stay safe, and do not cross the warning line. It's really 81 degrees inside. I'm not joking around. It could actually burn someone to ashes. What kind of bullshit is this? I don't believe this place can be that hot, a young, reckless guy said angrily, then threw a piece of popcorn into the inside area. I never expected that the heat would turn the corn into popcorn right in front of everyone's eyes, leaving them in shock. Oh, is it really that hot? Stop pushing. It's really very hot inside. Just as I thought, fire attribute energy is truly very powerful. If I can absorb all the energy here, my strength will increase by another level. Thinking of this, Lam Thien jumped from the top of the car into the forbidden area. The action was too fast and dangerous for the police to react in time. After enduring pain as if every cell was burning, the absorption of spiritual energy was finally complete. At this moment, Lam Thien realized that thousands of eyes were fixed on him, and he immediately transformed into a blazing fire and shot forward in an instant. A fairy? There are fairies. Did anyone just take a photo of the fairy? What's going on? It was very hot just now, so how come it suddenly isn't hot anymore? Officer Yuen was feeling confused. Could that kid really be a fairy? News about the fairy brother spread quickly across all media outlets. This afternoon, a mysterious young man appeared on Tuvan Mountain and resolved the abnormal weather issue at the summit, but then disappeared before everyone's eyes. Liu Ying immediately called her subordinates to suppress the news about Mount Ziyun. It must not spread further, or it will cause great panic. Then he turned to ask Long Nguyet, standing behind him. Did she see with her own eyes last night how that kid blew away the top-tier mutated dog with just one punch? That's right, and it seems the attack from the mutated dog didn't cause any harm to his body at all. It looks like, in just 2 short days, we've met 2 geniuses. We must prevent other forces from getting there first. We need to get Lam Thien into the organization as soon as possible. With that in mind, Liu Ying ordered Lan Nguyet to take her to meet Lam Thien. Meanwhile, Lam Thien has now reached the Brave Spring stage. Congratulations to the host for entering the Brave Spring stage. The host's reward is an attribute slot for a new attribute. The host can proceed to synchronize and cultivate an additional new attribute. The synchronization system activates the magic coding function. The host can permanently attach an element to a weapon. Depending on the material of the weapon, its durability will vary. Isn't this just saying I can craft attribute weapons myself? Lam Thien happily went to the kitchen with a chicken cleaver, about to cast a spell on it, when the doorbell rang. Who could be here at this hour? Lam Thien stepped out to open the door and asked in confusion, "You are junior brothers?" "I am the head of the Spirit Cultivation Society, named Liu An. The girl beside me is my subordinate, named Lan Nguyet. We came to talk to you about cultivating spiritual energy." And with that, Liu Ying handed a business card to Lam Thien. The name of the Spiritual Cultivation Association suddenly made Lam Thien remember that in his previous life, he and Vu Tin were once saved by members of that association. Although they saved him in his past life, in this life he hasn't even had any contact with them yet, right? Looking at the business card in his hand, Lam Thien asked, "How did you know about me?" Liu An replied, "Old Lai, who treated the girl from the To family. Mentioned you and Tu Vu Tin has now joined our Spiritual Energy Association." Seeing that these people had no ill intentions, Lam Thien invited them into his house to talk. After a while, Liu An looked a bit disappointed and asked, "Little brother, you really aren't considering joining us?" "Old Liu, I don't think I'm suitable to join the organization right now. I plan to cultivate on my own first, and only after the spiritual energy is fully restored will I consider other matters." Lan Nguyet Ten spoke up, saying, "Lam Thien, I know you've become the most awakened person in the family, but I also want to tell you that your breakthrough into the spirit initiation realm was just luck. Without the guidance of the association, it's uncertain whether you could have reached the courageous abyss realm. The future of Earth will change, and then cultivating spiritual energy will be the only path. If you want to become stronger steadily, having the guidance of the association is essential. At first, I was just like you, thinking I could awaken easily, so I refused the invitation from the association. It took me nearly 3 years to reach the beginning of the spiritual awakening stage, but after joining the association, I managed to step into that stage in less than a year. With the help of the association, perhaps in just 3 short years, you will become a second-rank brave stream stage powerhouse." Hearing this, Lin Tian looked surprised and asked, 3 years from now, how old will your sister be? She's about to turn 21, isn't she? Your sister's talent is also quite poor. Forget it, let's not talk about things that might harm our unity. I just think you're a genius, Lam Thien replied awkwardly. Lan Nguyet proudly said, "Everyone in the entire cultivation guild is a genius. Being a genius is just the threshold for joining the guild. Little brother, once you join our guild, you'll receive a lot of help." Liu Ying was trying to persuade him when she received a call reporting a second-tier mutated beast appeared, only 30 kilometers from the city they live in. "What do you mean? What is a second-rank attribute?" "It's not clear yet, but it is suspected to have a poison attribute. The true form of this mutated beast is a giant blanket." "I understand. You immediately seal off the surrounding area. I will bring Leng Yue there right away." After saying that, Liu Ying takes her leave and leaves with Leng Yue. Lam Thien looked at them through the window, a hint of resolve in his heart. In this life, he must become stronger so he can avoid repeating the regrets of his past. His current strength is probably at the early stage of the Brave Spring realm, and it seems that leveling up will not be easy in the future. Let's see where there is still some fire attribute spiritual energy. While looking at the map on his phone, Lam Thien's phone suddenly rang. My good brother Thoi Thien Bang called. As soon as Lam Thien answered, he shouted, "Lam Ka, save me, my house's villa is haunted." "Are you crazy? Ghosts, what do you mean, haunted? Lamka. I'm not lying to you. The mountain behind my house has been struck by lightning all day without a drop of rain. Could this kid have awakened the extremely rare lightning attribute spiritual energy? Thinking of this, Lam Thien hurriedly urged, "Tell me exactly what's going on with the lightning strike at your place." Lam Thien Bang is hiding inside, his face as pale as a frog's backside, watching the thunderstorm outside and trembling as he says, "My house is as dark as a pot's bottom, but the lightning keeps striking nonstop. Brother Lam, save me." From his words, Lam Thien can confirm that this is indeed a scene of awakening. Lightning attribute spiritual energy. There are 3 levels of spiritual energy. Common attributes like water, fire, wind, and earth, rare attributes such as ice, light, and shadow lightning, and legendary attributes like void. In the new attribute box, just put the lightning attribute. I'm going to make a fortune. Lam Thien thought to himself, then quickly instructed Thoi Thien Bang, "I will go there right now. Surround the mountain where you are. Don't let anyone in. Understood?" At the same time elsewhere, a group of 3 led by Li Qi also quickly arrived at the mountain near Thoi Thien Bong's house to gather all the lightning attribute spiritual energy before the disaster spreads. When Lam Thien arrived, witnessing the thunder and lightning, he couldn't help but feel delighted. As expected, it's lightning attribute spiritual energy. I'm going to get rich. You quickly open the system panel and add the lightning attribute to the attribute slot. The notification says that lightning is a rare attribute. The spiritual energy needed will be twice the normal attribute. Are you sure? As soon as Lin Tin pressed confirm, a series of notification windows appeared, preparing the host to draw the lightning attribute cultivation method. Congratulations to the host for drawing the blue lightning attribute cultivation technique. The Thunderbolt technique is indeed a rare attribute. Even though it's a blue-grade cultivation technique, this power is just too terrifying. Lightning attribute spiritual energy is coming here. At the same time, Lai Kai's group also reached the place with lightning attribute spiritual energy. Seeing the giant lightning bolt in front of them, the 2 young men accompanying Lai Kai couldn't help but feel terrified. "Dad, can we really control this thing?" "Yes, Dad. Is the quality of this spiritual energy container really good?" "Enough talk. Give it to me." Li Kai took the spirit gathering bottle, took a deep breath, and then opened the lid. The jar was like a magnet, and she was immediately drawn toward it. "Big sister, hang in there!" "Big sister is amazing." The 2 young men cheering enthusiastically suddenly face a crisis. The jar, unable to withstand the intense spiritual energy, started to crack. Luckily, a young man quickly ran over and pulled Li Qi away before it exploded. "Run, the spiritual energy is out of control." "What are you climbing the mountain for, little brother? Hurry up and run, this is not a place ordinary people can reach." Ignoring Lai Kai's warning, Lam Thien rushed like a wind toward the lightning spirit Qi. Seeing Lam Thien struck by lightning but unharmed, Lai Kai's group stared in amazement. Is he that tough? Could he really be a fairy? Why isn't he hurt at all? Could it be that he has awakened the super rare thunder attribute of spiritual energy? A moment later, she disappeared, and the spiritual energy absorption process officially concluded. Besides gaining a new attribute, Lam Thien also fused these 2 types of spiritual energy to obtain the legendary attribute, Loivium. In a different scene, Lan Nguyen takes 2 others to an abandoned factory, where a mutated demonic beast is lurking. When entering inside, she handed each person a gem pendant and instructed them, if you encounter danger, crush this pendant to create a protective shield with light attribute that can save your life. During the operation, survival is the top priority, and absolutely do not force it. Understood? Yes. The 2 of them responded in unison. Starting their actions, Lan Nguyen gave the order. As soon as Lan Nguyen stepped into the factory, she saw a pair of glowing red eyes behind her teammate. Luckily, she warned in time, allowing her teammate to dodge and simultaneously launch a hidden weapon at the Chan. Only Ling Yue used the ice attribute to freeze the mutated blanket, seemingly able to control it, but no, a few seconds later, the blanket broke free and exhaled toxic gas at Ling Yue's group. The headquarters called for the giant blanket army. Lan Nguyen hadn't finished speaking when her consciousness blurred and gradually faded away. A moment later, outside the factory in a white truck, Liu Shang looked at Lam Thien and said, "Little brother, I beg you, you're the only one who can solve this crisis now." Lam Thien didn't rush to reply. His eyes focused on the laptop screen, examining information about the dark abyssal serpent, and he thought to himself, dark attribute is another rare type. Damn it. If I hadn't run out of attribute slots, I would have taken it with me. Director Liu, why do you know that I have awakened the fire attribute? Realizing he had spoken out of turn, Liu Xiang scratched his head awkwardly and explained with a smile, I previously asked Lang Yue to monitor you and see you destroy the mutated dog. Hearing that, Lam Thian immediately understood that the mutated dog was released by Liu Xiang to test him. So you asked if I sent someone to follow you, and I explained it was for the safety of the people. Lam Thian raised one finger and said, I can agree to go to the factory and destroy that blanket, but you have to promise me you won't follow me anymore. Liu An clasped his hands and said, a promise is a promise. Little brother, how many people do you need? I'll send them over immediately. Lam Thian stands up to stretch and says, I don't need help. I can handle it alone. At the same time, a scream of agony echoes from the factory and wakes Lan Nguyen up. She looked back and saw the dark abyssal serpent swallowing a person into its belly, and its aura was also rising because of it. That giant blanket? It relies on swallowing cultivators to evolve? It must absolutely not succeed, or the people around here will face the worst disaster. Thinking that, Lan Nguyen tried to hold herself up and stand. The dark abyssal serpent immediately noticed her and opened its mouth to swallow her into its belly. Well then, she softly shouted, and a shard of ice quickly formed in Lan Nguyen's hand, stabbing toward the dark serpent. A second later, she opened her eyes wide as she saw the ice shard shatter, without causing any harm to the dark abyss dragon. And not only that, she was also knocked out by its tail, repeatedly spitting out fresh blood. Lan Nguyen silently whispered in despair, how could this be? I never expected it had successfully evolved. It's over. I can't stop it anymore. Suddenly, a voice rang out outside the door, saying, oh my God, I just remembered that this shabby factory is the place where I used to work after graduating from high school. The owner of this factory still owes me a month's salary. Unlucky indeed. I really don't know why I'm so cursed. Lan Nguyen turned to look out the door, and, upon recognizing who was coming, exclaimed in surprise. Lam Thian looked at her and asked, Director Liu told me to get everyone out. Where are the others? Lan Nguyen shouted anxiously, run quickly. You're no match for it. It has already evolved to the third stage. Lam Thian twitched his ear and said, all right, I get it. The person being saved just needs to stay still and wait. Don't run around. Then he looked at the dark abyssal dragon and said, let me see what abilities you really have. Lan Nguyen anxiously shouted, Lam Thian, run now. But just a second later, she was stunned to see Lam Thian vanish in an instant like a flash. It reappeared in front of the dark dragon, using lightning to shatter it. Then, with a smile, Lam Thian delivered a powerful punch to its head, knocking it back into the wall and causing it to fall to the ground. After taking a hit, the dark abyssal dragon realized it was facing a tough opponent and chose to escape. Recognizing this, Lan Nguyen hurriedly shouted, Lam Thian, don't let it escape. Don't worry, it has nowhere to run today. After finishing, Lam Thian drew his sword, used the system's talisman function to imbue it with lightning and flame elements, then executed the most powerful slash to cut down the dark abyssal serpent. Lam Thian said, it's over. Lan Nguyen asked in amazement, so you've actually awakened both attributes? Lam Thian turned his head to look at Lan Nguyen thoughtfully. According to my memory, this Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association has never done anything evil. They only help ordinary people get through difficult times, so it should be fine to tell them. Thinking that, Lam Thian openly admitted, yes, I have now awakened both the fire and lightning attributes. Lan Nguyen thought to herself that he would definitely become a superpower in the future. Not long after, inside the truck outside the factory, Lan Nguyen and Liu An were talking. Director, Lam Thian has personally admitted that he has awakened both the lightning and fire attributes. Liu An lowered his head in deep thought and softly said, no wonder he said we shouldn't monitor him anymore. At the same time, he silently vowed in his heart that this kind of genius must join the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Society. Lan Nguyen asked, tell me, will we continue to monitor him in the future? Liu An didn't answer her question directly. He said, girl, you should have a boyfriend too. Hearing this, Lan Nguyen was taken aback. The next morning, a meeting was held at the Spirit Energy Cultivation Society. Liu Ying sat at the main seat with a row of people in suits on her right and a row in uniform on her left. Director Liu, regarding the revival of spiritual energy, let's make the announcement now. The troubles have been increasing lately. It seems like they won't stop, and we can't keep thinking everything is just an accident, right? Are you sick or what? Releasing such a thing hastily, do you know how much trouble it will cause? Back then, a few words of scolding would have been enough to resolve it. The young man in the suit said, do you even have the face to talk about this? If we could have announced the spiritual energy issue, we could have evacuated the people from the factory in time yesterday. The middle-aged man in uniform said, isn't it true that we already handled the situation at the factory in the end? The young man in the suit angrily stood up and shouted, so you guys solved it. Wasn't it the kids you called who handled it? The middle-aged man in uniform also stood up angrily, pointing directly at the young man in the vest suit. What are you talking about? All right, stop arguing. Hearing that, the two others stopped arguing and looked towards Liu Shu, Director Liu. Liu Ying looked at the young man in the suit and said, "Sit down. Sit down. You're right. If Brother Lin Tian hadn't stepped in to help last night, not only would I have lost my daughter and subordinates, but the people around us would also have been in danger." Next, he stood up, turned around, pointed at the large screen behind him, and continued. However, as our members have said, rushing to let everyone know about the revival of spiritual energy would surely cause a large-scale social chaos. So, I have a suggestion. The areas I marked are places where spiritual energy revival has occurred nearby. We can choose these areas as testing sites. We can promote this area as a tourist spot, see how effective it is, and then consider the next step. What does everyone think? All right, then let's see how it goes according to Director Liu's suggestion. The middle-aged man in formal attire also spoke up, truly worthy of being the bureau chief, able to come up with such clever solutions. Liu Xiang said, "If no one has any objections, let's discuss the next steps." Liu, bureau chief, I don't oppose him joining, but giving him such a high position right after entering might be a bit too much. The young man in the suit nodded in agreement. That's right, no one gets a deputy minister position right after joining. They have to start from the ground up. Liu An explained that everyone witnessed his strength yesterday, as someone who awakened with both lightning and fire attributes. I worry that assigning him a low position would not only upset him, but also be a serious mistake given his abilities. The young man in the suit suggested that if Director Liu has said that, then please arrange a test for him. The middle-aged man in uniform also agreed, saying, yes, arrange a test for him. Wanting to become the training team leader isn't just about having strength. Hearing that, Liu Ying nonchalantly said, "Oh, these are your words. Don't regret it when the time comes." Not long after, while Lam Thien was peacefully sleeping in his old car at home, he was awakened by a noise coming from the kitchen. Could it be that there's a thief in the house? Now I'm so poor I can only afford the cheapest instant noodles, yet he still dares to steal from me. Once I catch him, I'll make sure he understands his mistake, thought Lam Thien angrily as he stormed into the kitchen and shouted, "You brazen thief! Get down and admit your fault!" In the kitchen, Lan Nguyen was sweeping when she saw Lam Thien enter and calmly greeted him. "Hello?" Lam Thien was stunned and instinctively raised his hand to reply, "Hello?" Then he reacted angrily and shouted, "Why are you here in my house? Didn't you say yesterday that you wouldn't be spying anymore?" Lan Nguyen continues cleaning and says, "I'm not here to monitor. I'm here to live together. Where's the trash can?" Lam Thien looked up again and asked, "What? So you want me to participate in some kind of challenge?" Lam Thien closed his eyes and pondered. With only 3 days left before the spiritual energy fully erupts, he couldn't afford to waste time on some challenge. Thinking of this, Lam Thien said, "I won't go. I'm not interested." Lung Nuit tried to persuade him. "Lam Thien, I know you probably think this challenge will slow down your cultivation, but this is a test specially prepared by the Association for Cultivators. Not only new members will participate, but recent events at the challenge site also show spiritual energy revival. Although her level isn't high, there might be some opportunities." Lam Thien suddenly remembered that Lan Nguyen once said Tovu Tin also joined the organization. So he asked, "Do you think Tovu Tin is participating in this challenge? Will she go too?" Lam Thien thought to himself, remembering that she once said she had encountered a great opportunity there, but I wonder what it could be. Let's see how it goes this time. Deciding in his heart, Lam Thien looked up at Lan Nguyen and said, "Since I need to find her for something, I will participate in the challenge this time." The next morning at the gathering point, Liu Ying stood in front of the new members and said, "You may have grown accustomed to a peaceful life, but I want to tell you that the world will soon no longer be peaceful. Then, sacrifice will become a regular thing. Soon, I will introduce to you a powerful spiritual energy cultivator who will be your team leader for this challenge." As she stood in the line, Li Qi remembered what happened the night before and wondered where that person had gone. Then she remembered reporting this matter to her superior, who didn't believe her and even scolded her, which didn't put her in a good mood. Lu Tianfuang, standing beside her, saw her expression and asked with a smile, "Sister Qi, what are you thinking about?" "It's nothing, just thinking about what kind of person the team leader will be when they arrive." Lu Tianfuang scoffed, "What team leader? It's definitely some rich kid just here to get by. When that kid shows up, I'll teach him a lesson to show him who really has the power here." The two underlings behind shouted, "Boss, you're the coolest." And like I said, "I advise you to behave and not cause trouble anymore." On the other side, Lan Nguyen showed Lam Thien the tablet and said, "This is the team you will lead. There are 5 people in total, 2 women and 3 men. Lam Thien glanced over and thought to himself that aside from Tavutin's ice attribute, the others all have fairly normal abilities. Lan Nguyen continued. Watch out for someone named Lu Thien Phuong. He used to be a thug for the underworld, but unexpectedly awakened the wind attribute spiritual energy, though his personality remains difficult to control. Lam Thien said indifferently, I know, the two of you will arrive at the gathering place very soon. Liu Ying saw them and smiled, saying, the team leader has arrived. Everyone looked over when they heard. Tavutin was surprised and thought, isn't he the person my father said saved me? Li Qi was also surprised and thought, it's him, the one who was struck by lightning on the mountain that day. Liu An pointed to Lam Thien and introduced him. This is your team leader. Lam Thien then stepped forward. He hadn't finished speaking yet when Lu Thien Phuong suddenly shouted to cut him off. Wait. Liu An frowned and asked, do you have a problem, Lu Thien Phuong? Lu Thien Phuong replied, Director Liu, what is this kid's strength? Are you just here to show us a few moves? If not, let's go inside and see who's listening to whom. Lam Thien, with a dangerous smile, asked, how do you plan to show your strength? Of course you want to test yourself against us. Lam Thien sneered and asked, do you think someone like you, a trash from the Dragon Pool realm, is worthy to fight me? Kid, want a beating? Lu Thien Phuong shouted angrily, using his wind attribute power to rush at Lam Thien and punch out a fist. Regarding this, Lam Thien coldly asked, is that all you got? I was about to teach him a lesson when Liu An stepped forward to block Lu Thien Phuong's punch. The man's face darkened as he asked, Lu Thien Phuong, do you dare to disobey the organization's orders? Lu Thien Phuong was startled and hurriedly explained, Liu Kuk Truong, I didn't mean it that way, but to be a team leader, you need to have some real strength, or the brothers won't respect you, right? After finishing, he also nodded to the two followers behind him, who then spoke up together. That's right, Director Liu. As cultivators, we must prioritize strength. If this new team leader can't prove his true ability, it will be hard to earn our respect. Liu An said, the strength of my little brother Lin Tian, you don't need to worry. It was just a few days ago that he single-handedly defeated the Dark Abyss Serpent and saved Lan Nguyen. Lai Qi exclaimed in shock, what? Did he really save the lady boss all by himself? Liu Tianfang asked irritably. I think he's probably just relying on luck. Could the Dark Abyssal Dragon really be that strong to be defeated alone? Liu An said. All right, everyone stand straight. Anyone causing trouble during the challenge will be expelled from the guild. Everyone must behave and follow along. Next, I will announce the challenge details. Everyone, listen carefully. The challenge this time is to deal with a creature called the Terrifying Beast. According to the information the guild has, this creature not only has a human form, but can also move freely. When everyone steps onto this cultivation path, sacrifice will always be part of the journey. A while later, all members were divided into small teams and entered the forest to begin the challenge. Lam Thien's team had 6 members, including Lei Kai, Tovu Tin, Lu Tien Phuong, and his 2 younger brothers. After some investigation, Lam Thien quietly said, this is the designated location for the challenge. But where is the monster? Is it already underground? Now. Tovu Tin looked at the large special tree in front and asked, do we have to go through there, Captain Lam? For safety, we shouldn't get too close to that big tree. Let's continue searching for clues about the monster nearby. Li Kai and Tovu Tin responded, yes. Captain Lam Lu Thien Phuong provocatively said, Captain Lam, aren't you afraid? Could it be that he's afraid the big tree will rise from the ground and attack him? His 2 little followers also chuckled and said, ha ha, I can't stop laughing. Brother Lin Tian, not even annoyed with them, said coldly, I warned you already. If you insist on ignoring advice, you'll have to bear the consequences yourself. I want to see what kind of strange thing is really over there. As they approached the big tree, Liu Tianyang whispered in surprise, could this big tree be some kind of treasure? Why does it have such strong spiritual energy? A little follower said, Boss, the spiritual energy here is really abundant. If we train here, we'll definitely level up. In Lu Thien Phuong's mind, he started to fantasize that if he absorbed all the spiritual energy here and successfully advanced to the 3rd stage of the Brave Spring, even Lan Nguyen would have to obey him. Thinking about the scene of hugging and cuddling, Liu Tianfeng was so excited that his face turned red and he shouted, Brothers, while the spiritual energy is abundant, start cultivating now. So Liu Tianfeng and his 3 men sat down beside the big tree to cultivate, while Lam Thien and his group chose a different direction to move. Tavu Tin hesitated and asked, Captain Lam, are they going to be okay? Lai Kai asked, Captain Lam, didn't we meet a few days ago? Really? I don't remember anything. Where is it? Li Kai asked. Oh, it's on the mountain that was struck by lightning the night before. Lam Thian snapped out of his thoughts and said, Oh, so it's you. Did you go on a picnic there that day? What kind of outdoor activity? That day I was sent to handle the surge of spiritual energy, and I was scolded by the team leader, Brother Lin, for hours because of it. I told them there was a man absorbing lightning spiritual energy, but they kept saying I was delusional. Lam Thian sighed and said, Sorry. Then he told the two girls to sit down and practice too, since the spiritual energy here is so abundant. Tu Tin asked, Do you not practice? Lam Thian quietly said, You are still the same as before. So gentle. Then he explained, The spiritual energy here isn't suitable for my attribute. You should continue your cultivation first. They hadn't even sat down yet when they heard Lu Tianfuang's cries for help, so they hurried back to the big tree. But at the place where Lu Tianfuang and the others are, the big tree is no longer quiet. Now, his two subordinates are being entangled and pulled up high by the tree's branches. Liu Tianyang trembled and asked, What's going on? Why is the branch moving on its own? His two underlings screamed in fear, Boss! Help me! I don't want to die! I'm coming to help you! Shouting loudly, Liu Tianfang drew his weapon, activated his wind attribute power, and rushed to cut the branch binding one of his underlings, successfully rescuing him. But immediately afterward, Lu Tianfang heard his subordinate shout, Watch out on the left! And quickly turned to see a branch coming at him, but having exhausted his strength from the previous attack, he had no energy left to dodge or block. So he was knocked back by a branch and fell to the ground, unable to get up for a moment. Seeing more branches coming at him, Lu Tianfuang silently thought in despair that when everyone steps onto this path of cultivation, sacrifice will always be part of the journey. It's no surprise that Director Liu said that. Is he going to stay here? Suddenly, a flash of lightning lit up, and Lin Tian arrived just in time to save Liu Tianyang from danger. Lu Tianfuang, surprised, said, Lam Thian calmly told me to go quickly. Lu Tianfuang struggled to stand up and said, I can't leave my brothers behind and run away. Lam Thian glances at him and says, You still have a strong sense of honor. Lu Tianfuang replies, Nonsense. Men must know loyalty when they go out into the world. Lam Thian quietly crouched down, picked up the dagger from the ground, and infused it with lightning and fire energy. Lu Tianfuang suspiciously asked, What are you doing? Lam Thian silently threw the dagger at the big tree, cutting off the branch that was pinning Lu Tianfuang's remaining subordinate, successfully saving him. The subordinate cheered happily, saying, Big brother, Captain Lam, thank you both for saving me. As for the big tree, it suddenly let out eerie howls, and its aura intensified. Lam Thian said, Let's go. This monster is about to reveal its true form. The next second, the ground beneath their feet trembled violently, causing Lu Tianfuang and his group to sway as if they were about to fall. The reason was that the big tree had pulled up its roots and was using them as legs to stand firmly on the ground. Now, all features fully matched the target of the terrifying beast challenge in Liu Ying's words, or more precisely, it is a 3-stage ghostly water dragon demon. Lu Tianfuang opened his mouth in shock and exclaimed, What exactly is this monster? Lam Thian said, Have you forgotten what Director Liu told you? This cultivation path is set to 9 deaths and 1 life. If you're afraid, you should leave this path now. On the other side, the Yu Hon Thu Yu also began attacking Lam Thian with its 2 long arms, but he dodged skillfully. Seeing this, the ghost spirit tree demon changed its attack method, with a series of branches extending from its body like sharp spears aiming at Lam Thian. Lam Thian frowned. This time he didn't dodge, but chose to stand his ground. When the branches approached, a blazing fire erupted from his body, burning the branches and quickly spreading toward Yu. Then, while it was distracted dealing with the fire, Lam Thian used a lightning flame fist to punch through its body. Lu Tianfuang shouted, Damn it! Is he this strong again? Li Kai also shouted, Is this the power of a star attribute awakener? Tu Tin blushed as she looked at Lam Thian, secretly dreaming that the great heroes in novels walking on 5-colored paths must be like this. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, the observers exclaimed after watching Lam Thian's fight, Is it true that this person named Lam Thian has such power? Liuan glanced at them and asked, Does anyone else have any opinions about Lam Thian's position as team leader? The young man in a black vest smiled and said, Nothing more, nothing more. Everyone followed Director Liu's instructions. Suddenly, an unexpected earthquake occurred, causing everyone to scream in panic. Leng Yue approached Liu An and softly asked, Director Liu, could this spiritual energy be? Liu Ying seriously said, It seems this can no longer be hidden. The spiritual energy of the earth has fully recovered, and the world's rules are about to change. Returning to Lam Tien and the others, he checked the information of the U Han Thu Yu through the system and thought to himself, in his previous life, Vu Tin said that this place had a chance. Wasn't she of the ice attribute? This strange tree is of the wood attribute. Lam Tien, confused, watched as a pillar of light suddenly erupted from behind the corpse of the Soul Eater. When everyone approached out of curiosity, they discovered a cave emitting waves of each elemental spiritual energy. Lam Tien quietly realized that the reason is that the Earth's spiritual energy has fully recovered, causing the strong appearance of ice attribute spiritual energy here. In her previous life, Vu Tin couldn't absorb this spiritual energy due to her lack of strength, so she said that. Vu Tin looked at the ice cave in surprise and said, "Captain Lam is so powerful, with just one punch causing the surrounding spiritual energy to explode." Lam Tien told Vu Tin to go into that cave to absorb the erupting ice attribute spiritual energy, which can help her become stronger. In my heart, I silently say, Vu Tin, in this life, we both have to become strong, making those two fools who harmed us in the past pay the price. To Vu Tin responds clearly. Then, Lam Tien told everyone, this place has a strong presence of ice attribute spiritual energy, and since Vu Tin has just awakened her ice attribute, I let her seize the opportunity to cultivate here. Let's wait for her a moment. Everyone agreed and said, That night, the six of them chose a restaurant to celebrate together. Everyone raised their glasses and cheered. Congratulations on Vu Tin's breakthrough to the third stage of the Brave Spring Realm. To Vu Tin smiled and said, all these successes are thanks to Captain Lam and everyone else. Lu Thien Phuong proactively poured wine for Lam Tien and said, Captain Lam, I was blind before and didn't see Taishan. I hope you can forgive my past mistakes. Lam Tien said, It's okay. In times of danger, you didn't abandon your brothers to run away, showing your loyalty and bravery, a true man. Lu Thien Phuong tearfully replied, Captain Lam, thank you for considering someone like me a friend. From now on, Lu Thien Phuong's life will belong to you. Lam Tien said helplessly, It's not necessary to go that far. From now on, we are brothers together. Before he could finish speaking, a shout suddenly came from afar. Everyone, leave immediately. Everyone must leave immediately. We have a mission to carry out here. Please cooperate. When Lam Tien and the others turned around, they saw that the speaker was a fully equipped soldier, quickly evacuating the crowd. Lam Tien quietly thought that he was not an ordinary soldier, as he exuded a strong aura and was definitely a cultivator. But dealing with spiritual energy shouldn't be Liu Bureau Chief's responsibility. So does this army need to wait a bit? If the spiritual energy outbreak belongs to Lili and the others, they could use this opportunity to help them level up. At this moment, the soldier had noticed that Lam Tien and the others were still sitting at the table and hadn't moved yet, so he approached and looked at Lam Tien to speak. Hey, I'm telling you, get out of here right now. Did you hear me? Liu Tianyang angrily stood up and shouted rudely, How dare you talk to my boss like that? Do you know who my boss is? The soldier pressed the gun to Liu Tianfang's temple and said, If you don't move, you'll die. Liu Tianfang wasn't afraid. With wind element aura surrounding him, he grabbed the gun's barrel and said, Then let's see what you've got. Lam Tien softly shouted, Stop. What do we do now after the emergency military meeting 3 hours ago? The spiritual energy suddenly restored, leaving no time to prepare. Now the most important task is to catch the mutated dog that just escaped. I told you from the start that thing needs to be watched more carefully. While everyone was arguing fiercely, the general sitting in the middle spoke up. Stop arguing. This is not the place to fight. Right now, the top priority is to catch this mutated dog and absolutely prevent civilians from getting hurt. Then he looked at Ton Trin Nghia and said, Little Ton, the task of catching the mutated dog is yours. Tôn Trinh Nghĩa dừng nhiệm họ. Dậm bao hoàn thành nhiệm vụ. Vị giai tuấn nhịn mọi người nối tiếp. Tất cả mọi người lập tức quay về biên giới, Linh khi gia hoàn toàn phục hồi. Dịu do cậu nghĩa là biên giới sẽ không còn yên bình như bấy giờ nữa. Yes. Everyone responded and quickly left the meeting room. You must catch the mutated dog before dawn. Understood? Ton Trin Nghia shouted yes. Back to the present. At the temporary command post. Ton Trin Nghia gazes at the surveillance screen, holding the radio command saying, People in the east, speed up the evacuation. That beast could appear at any moment. By chance, he saw on a surveillance screen a soldier fighting with Lam Tien's group. Ton Trin Nghia carefully observes one of them and quietly says, That's not the one who returned with Lam Tien's group, the one standing up and advising, Stop, don't cause more trouble for the army. Yes, big brother. Then Yu Tianyang withdrew his hand and went to Lam Tien's side. Lam Thien told the soldier, "We will leave here immediately." "Humph, I guess you're being reasonable." And with that, the soldier continued his duty. As they were leaving, Lam Thien told Tovu Tin, "Today, the spiritual energy has fully erupted. From now on, we will face a very dangerous world. Be sure to study diligently when you return. Your foundation is not yet solid, and you need to train step by step. Absolutely do not rush." At this moment, a voice called out from behind, "Little lamb too, little lamb too." Lam Thien suspiciously turned back and saw Ton Trin Nghia running over. He cheerfully called out, "Big Ton." Ton Trin Nghia also happily patted Lam Thien's shoulder and said, "Little lamb, is that really you?" Tavu Tin asked curiously. "Captain Lam, is he an acquaintance of yours?" Lam Thien smiled and introduced, "This is my close friend from high school, Ton Trin Nghia." "Hello, everyone. I am Lam Thien's good father, Ton Trin Nghia." Captain Lam retorted, "That unfilial grandson of mine, you're clearly the good grandson." Li Ji raised his voice, "Captain Lam, we'll be leaving now. We won't disturb your chat with your old friend anymore." Liu Tianyang also smiled and said, "Yes, brother, we're heading back now." After a while, when only the two of them were left, Lam Thien asked, "Kid, you're doing pretty well. Judging by this rank you've earned, you've made some contributions, right?" Ton Trin Nghia, with a mysterious look, said, "I have a secret just revealed this afternoon for you." Lam Thien said, "The global spiritual energy has recovered, right? Right? This topic has already become the hot topic of this afternoon's meeting." Ton Trin Nghia whispered, "I knew you wouldn't believe it. I'll tell you privately, the reason this road is blocked is because there's a very powerful, mutated dog hiding here. Our team came here to ensure the safety of the people." Lam Thien muttered to himself, "So that's how it is. But could the mutant dog they mentioned be the one released during Ling Yue's previous experiment?" At this moment, a soldier approached to report. "Captain Ton, all the civilians have been evacuated." Captain Ton said, "Well, then we just need to wait for the wild dog to fall into the trap." Lam Thien had no intention of leaving. He decided to stay and see how capable the army was, so he smiled and said to Ton Trin Nghia, "Big Ton." Ton Trin Nghia also did not refuse immediately, but seriously considered it, so that little Lam Tu would know early that the rules of the world had changed. Otherwise, with his overly gentle personality, he would definitely suffer losses later. Thinking of this, he turned to the soldier beside him and said, "Xiaozhang, later you take him to the safe zone outside the hunting area so he can observe our team's strength." Xiaozhang replied, "Yes, Captain." After the handover, Ton Trin Nghia hurriedly left. After he left, Xiaozhang said to Lam Thien, "Don't care about your relationship with Captain Ton, but you must listen to me carefully later, understood?" Lam Thien smiled and said, "All right. Thank you, big brother." A moment later, Lin Tin sat in the safe zone observing the soldiers below, quietly noting that although these soldiers all carried guns, their spiritual energy suggested they were likely at the Dongtuyen Inyat realm, so their overall strength was still quite decent. Suddenly, Lin Tian's expression changed as he looked in a certain direction and silently called out. At the same time, the security monitoring soldiers alerted through their radios, "Everyone be careful, the mutant dog has arrived." On a nearby street, gunfire erupted as soldiers surrounded the newly appeared mutant dog, firing continuously. However, the effect was very minimal. It not only failed to break through the thick fur of the beast, but also enraged it, causing it to spin in place and sweep its tail to knock soldiers around. Lin Tian observed nearby, thinking that this mutated creature was at least at the strength of the third stage of the Brave Pool realm. Once spiritual energy begins to recover, this creature will appear so easily again. Looks like I need to train harder starting tomorrow. At this moment, a team of all Lightning Attribute Awakeners led by Ton Trin Nghia rushed forward quickly. The regular soldiers retreated immediately, and the Special Forces members followed me, using the Huyen Vu formation to hold it back. Upon hearing Ton Trin Nghie's command, the team members immediately rushed to the demon dog and spread out around it. Then they coordinated their attacks to distract the demon dog. Finally, Ton Trin Nghia leapt high into the air, his hands covered with lightning attribute spiritual energy clasped together, and he struck the demon beast's head with great force, injuring it and causing it to spurt blood. Lam Tien stood outside watching, nodding with a smile. Indeed, they are soldiers. Although each of them only has strength around the second stage of the Brave Pool, they trust each other and risk their lives, allowing each person's power to surpass their own limits. It seems my worries are unnecessary. Defeating the beast dog is only a matter of time. Thinking this, Lam Thien was about to turn and leave, when suddenly he sensed the aura of the beast dog rapidly increasing. "What's going on?" Lam Thien silently shouted in his mind, quickly turning back to observe. Ton Trin Nghia also noticed the anomaly and shouted, "This beast wants to evolve again. Stop it immediately. Do not let it succeed, or we will all die." Hearing that, the Special Forces team members immediately charged to attack the mutant dog, but it was already too late. The mutant dog had successfully evolved and easily knocked them back. Ton Trin Nghia, seeing this, nervously whispered, "It's over." Right now, Ton Trin Nghia is facing the demon wolf, and this beast has truly evolved. The Special Forces behind are leading the troops forward, awaiting orders. "Captain, what should we do now?" Trin Nghia replied, "Just hold on. We absolutely cannot let it harm the civilians behind." The Special Forces team and I charged forward, everyone shouting in unison according to his command. "Yes, Captain." Then everyone bravely charged to attack the strange beast, but no one could match its strength and sharp claws. They were all knocked back. Behind the fence, Trin Nghie's teammates could do nothing but shout out, "Captain Ton." Trin Nghia is helpless, severely injured, and lying sprawled under the stone wall. Trin Nghia looked at that beast with a powerless mind, thinking, "Am I about to die?" But at this moment, Lam Thien appeared to block a blow for you. Trin Nghie's blurry eyes looked ahead, wondering, "Lam Thien?" He blocked the attack of the demon dog with one hand, injuring our brother, and then died. Then Lam Thien launched a powerful electric attack on the demon dog, making it scream loudly. Then the strange beast immediately retreated to defend itself, and Zheng Yi, witnessing this, couldn't help but feel uneasy. "Lam Thien, you are a cultivator." Lam Thien calmly toyed with the dagger in his hand and replied, "I've dealt with this beast. We can talk later." Even his teammates behind couldn't believe that he was a cultivator capable of dealing a blow to the demon dog in Tuyin 2 realm. Is this kid really that strong? Lam Thien soared into the air like a god named Tho. "Prepare to face judgment." After saying that, he creates a weapon from blood. Lam Thien takes a run-up, reaches back with his hand, then observes the actions of the fleeing beast. "Calculate carefully, then send it flying. Want to run?" "No way." The lightning bolt quickly strikes through the demon dog's chest, causing it to cry out in pain before passing out on the spot. Zheng Yi was helped up by his teammate and couldn't believe it, exclaiming, "Is little Lindsay really a cultivator with such a powerful lightning attribute?" The demon dog was struck by Lam Thien's attack and froze in place. It takes about 5 seconds or more to spray the glue, then Lam Thien slowly approaches it, leaving the demon dog completely stunned. He used the dagger he was playing with earlier to finish it off. The ghostly Lam Thien swiftly slashed, cutting it in half. The Special Forces team only knows how to be arrogant. Their spiritual energy has just recovered, and they already have such strength. If he were to develop for another year and a half, wouldn't he become even stronger? Trin Nghia looked at Lam Thien with a very proud expression. "As expected, you are my brother Ton Trin Nghia. Well done, little Lam Tu." At this moment, seeing the dagger gradually vanish, Lam Thien thought to himself, "Even the army's dagger can't withstand the power of Lei Yan. I need to find a weapon that can endure my Lei Yan's spiritual energy." Trin Nghia walks over to pick up Lam Thien. "Not bad, little Lam Tsu. You even kept secrets from me." Zheng Yi pats Lam Thien on the shoulder and says, "You're so strong now, but still pretending with me." Lam Thien replies, "Be gentler. You were hurt quite badly earlier." Trin Nghia didn't care. He put his arm around his shoulder and said goodbye to everyone before heading out with Lam Thien. "Hurry up and drag that beast away. My brothers and I will have a few drinks." Everyone saluted seriously and responded in unison, "Yes." The scene shifts above the sky, a bright moon illuminating the entire sky. Inside, a computer records the confrontation between Lam Thien and the demon dog. "Is this person your friend?" Trin Nghia replied, "Not just a friend, we are brothers who share life and death." Fifi considers that if she can recruit this talent into the army, our strength will increase significantly. She asks, "Have you invited him to join the army yet?" Zheng Yi gently ruffled his head and replied nervously, "I told you." But he said he had already joined the immortal sect. Fifi propped his chin and said seriously, "That old man Liu Ying, right? I will go find him and demand the person back right now." I just went out holding a coffee in one hand and a hamburger in my mouth, stammering that I forgot she was at home and didn't buy breakfast for her. Xiao Yue sat on the sofa and asked, "Did you join the army operation last night?" "All unexpected. I didn't plan to get involved at first, but did you run into any trouble with your brother?" This morning, the daughter of the Army's chief of staff kept calling Director Liu, asking him to join the military. Lam Thien, chewing his snack, looked puzzled and asked, "So what did you tell Mr. Liu?" Xiao Yue replied, "Liu Director has already handled this matter, but the daughter of that commander is not someone easy to deal with. You should be careful in the coming days." Lam Thien looked away and replied, "What? Does she want you to be her husband-in-law?" Suddenly, the phone rings with Ton Trin Nghie's name on the screen. Lam Thien immediately answers and asks, "Grandson, what's going on? Is that Lin Thien? I am Tam Phi Phi, Ton Trin Nghia's superior." Lam Thien and Teung Nguyệt listened in confusion. Trin Nghia continued, "Do you want to come see a place that contains very strong fire attribute spiritual energy?" Hearing that, he began to think, "Fire attribute? I am worried I can't find a way to strengthen the fire attribute spiritual energy." At first, during that evening patrol of the site, they discovered a group of ghost flames, and everyone thought it was just some superstitions from the old days, so they invited a Taoist priest. Unexpectedly, after the Taoist priest arrived, not only did he fail to dispel the fire demons, but they grew even stronger, and now the entire construction site is engulfed in a fierce blaze. The army had already sealed off the site from the beginning, but was completely helpless. After the spiritual energy recovered yesterday afternoon, the fire seemed to grow even stronger. If it continues to spread, the people around will face disaster. Sitting in the supercar, Lam Thien asked, "Is the fire still spreading?" "Yes, the only thing we can do now is keep expanding the quarantine zone. By the way, I heard you have some kind of relationship with Lan Nguyen." Lam Thien was startled and quickly explained, "Miss Tim, don't talk nonsense. Lan Nguyen is only here because Director Liu came to my house to watch over me." Phi Phi, with a pale face, then said to this little girl in red, "Don't deny it so quickly. Let me finish what I have to say. The global spiritual energy has fully recovered for the safety of the country. We must immediately form a team of cultivators to deal with external unpredictable threats. Currently, only some capable cultivators have varied temperaments to fight on the front lines, but absolutely no way can they teach novice cultivators. I heard from Zunzhenyai that your character is fine, and you have strong strength." Lam Thien then asked, "So you want me to join you and help train the new cultivators?" Phi Phi replied, "That's right. As long as you agree, all terms and conditions can be negotiated." "What do you think?" Lam Thien looked indifferent. "Sorry, I currently don't have the strength to do those things. First, let me train the people Director Liu asked me to take care of." Phi Phi seemed pleased and said, "All right. I see you are indeed a man of integrity," as the scene shifted outside to the bustling crowd gathered there. "Please don't push and shove. It's very dangerous inside. Stay away from there." Phi Phi and Lam Thien stepped out of the car to see what the chaos was about. As they approached the crowd with Phi Phi, a voice called out, "Lam Thien, what are you doing here?" It's Kwang Vu and Lai Hu Dong walking hand in hand together. Lam Thien looked at them with discomfort, thinking to himself, "Why is this guy here?" Kwang Vu smirked unpleasantly and said, "Are you the fool who misunderstood Tong? With your demeanor, you definitely have the qualities." After hearing him, Lam Thien looked around. "Damn it, there's still a surprise. This time I might actually succeed." Lam Thien didn't say anything. Kwang Vu continued, "You are my brother. But even though you still remember Hyodong, you must understand that there is an insurmountable abyss between you and her." Hyodong also spoke up. "Lam Thien, I once gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it." The little punks below shouted in excitement, "Today's really lively. Looks like the pure-hearted warrior lost again." Lam Thien's face turned pale. He clenched his teeth and thought, "Damn it, are these two idiots?" Phi Phi walks over from behind and asks, "Lam Thien, what's going on?" The reporters nearby turn to focus on Phi Phi and exclaim, "Oh my God, where did this beautiful girl come from?" Kwang Vu also froze in place, opening his mouth in longing, and with such a stunning beauty like this, compared to her, Liu Xiaodong is nothing. Then he greeted Phi Phi. "Beautiful girl, my name is Kwang Vu." Phi Phi ignored him and turned to ask Lam Thien, "Are these two your friends?" Kwang Vu seems a bit awkward after being ignored. "What's wrong? Does this girl think I'm invisible?" Lam Thien then said, "Let's go. Don't waste time on this." And with that, he and Phi Phi ignored Kwang Vu and turned to leave. Everyone downstairs burst into laughter. No wonder that guy left this girl. If it were me, I would do the same. That girl is way better than her. Hien Dong is jealous and showing it. She really dares to act arrogantly in front of me, just a little bit prettier. I must find a way to make her suffer a little. She angrily scolds Kwang Vu. "Have you looked enough? She's already gone." Kang Wu gently patted her head and explained, "This is just a professional habit of mine." Then he put his arm around her waist, but in her mind she thought differently. If it weren't for the money, I wouldn't have paid attention to him for a long time. The scene shifts to Phi Phi, walking with Lam Thien. "I just confirmed with the soldiers that the fire there seems to be intensifying, so we might need to expand the perimeter of caution." Lam Thien asked, "Do we need to expand further?" She replied, "Yes, unless we find a way to deal with it." Then Lam Thien froze when witnessing the scene before him, and Phi Phi nervously said, "Yes, this is the place I told you about yesterday, the place filled with fire attribute spiritual energy." Seeing Lam Thien holding something like a stopwatch, she wondered. What are you holding? Phi Phi saw that and picked it up to check the spiritual energy level here, then concluded that they could only expand the lockdown area again. She ordered her subordinates. The warning zone is expanding beyond 5 kilometers, maybe even 10 kilometers. But unlike them, Lam Thien seems to be doing something unusual. What do you want to do? Lam Thien, Deputy Commander. What should we do now? Phi Phi worries. Does Lam Thien really have a way to control this fire now? Lam Thien walks alone toward the fire, and the system appears to report that a strong fire attribute spiritual energy has been detected. Do you want to absorb it? You smile smugly, determined to absorb it. Then Lam Thien sat down, crossed his legs, and absorbed all the spiritual energy here. As he absorbed it, the surrounding area was affected. Hung, the aura is too strong. I wonder what level of cultivator Lam Thien really is. If he absorbs all this fire attribute spiritual energy, how high could he possibly reach? She shields herself while secretly assessing Lam Thien's strength. What level will he break through to? Is it the 4th realm of the Brave Spring, the 5th realm, or the 6th realm? The system progress bar has reached 90%, and soon it will be 100%. The fire attribute spiritual energy has reached level 2. The chance to draw a new fire attribute talisman is now available. The system announces, congratulations, host. The fire attribute spiritual energy has been upgraded to level 2. Please proceed to draw your new cultivation technique. Lam Thien immediately pressed the command to draw, then suddenly froze in surprise, exclaiming, "Wow! The golden skin! The golden skin! The immortal flame, incorruptible technique, the yellow fire attribute cultivation method. Congratulations to the host for receiving the yellow cultivation method for the first time. Rewarded with 10 system points. Holy Flame Immortal. Technique allows storing fire attribute spiritual energy in the body after cultivation, and when attacking, it directly releases fire spiritual energy to cause wide area damage." Lam Thien proudly said, "Absorb it for me." The system immediately obeyed and shrank down. Phi Phi was stunned and thought, what kind of monster is that kid? With such powerful fire spiritual energy, is he planning to absorb it all? Could this kid be the reincarnation of the fire god? A while later, Lam Thien walked out safely, and Phi Phi hurried over to ask, "Are you okay, Lam Thien?" He calmly replied, "I am fine, thank you for bringing me here." At this moment, the spiritual energy detector signals, surprising Phi Phi. She quickly throws it away. Then the machine shattered into pieces right before her eyes, but luckily Lam Thien arrived just in time to block it. She looked at Lam Thien with great admiration, thinking this man must be hers at any cost, willing to pay any price. The scene shifts to a luxurious restaurant in the city, where Phi Phi has invited him to dine in honor of his achievements. And there's another reason. Do you mean the fire attribute spiritual energy at that construction site has now all been absorbed into your body? Lam Thien replied, "Yes, I hope I won't cause you any trouble." "Don't worry, there won't be any trouble." "Can you tell me what level you're at right now?" Lam Thien said. "I think he's at the peak of the 4th realm, about to break through to the 5th realm." Phi Phi exclaimed in surprise. "What? You're only at the 4th realm?" Lam Thien explained casually, "My cultivation method is a bit special. How should I put it?" Phi Phi saw that he was nervous but didn't push him. All authors have secrets. If he doesn't want to share, I won't force him. Lam Thien politely replied, "Thank you for understanding." And Phi smiled and asked, "Honestly, Lam Thien, do you want to consider joining our military unit? The system here is much better than that rotten club. I won't hesitate to refuse outright." "Not for now. I still have no intention of joining the military. However, I must report what happened today or I won't be able to explain it to my grandfather." Lam Thien replied, "I understand." That night inside the small apartment was lit up. Lan Nguyen received the PDF file sent by Director Liu. "Lan Nguyen, call that kid Lam Thien later to handle this issue. Here are the detailed documents about the secret mission. The spiritual energy is fully recovered. You two must be careful, understand?" She replied. "Yes, Director Liu." She remembered that when she called Lam Thien, he had also agreed. "All right, I will definitely go tomorrow." With that thought, she put the thick notebook down and then left the room. Right now, Lam Thien is lying in his room, smelling a fragrant aroma, and judging that Lan Nguyen, although not fond of talking, is really good at cooking, he opens the door and leaves the room. "Lan Nguyen, your breakfast smells amazing." Suddenly, he looked blankly at her face as if he didn't understand what was happening. After standing still for a few seconds, Lam Thien was startled. "Seat. Tham Phi Phi. How did you also end up at my house? Where did you guys get the keys to my house anyway?" Phi Phi calmly reassures you. I have officially arranged through the military department to use your house as a secret military base. Lam Thien angrily protests, but this doesn't sound official at all. Lan Nguyen, don't run away, can't even check the house properly? When I open the door, Lan Nguyen's room is empty. He whispered to himself. Where is everyone? Phi replied. When I arrived, no one was in the house. Maybe they withdrew on their own because they knew I was coming. Lam Thien was startled to realize it was the notebook Lan Nguyen left last night. After reading it, his face turned pale. An eerie, covert mission. Could this girl have gone on her own? Phi asked curiously. Where are you rushing off to? Lam Thien quickly puts on his clothes and runs off, saying, I have to find Director Liu quickly, because Lan Nguyen is in trouble. Transition to that morning outside at sea. Lan Nguyen sank to the bottom of the deep water, helplessly thinking, without Lam Thien, I wouldn't be able to do anything. After all, I am just too weak. I am. At this moment, Lan Nguyen froze and released her power, creating large blocks of ice around her. She was overjoyed. Success at last. At this moment, a figure appeared inside the ice block. That thing made Lan Nguyen suddenly realize, and she quickly looked around at the water monster appearing behind her. Lan Nguyen focused her energy into her hand and kept attacking, but unexpectedly, the shadowy monster suddenly opened its mouth wide, as if to catch her attack. Its strange behavior surprised Lan Nguyen. What's going on? She was constantly surrounded by dark, ominous energies. What's wrong? What is this after all? Then Lan Nguyen silently guessed to herself. Something is draining my energy. I struggled to swim up and escape. I can't let this monster keep devouring my spirit energy, or it will only become stronger. At the same time, a powerful tentacle swung forward, hitting Lan Nguyen directly on the head and causing her to bleed painfully. As she was sinking into the sea, Lan Nguyen silently despairing, is this monster going to eat me? Just as fear overwhelmed her, Lam Thien suddenly appeared like a god. Are you okay? It seems like you don't want Lam Thien to be involved. She spoke. Hurry and get out. This monster seems to be trying to absorb spiritual energy. Hearing that, he immediately embraced Lan Nguyen and flew away. Hurry up, I will take you out first. The two of them transformed into a streak of lightning and sped away from the battlefield. Phi immediately ran over as soon as they landed. Lam Thien, you guys are out. Have the monsters been dealt with yet? Lam Thien confidently hands Lan Nguyen to her and replies, Not yet. First, let's get her to wake up. Seeing that, Phi immediately agreed. All right. I will take her to the hospital right away. Even though I am still soaked, my eyes are filled with deadly intent. Once Lan Nguyen is safe, I will come back to deal with it. The scene shifts to the hospital where Lan Nguyen is receiving treatment. She lies quietly on the hospital bed, wearing an oxygen mask. Inside the room, Liu Ying is holding Lam Thien's hand tightly, gratefully saying, Little brother, I really thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, she definitely wouldn't have survived. Director Liu, there's no need to be so formal. Please tell me the details of that mission. The next second, he replied, I will tell you right away. After a moment, Liu Ying began to recount. We have been monitoring this monster called the Dark Knight Phantom for at least over half a year. Hearing this, Lam Thien realized that over half a year must mean he also understood what I wanted to say. Yes, at that time there were no more than 10 people worldwide who had contact with spiritual energy cultivation. As he remembered its strange appearance, Liu Ying continued, We have never seen the true form of the monster, so we are sure it is related to the darkness attribute. The terrifying image of the dark shadow monster appears through his narration. This creature uses the darkness attribute to hide its true form beneath the ocean, continuously devouring surrounding spiritual energy to strengthen itself. Liu An's voice grew more serious, and with the spiritual energy recovering a few days ago, this monster has become extremely powerful. It must be eliminated immediately, or ordinary people will face catastrophe and extinction. Then, he earnestly pleaded, Lam Thien, little brother, I hope you can help us with this. Lam Thien agreed firmly. All right, but I need your help with something. Why did you let Lam Thien do this? The voice on the other end of the phone sounded. This is a challenge for him, and also a challenge for the country. Still, she disagreed and felt there was no need to have him carry out such a dangerous mission right from the start. As she stepped into the bathtub, Phi explained that the mission was a shadowy and mysterious one. At first, the military sent a professional team, and even as I was soaking in a warm bath, my voice remained serious. This team, even with the weakest cultivators reaching the Dung Tuyen Tam Khan stage, still failed, didn't they? Mr. Tham still tried to persuade her. Phi, I know you care about that boy, but we have no other choice. Besides, didn't you already send 3 elites from the army to support him this time? Phi face gradually darkened upon hearing his words. Currently, global spiritual energy has fully recovered, and the rules of the world have undergone significant changes. If we fall behind other countries, we will definitely be invaded and plundered by them. Seeing no response from her, Mr. Tham continued, "The Dark Shadow Phantom is the lowest level, a dangerous zone we can currently control. As long as we can pass through the level A zone, our country will have a voice in this world." After turning off the device, Phi Phi showed her worry, silently hoping that Lam Thien would return safely. "Ah, Captain Lam." Seeing her worry, Lam Thien asked gently what's wrong. The curious girl asked, "So what mission are we on right now?" "Oh, why am I the only one going? Why aren't Kay and everyone else coming?" Since I knew Vu Tin would ask that, I quickly replied, "You four are the only ones at the Dak Duk Dung Tuyen 3 realm. I need to check if you've been lazy lately." "This is the mission detail." Lam Thien's words immediately made her tense up. "I will definitely try my best and absolutely not let Captain Lam down." Lam Thien gently reassured her. She didn't need to worry too much. This time was just a chance to train. Furthermore, Director Liu said the military department would send people to assist. After carefully reading the documents, Vu Tin loudly encouraged herself. "All right, I will do my best to contribute to Captain Lam." A moment later, the driver announced, "Captain Lam has arrived at the port." Their car has arrived at the port, and everyone quickly got out. While Vu Tin was still slowly getting out, Lam Thien was already observing the scene ahead. So Chumak arrived early and made his comment. "These monks really are getting younger." Seeing his arrival, he spoke up. "Dung Tuyen Tukan, in the current situation, can truly be considered an expert. Are you from the military department?" Then Chumak solemnly warned, "I am Chumak. I hope you two won't slow down the progress in the future." His attitude made Vu Tin uncomfortable, and he asked what he meant by that. "Do you know how capable my Captain Lam really is?" But fearing they might start fighting, Manhwa quickly stepped forward to stop them. All right, Lao Chu's words are a bit harsh. Please don't take it to heart. We are about to face the danger together." It's not good to argue now. Lun Vu, standing behind, showed indifference and spoke up. "There are enough people, let's go." Despite being looked down upon just now, Lam Thien remains calm and reassuring. "It's okay, don't mind what they said, just focus on doing your job well." Vu Tin obediently agreed. "All right, Captain Lam." After a while, they each swam down to the bottom of the ocean. Lam Thien, Vu Tin, and the soldiers are quietly swimming to the bottom of the ocean. Chumak suddenly notices something and asks, "What's pulling spiritual energy from my body?" Luan Vu's face was full of surprise. "This is the ability to corrode with the shadow attribute. Be careful." While trying to shield herself, Hoa said that if she stayed in places like this for a long time, she probably wouldn't live long. Vu Tin, swimming nearby, also couldn't help but cover her nose. "Captain Lam, I feel like vomiting. Why does the ocean smell so rotten here, even while swimming underwater?" "Lam." Thien took a deep breath, then created a wave of power to envelop both of them. "Captain Lam, don't overthink it. Stay calm and reply. I've helped block some of the shadow attribute's influence, so don't let me down." Vang, phía trục chu mok hu lan, cố tin hồn thua trong lòng. We are all so uncomfortable. That kid probably isn't scared stiff, right? Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. What? How is that possible? It turns out Chumak saw how calm and composed Lam Thien and Vu Tin were. How could they act like nothing happened? After a moment of surprise, he continued to snort. They must have used all their spiritual energy to fight against the shadow attribute. When in danger, they will surely stand there stunned and do nothing. While Chumak was still pondering malicious thoughts about others, Luan Vu had discovered something. "What is it?" "Everyone, be careful. Under the sea, a beam of light is moving as fast as lightning." As soon as he saw this scene, Chumak spoke up. "That monster is nearby." As he shouted, the shadowy monster also appeared. "It's here!" In an instant, Vu Tin hurriedly focused her power into her palm, preparing to unleash her attack. But unexpectedly, Lam Thien stepped forward to stop her from acting rashly. "Don't act yet. Observe carefully. This fish isn't the true form of the monster." His confident voice surprised Vu Tin. What? On the other side, Chumak didn't bother to think and threw a punch at the dark phantom. A magic circle immediately appeared in the middle of the sea. He smirked confidently and said, "Kid, don't just stand there like an idiot. One mistake here and you'll lose your life." Chumak's condescending attitude makes Vu Tin extremely annoyed. "You're so stupid, that's an illusion, can't you tell?" As soon as he heard that, he loudly retorted, "What illusion are you talking about, little girl?" Immediately after, Minhua's panicked voice rang out. "Thumak, watch out!" Luan Vu shouted in horror. "What's going on? Where did these tentacles come from?" As his question was just finished, the true form of the dark shadow monster appeared, and Minhua immediately sensed its terrifying power. Dung Tuyen. Ngukan turns out to be a monster from Dung Tuyen Ngukan. Luan Vu's face finally shows emotion, and he finally understands why they failed last time. Ignoring their fear, Vu Tin charged and unleashed the ice sword flame slash. Despite her disdain, Chumak still worriedly shouted, "Stupid kid, you're no match for it." She grits her teeth, raises her weapon high, silently determined. I absolutely cannot let Captain Lamb down. I have to show Captain Lamb my true strength. After freezing the nearby tentacles, Vu Tin sliced through them with a clean cut into many pieces, then let out a joyful, uncontrollable cheer. Like a child, Vu Tin turned to tell with a bright smile that needed no watering, "Captain Lam, I did it." It seems her attack has angered the shadow demon. Chumak immediately sensed something was wrong. Run away, unfortunately for him. Manhwa and Luan Vu were both knocked back, and both of them spat blood, one after the other. In the next moment, Vu Tin quickly created a snowflake shield to protect herself, but unfortunately, her frost spell was shattered by the power of the tentacle. This scene left Vu Tin stunned and hopeless. Am I going to die here? Suddenly, a blinding light radiated around, accompanied by Lam Thien's voice echoing. "Good job, so you managed to block the attack of the dark shadow monster in front of her?" Captain Lam Thien calmly advised, "Just be more careful next time, understand? Your strength amazes Manhwa and is hard to believe. That kid actually dared to block Suktu's attack. Even Luan Vu can't believe it, and wonders if his spiritual energy is of fire attribute. Why is it different from the fire attribute I know?" On the other side, Chumak also sensed something and started to speculate. How can there be such strong fire attribute spiritual energy? Could it belong to that kid? In the monster's anger, Lam Thien calmly chats with it. "During the day, you used your tentacles to hurt Lan Nguyen, so now I'll do the same to you, isn't that fair?" Immediately after, he slowly drew his sword, just as he was testing the newly acquired golden technique. Lam Thien's figure, as swift as lightning, rushed toward the dark shadow monster. He jumps down from above, raising his sword to strike. As expected, Lam Thien forcefully thrusts his sword into its body. Lam Thien's arrogance makes Chumak grit his teeth and scold him. How could Dung Tuyen Ngu Khan's body be harmed by this single bow and arrow? Ignoring his contempt, he slowly recites the spell, the Immortal Flame Incantation. The next second, the sword in Lam Thien's hand burst into flames, with the fire growing stronger, as if to burn everything around. The flames spread rapidly and engulfed the figure of the Dark Abyss Phantom. It screamed in pain as it was burned. Then suddenly, the entire body of the dark shadow monster exploded, causing a shockwave across the sky. This scene terrifies Chumak. What is happening? Despite his voice growing louder and louder, Lam Thien's face remained unchanged. What kind of power is this? Chumak's brow furrowed and then clenched his teeth. So what the commander said was true. He began to recall the conversation with the commander when Chumak shouted, "Commander, look at this guy too much. He's just a small cultivator, without resources and training from the military. How strong could he possibly be?" Commander at that time responded to him, "Chumak, I know you're proud and arrogant, but the strength of this Lam Thien cannot be underestimated." He calmly explained his point of view. "Ordinary people see us cultivators as frogs at the bottom of a well looking at the bright moon in the sky. Current cultivators at this stage see Lam Thien as just a speck of dust gazing at the sky. This Lam Thien can only attract, never oppose." Returning to the present, Chumak still couldn't believe that he was truly human with such talent. If nurtured by the army and provided with resources, what level could he reach? Then he glanced at Vu Tin again. Chumak secretly admired her. That girl must be one of his subordinates, right? Facing danger without fear, calm and composed, at such a young age reaching the third stage of courageous spring. Just a little more maturity will open up an incredibly vast future, beyond imagination. After pondering for a moment, his expression suddenly darkened. Chumak felt disappointed in himself, thinking I must be getting old. Manhwa was helping Luan Vu when she noticed his gloomy expression and curiously asked, "Old Chow, are you hurt?" He also wondered, "What are you both staring at?" And the two of them helped each other over to Chumak. He lowered his head and said, "Sorry, I was just worried about survival earlier." Luan Vu didn't blame him, gently placing his hand on his chest to comfort him. "It's fine, just invite us for a drink later." Chumak smiled and replied, "I'll go apologize first, and then we'll have a drink until we're not drunk, or we can't go home." Then he went over to Lam Thien. Chumak bowed and said, "Lam Thien, thank you for saving my life and my team. I was wrong before. You're just looking out for us too, Captain Chu. No need to mind it." He bowed again and said, "Then thank you very much." Vu Tin pinned her nose and said, "Captain Lam, Captain Chu, let's go quickly. It smells terrible here." Lam Thien nodded. "Yeah, let's go." Then everyone quickly swam to the surface. Lam Thien suddenly noticed something. Vu Tin turned around and asked, Captain Lamb, what's wrong? Then she looked down at the bottom of the sea and instructed, Everyone go ahead first, I'll check if there's anything down there. As he finished speaking, Lam Thien quickly swam back down to the ocean floor, and suddenly a shimmering light appeared, revealing 2 fairy flowers clearly before his eyes. He wondered why there were 2 spirit flowers this time. Lin Tian immediately moved closer, holding the flowers in his hand as he pondered, thinking that this time Tu Vutin and Lan Nguyen could both use this to strengthen their abilities. After grabbing it, he started swimming to the shore. Bright lights shone from a large crane at the port. Lam Thien looked around as he walked, asking, Is anyone there? A sudden voice calls out to you. Lam Thien, is that you? Loinak appears solemnly from the shadows, standing tall behind him, catching Lam Thien off guard. When did he get close to me? Why didn't I sense him at all? He slowly spoke and asked, I am Loinak, the young lady's bodyguard. This is my business card, he explained calmly. A few days ago, the young lady was busy with her mission and couldn't meet right away. If she needs help in the future, she can call this phone number. Lam Thien looked at the business card and asked, Who is the young lady you mentioned? Loinak replied, Tom Tu Len's granddaughter, Miss Tom Phi. He furrowed his brow and thought, Indeed, it was that person. I told you, among the people I know, only she could have such a top-tier protector. Then he looked back at Loinak. The strength of this Loinak, I couldn't see through it. Could he be a martial artist at the Iron Vein stage? Lam Thien asked curiously, What are you here to find me for? And where is my friend? He replied seriously. Tu Vutin was taken home by a private car, while Chumak and the others were picked up by military vehicles, followed by a luxurious car behind Loinak. He pointed there and explained, I am here waiting for you because the commander wants to see you. Lam Thien couldn't believe his ears and immediately asked again, Commander, the commander of the military department? Loinak replied, Yes, the commander wants to speak with you. Please follow me. And then he stepped forward to open the door for Lam Thien and politely invited him in. After you entered the vehicle, Lam Thien curiously asked, Are you Marshal Tam? Mr. Tam greeted him warmly. Young man, you are Lam Thien, right? My granddaughter has been talking about you nonstop in front of me these past few days. Sit down. You sit in the chair opposite Commander Tam. He started to tell a story. I heard my niece say that you sealed heavenly fire within your body. Lam Thien then replied, Yes, indeed. Mr. Tam sighed in admiration. Truly living up to the reputation of a world where spiritual energy recovers, anything can happen. He continued to praise, saying that without the support of the military and the nation, a strong warrior like you could still emerge. Really is the luck of our country. I shyly scratched my face and replied, Commander Tam is too kind, I am just lucky. Mr. Tam suddenly smiled, stroked his chin, and said, Good, humble but not weak, calm but not arrogant. Indeed, you are the young man my niece has her eye on. After exchanging a few words, he then became serious and got to the main point. Lam Thien, right now the world is changing rapidly, and anomalies are becoming more common, which for ordinary people who haven't adapted yet will be a disaster. He was silent for a moment before replying, Commander Tom, rest assured, if I encounter any anomalies that threaten civilians, I will definitely not stand by and watch. Mr. Tam continued explaining, I'm not telling you this to impose constraints or morals, only to hope you can quickly improve your strength. He told Lam Thien that among all spiritual energies, the dark attribute is the most troublesome. Because the dark attribute can cause all living beings to corrode and turn into mindless monsters, Mr. Tam's expression grew increasingly somber. Your lightning attribute, spiritual energy, is the best counter to the dark attribute. You must grow quickly for yourself and for this country. Yes, Commander Tham, rest assured I will do my best to cultivate. He handed him a phone. It's a military special device that can't be bugged. If you need help with anything, you can call me directly. Lam Thien happily accepted with both hands. Thank you, Commander Tham. Actually, I do have something I'd like to ask for your help in solving. Mr. Tham was surprised. What happened? Tell me, just try to explain. I slowly drew the sword and explained, It's like this. This is the weapon I asked Director Liu to get for me. When the sword was drawn, more cracks appeared on it. Lam Thien continued to explain, I thought this sword could withstand my spiritual energy. But after Mr. Tham saw it, he immediately looked surprised. I remember, this sword is Liu's most treasured treasure, but it's broken like this. How strong is the spiritual energy in this kid's body anyway? Then Master Shen calmly replied, I will handle this, and in a few days I will have someone bring you a sturdier sword to test. Lam Thien happily said thank you. Commander Tham. The conversation ended, and he stepped out of the car, the crescent moon shining brightly across the sky. Lam Thien watched the departing car, realizing he couldn't afford to be careless, even for a moment. Suddenly, His phone rang again. Someone was calling him. Hello, Director Liu. What's the matter? Liu En's panicked voice reached him. Lam Thien, Lan Nguyen is in serious trouble. He hurriedly asked what happened. On the other end of Liu An's call, Lan Nguyen was lying on the hospital bed, receiving emergency resuscitation from the doctors. One doctor anxiously said her heart was slowing down, and others responded, I know. No need to say. We must find a way to extract all the dark spiritual energy from her body. Another conflict erupts in the emergency room. A doctor protests, no, she is still unconscious. Forcing out the spiritual energy could cause the remaining energy to rebel, and the others panic. So what should we do? Should we just stand here and wait for her to die? Liu An sat lost in thought outside, tormenting himself with guilt, saying, It's all my fault. Lam Thien's voice immediately reached him. Director Liu, I'm here. Liu An breathes a sigh of relief. Lam Thien, you finally arrived. You hurriedly asked about what was happening. How is Ling Yui doing now? Wasn't everything still fine when I left? Why suddenly? He asked suddenly. Do you know the properties of dark aura? Dark energy can cause creatures to lose their senses. Could that be it? Liu Ying nodded and explained. Yes, Lan Nguyen has been a very resilient girl since she was young. After being saved by you, she started doubting her own abilities, so she didn't discuss with you and went on the mission alone. He sadly said, if I had known earlier, I would have let her take you along before assigning the task to both of you. Immediately, he thought, System, appear quickly. Is there a way to save Lan Nguyen? The system's voice responded, Please touch Lan Nguyen's body within 3 minutes. The system will assist the host in checking the treatment methods for her. Lin Tian quickly opened the door to the hospital room. I understand, I'll go right away. Who are you? Nurse, get him out now. We're busy saving lives. Lam Thien approaches Lan Nguyen, directly pushes the doctor away, and if he can't cure her, he shouldn't act like he can. Lam Thien begins to touch her hand. The system must save her. The system sound immediately rang out, starting the check. The doctors in the room were all very angry, taking turns scolding him. Where did this rude kid come from? Let go of me now. Are you watching too many online dramas and losing your mind? Do you think you can cure illnesses just by checking the pulse? Get out quickly and don't interfere with Dr. Lan's treatment. Otherwise, Director Liu will blame you later, and you won't be able to handle it. Everyone was panicking. Dr. Liu shouted, and the security outside asked who allowed that kid to come in here. Liu En stepped in and replied, What's wrong with Dr. Luke? He immediately stepped aside in fear. Liu, Director Liu, I didn't mean it. It's just that now, Kolan's wound. He sighed and silently accepted the consequences, letting Lam Thien try. If he also couldn't find a way, then Ling's death was caused by this old man. Dr. Liu turned to look at Lam Thien, wondering to himself what background this kid had that could make Director Liu say such things. The system display shows 62% and gradually increases to 84%. Soon after, your system produced the result. Treatment option 1. Crush the flower spirit and turn it into powder for the patient to swallow, disrupting the balance between Ipshis attribute spiritual energy and dark attribute spiritual energy in the body. Second, transfer the lightning attribute energy from the subject's body into Lan Nguyen's body to guide the lightning energy and eliminate the dark attribute energy. Step 3. Gradually harmonize the lightning and ice spiritual energies within Lan Nguyen's body and slowly draw out the lightning energy. Step 4. The entire treatment is expected to take 3 hours. Throughout the process, the subject must stay in contact with Lan Nguyen. Lam Thien quickly turned and announced, Liu, Director, I have a way to save Lan Nguyen, but everyone needs to step back a little. Dr. Liu shouted, Why step back? Is there anything wrong with others seeing the healing process? The body immediately emitted a powerful lightning energy. Lam Thien coldly replied, Because in this state, I can only ensure Lan Nguyen's safety but not yours. Do you understand? Liu An requested. Everyone follow what Lin Thien said. He obediently replied, Yes. The room quickly returned to silence as Lam Thien began grinding the spirit flower into a fine powder. The refined flower powder was mixed into water by him, then he helped Lan Nguyen sit up and slowly handed it to her to drink. As soon as she drank that medicine, Lan Nguyen suddenly reacted violently, her body convulsing fiercely. Lam Thien channeled his spiritual energy into her, reassuring her, Don't worry, I will definitely bring you back to life. A few hours later, the warm sunlight shines through the curtain hanging over the window, and Lan Nguyen slowly opens her eyes, surprised. Lam Thien. He sighed in relief and said, Finally, you're awake. Lam Thien softly reminds her, Don't be reckless like that again. Lang Nguyen vaguely asks, Was it you who saved me? He yawned and covered his mouth, looking very tired. Lam Thien replied, Yeah, luckily I found those 2 spirit lotus flowers at the bottom of the sea, or I wouldn't know how to save you. Are you feeling like I'm holding you back? Lam Thien wondered. Why would she think that? You use praise to comfort and persuade Lan Nuit, who is a powerful cultivator at the threefold courageous spring level. At this stage, almost unbeatable in the world, she disappointedly replied, "But I am still weaker than you." Lam Thien comforted her with an indifferent expression. "Don't be so stubborn. It's not that you're too weak, but that I'm too strong. Have you ever seen anyone second to me in strength?" Lan Nuit lowered her head in thought. Yes, before meeting him, I had almost never faced an opponent as satisfying as this. Even Director Liu, I'm confident I can surpass him within 5 years. He gave a few instructions and then turned to leave. "If you're okay now, I'll go rest first. I was busy all night and couldn't sleep at all. We'll meet in the forest outside the city early the day after tomorrow for your recovery training, so don't be late." The scene shifts to a vast, lush green forest where the fierce demon beast charges forward. Lan Nuit immediately kicked it, causing the demon beast to cry out in pain. Lam Thien stands outside watching. I already told her she's very strong. He continued explaining that this mutated wolf still has the peak strength of the 3rd stage of the Brave Pool, yet she easily kicked it away. Her current strength must have already reached the 4th stage of the Brave Pool. Lan Nuit turned away and said, "I don't need you to comfort me." "I know my own level," Lam Thien helplessly replied. "All right, the recovery training is almost done. We should also." A loud noise suddenly rang out, interrupting your words. Both of them were startled and immediately on alert. She was curious. A blast. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out, detecting extremely strong, dark attribute spiritual energy. "Master, please be careful. This isn't just a simple explosion. Deep in the forest, the dark attribute spiritual energy is raging. Lan Nuit can't believe her ears." "What?" Also in that forest, a group of people are setting up tents to rest. Kwang Vu puts his hand on Hyodong's shoulder and says, "Hyodong, later I'll catch a big fish and grill a huge skewer for you." But she pretended to be disgusted and brushed him off, saying, "I don't want your skewered fish." And then she went over to the busy girl in front to offer to help Xiao Shui set up the tent and witness their scene. Kwang Vu's friend approached to tease. "Is Kwang An upset with Hyodong?" He frowned slightly, explaining irritably, "A few days ago, I saw a beautiful girl, so I pouted." His friends clueless and just laughed and joked around. Later, if Kwang An wants to flirt with any girl, he can do it secretly in front of Hyodong. But Nam's father is always Kwang Vu's father, so he quickly joined the discussion with him. You have no idea how hot she was that day. Hearing that, his friend was also a bit curious and intrigued. So, there's actually a girl who can make Kwang so captivated? I must find a chance to meet her someday. As soon as he finished speaking, a sudden hand pinched his ear. He won't have it tomorrow. That hand belongs to Xiao Tiet. She pinched his ear and dragged him away from the inappropriate conversation, scolding him, "Hurry up and set up the tent for this lady." "Xiaoshu, I was just joking. I know you love me very much." Seeing them so affectionate, Kwang Vu felt a bit dissatisfied and turned to leave. "Forget it, let's first gather some firewood." Then he went deeper into the forest to collect wood to bring back. On the way back, he suddenly discovered something. It was a dark spiritual treasure blooming on the ground. Kwang Vu was a bit puzzled when he saw it for the first time. What is this? At that moment, he suddenly remembered some news he had seen before. The latest news from the United Nations Council states that Earth has officially entered a new era of global spiritual energy revival. And according to spiritual energy experts, opportunities are now everywhere around the world. Because he kept recalling those words and gazing at the flower for so long, his eyes seemed to be hypnotized. Then he remembered Fai Fi's passionate figure rushing at him, shouting loudly, "This is my power! The power to become a king!" "This is a gift from heaven. Lin Tian, I will definitely crush you under my feet." Kwang Vu ate casually and said, "I will make you a stray dog in front of that woman, just like you did in front of Hyodong." While eating, his body suddenly became stiff. Then came his frantic scream as a surge of power suddenly erupted. This surge of power distorts Kwang Vu's face with bulging veins and a twisted smile, as he laughs loudly. This feeling of power is truly incredible. Just as he was in high spirits, a cry for help reached his ears. "Save me!" Huidong's group is now surrounded by mutated wolves, and just as one rushes forward, Kwang Vu flies in to give it a kick. "Are you okay?" Huidong hurriedly shouted, "Be careful, Kwang Vu. This is a pack of wolves." With his confident strength, he easily kills each wolf to keep everyone safe. These wolves are just like ants in front of me. Seeing his demeanor, she was a bit surprised and wondered what was happening. Why did Kwang Vu suddenly become so powerful? Is this still a strength that a human can achieve? Wow. So Kwang An has become the so-called spiritual energy cultivator that the media mentioned, right? What? So this is a cultivator, I didn't expect cultivators to have such terrifying power. Realizing this, she lightly bit her lip and made a calculated decision. Such a strong man must belong to Hui Dong Toi. At the same time, in a very quiet part of the forest, Lin Tian led the way and warned, "Be careful, we are getting closer to that dark attribute spiritual energy stream." Ling Yue nodded softly in response. "I can feel it too." He sensed something unusual and shouted, "Wait a moment!" Then he and she quickly leapt onto the nearby branch. As soon as they jumped onto the tree, a pack of mutated wolves appeared below. Seeing their unusual behavior, Lan Wheat wondered in confusion, "What's going on? Have these mutated wolves encountered something?" One of the wolves is injured, and a strange black smoke is emanating from it. Seeing the wound, Lam Thien frowned slightly and muttered, "That's caused by dark attribute spiritual energy." Noticing the situation seems tense, she turned to ask him for his opinion. "Do we need to report to Director Liu?" His face looked serious and focused. "First, let's investigate the situation thoroughly, or Director Liu will still send someone over." Suddenly, he gathered strength into his legs and leapt into the air. But earlier, Lam Thien descended onto the wolf formation and said, "I promised Commander Tam that I can't let you invade the city openly." Then he raised his hand, gathering a large amount of power, and shouted, "Die!" The power sphere you unleashed swept over all the wolves in one strike, clearing them all out. After finishing them off, you signaled to Lan Nuit. "Let's go." The two of them continued moving forward. Lam Thien looked at the scene in front of him and shouted, "This is her." Quickly looking around, she added, "There are people camping here? Taking advantage of your distraction, Kwang Vu suddenly appeared from behind and ambushed you." Luckily, Lan Nguit quickly raised her shield to block the attack. "Be careful!" Seeing her protect him, he felt a bit jealous. This girl is pretty and also as strong as the girl from before. Damn it! How does that kid Lam Thien know so many beautiful girls? Kwang Vu withdrew his hand, put it in his pocket, and stepped down to invite her. "Little sister, your martial arts are quite good. I'll buy you a drink later." "Who are you? Why did you attack Lam Thien?" He answered honestly, without hiding anything. "Because I hold a grudge against him, I had to teach him a lesson." She looked down on him with contempt, refusing to believe and rebut the lesson. "If I hadn't discovered it in time, Bao Bao might have been in danger. Your attack was more than just a lesson." As soon as she finished speaking, he immediately stepped forward with a grim face to ask, "Kwang Vu, you swallowed the black aura treasure spirit and became a cultivator, right?" Hearing that, Lan Nguyen's face changed and she exclaimed, "What?" He confidently laughed out loud and replied, "Yes, I have now become a powerful cultivator." Upon hearing his affirmation, Lam Thien continued, "So you just drove away the wolves earlier, right? Do you know how many innocent people would be killed if those wolves invaded the city?" Kwang Vu paid no mind and calmly replied, "I have become a cultivator and don't care about the lives of those scum." Hearing his dismissive words, Lan Nguyen, furious, said, "Lam Thien is so calm, stopping you from confronting him directly. There's no need to talk to him anymore. What he needs now is a punch, not a lesson." Seeing your confidence, he chuckled with pleasure. "Very well, Lam Thien. You're no longer cowardly. Let me show you what it means to be a cultivator." Kwang Vu unleashes his power more and more fiercely, laughing maniacally as it echoes throughout the forest. Lam Thien also assumed a stance, ready to unleash his power and face him. Seeing this immense strength, he silently assessed in his mind that based on the level of spiritual energy, it was probably the power at the Dung Tuyen second stage. Indeed, in a world where spiritual energy has recovered, even a single fruit can enable great progress. Just as you were lost in thought, he charged at you from behind with speed and strength. Lam Thien quickly reacted and used his hand to block this kick from him. Kwang Vu, facing a worthy opponent, cheerfully praised, "Not bad, it seems you also have some strength," while giving him a look that conveyed a teasing challenge. "Is this all the strength you have?" Disrespected like this, he shouted angrily, "Die!" Then he kept throwing punches at Lam Thien, but all were blocked by him. Kwang Vu continued punching in anger, shouting loudly, "How is that possible?" "You can still withstand all my attacks," he calmly said, casually adding, "You're too weak, Kwang Vu." Lam Thien was ready to counter with contemptuous mockery. "If you weren't a cultivator, meeting me would be like seeing the moon in summer. You just threw that punch right into his face. If you were a cultivator, meeting me would be like a speck of dust flying in the clear sky." He was knocked to the ground by your punch and secretly muttered in disbelief, "How is this possible?" Hu Dong and the others, seeing him defeated, shouted in panic, "Brother Kwang, are you okay?" Inside, Hu Dong was feeling shaken and he wondered, when did Lam Thien become so powerful? Will I be able to defeat Kwang Vu? Damn it! If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have gone up to face Lam Thien so soon. After defeating the opponent, he descended to where Lan Nguyen Bao was and brought them all in for a thorough interrogation to see if anyone else had any opportunities. She quickly took out her communication device and responded to him. "All right, I will inform Director Liu to block this mountain immediately." On the other side, Kwang Vu was filled with admiration and curses in his mind. I actually lost to Lam Tien. That bastard is really disgusting. Impossible. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed in his mind. "Do you desire power? Do you desire power?" As the voice finished, the surroundings around him suddenly changed, and in front of Kwang Vu was a strange shadow sitting on a throne-like seat. Yes, that shadow seems like the demon king from stories. He is the Dark Sovereign. Kwang Vu immediately hesitated and begged him. "I want power. I want unbeatable strength. As long as I can crush Lin Tian, I am willing to pay any price." The Dark Lord didn't say much and shot a beam of energy from his finger towards him. The beam of energy shot straight into Kwang Vu's forehead. His eyes gradually turned white, and his face was full of veins. After a moment, he felt the surge of power flowing through his body and exclaimed with satisfaction, "Power, this is the power I wanted. This feeling is amazing." Back in the real world, Lan Nguyen, still unaware of everything, approached them and said, "All right, follow me to the Cultivator Association for an explanation." As she finished speaking, Kwang Vu also began to unleash the newfound power within him. Lam Tien quickly ran to shield her, shouting, "Watch out!" The enormous dark power grew more intense, engulfing Kwang Vu entirely. The flowers in the area affected by that dark power wither one after another. Even his friend's name is overwhelmed by that dark power as he screams in fear. "What's wrong, Brother Kwang?" Xiaoti and Shudong, full of fear, begged, I don't want to die." Lam Tien and Lan Nguyen, luckily standing far from him, were unaffected. He sincerely marveled at the scene before him. Indeed, Commander Shen's words are right. Only she doesn't understand the situation and is panicking. What exactly is happening? The dark energy enveloping Kwang Wu rises into the sky, emitting a strange voice. Finally, the Dark Lord appears from within, casually saying, "I have returned once again to this wonderful world." Seeing him, Lan Nguyen suddenly becomes alert and a bit confused. What is going on? He managed to break through from the second stage of the Brave Spring to the fourth stage in one go. Lam Tien cautioned carefully, "Watch out. That's definitely no longer the person you knew." At this moment, the system's steady voice sounded, detecting a level 1 shadow-type monster, the Dark Lord. Immediately afterward, the system panel displayed a notification of a mission, issuing a temporary task to defeat the Dark Lord with a reward of a new spiritual energy, a tribute pill. Feeling a bit anxious upon accepting the mission, I had never seen a monster like this in my entire life and wondered what kinds of attacks it might have. While he was still devising a plan, the Dark Lord looked at his body and sneered. "The flesh of these humans is so weak, they can't help me form a complete body. These two humans have very strong spiritual energy. If I can slip past them, my power will recover significantly." Then he decided to let the weaker girl be the first to be swallowed before attacking her. Each arrow he shot aimed directly at Lan Nguyen as he charged forward, and Lam Tien's eyes immediately flashed. He leapt in front of her, using his strength to strike down and destroy the arrow. Seeing his reaction, the Dark Lord commander slightly admired and said, "Oh, not bad. The young man is quite skillful and able to attack me." He didn't answer his question, but asked back, "What exactly are you? Where is Kwang Vu?" He arrogantly dismisses and says, "You haven't introduced yourself, so I know who I am. Humans just need to obey me or die." Seeing how confident he looks, your expression gradually turns dangerous. It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't learn to speak more politely. Hearing Lam Tien speak, the Dark Lord of Darkness laughed out loud, finding it amusing. Truly an interesting human, daring to think they can teach me a lesson. He doesn't waste words and activates the dark space to fight, letting you experience the ultimate darkness and see how terrifying it can be. That dark space immediately rushes toward you, surrounding you as if to swallow you whole. Lan Nguyen hurriedly shouted in panic, "Lam Tien, run quickly toward the space orb holding you." When she reached beneath the dark space, she used her power to attack it. That burst of power concentrated on the sphere, aiming to destroy it and set him free, but it was of no use. The Dark Lord stands watching her, futilely trying and failing, mocking her helplessness. With this level of attack, there's no way it will break. Stop resisting and just surrender so I can swallow you whole. Suddenly, at the spot where Lan Nguyen attacked, a powerful hand reached out from the tear, just torn there. Seeing that arm, the Dark Lord widened his eyes in shock, followed by continuous slashes appearing across the dark space. Then a tearing sound echoed as the dark space was shattered. Lam Tien appeared unscathed from within, mockingly saying, You really went all out, huh? Even though the dark space was shattered, he remained fearless and unshaken. Do you think breaking the dark space's seal alone is enough to fight me? Lan Nguyen hurriedly suggested. Lam Thien, let's team up against him, but you immediately refused her offer. No need, stay here and don't move. I want to see how far my full strength can go. Hearing that, Lan Nguyen was a bit stunned and confused. Full strength? What do you mean? Without saying a word, you immediately unleash all your power in response. That's the idea. Immediately after, he charged straight at the Dark Lord to attack. Because of your speed, he couldn't react and could only watch your hand reach out in front of him, followed by a massive surge of power like a pillar of ancient stone striking the Dark Lord. Following this beam of light was a massive explosion that shook the entire ground. The Dark Lord, buried under the debris after the blast, lamented in frustration, "I never thought I would be brought down by a weak human." Lam Thien shot him a deadly look and asked, "Are you scared?" This made him furious, and he shouted with all his might, "Miserable human, how dare you look down on me, seek death!" He launched an attack at him, shouting, "Die!" And Lam Thien showed no sign of dodging as he watched the attack approach. As it charged closer, you unleashed a burst of wind and fire to block it. Seeing this, the Dark Lord seemed incredulous, grinding his teeth. No way! He managed to block it without taking any damage. Seeing his expression, you enjoy mocking him. Are you scared right now? It seems you can't force me to use all my strength, which really disappoints me. Just as you said, he was a bit scared and shrank back. This guy is not an ordinary person. His strength is even greater than mine right now. Thinking quickly, he hurriedly turned around to find a way to escape. No, I absolutely cannot die here. I have to swallow more humans, gain even greater power, then kill him to take revenge. Seeing him try to escape, you narrow your eyes slightly and emit a bolt of lightning, saying, "Did I let you go?" As he finished speaking, a massive bolt of lightning suddenly struck him directly, causing him to scream in pain. He seemed unable to endure any longer and transformed into a bat to escape, despite his body being shattered. Watching the falling creature fly away, you softly clicked your tongue and muttered, "Is survival worth sacrificing most of your body?" The battle is over. Lung Nguyen saw you land and hurried over to ask Han, "Lam Thien, are you okay?" You, completely exhausted and without a hint of strength, replied, "I'm fine. But that dark monster has already partially escaped, so I must contact Director Liu immediately." She quickly agreed. The scene gradually shifts to a big city under a gloomy sky, with the sound of weather alerts echoing steadily. Due to the cold air, our city will experience heavy rain this afternoon. The meteorological agency has issued a red alert for heavy rain. Everyone should try to stay indoors. In addition to the weather forecast sounds, there are also TV commercial noises. Everyone, I'm telling you the truth. Something big is definitely going to happen this afternoon. Soon I'll show you my lightning strike stunt. At the same time, on a deserted street, a passing girl was complaining angrily. What the heck? Clearly it's all his fault. I told him clearly I was going out today. Why not just go because of the rain? As she frowned, suddenly a strange noise came from nearby. A passerby, frightened, turned around and shouted, "Who?" Only then did she realize she was lost and looked around in confusion. "Hey, where am I?" Taking the opportunity, the dark creature immediately charged toward her. Just as it lunged to attack her, a bolt of lightning struck from somewhere and destroyed the dark creature, followed by a familiar voice. "Aren't you getting any news today?" Lin Thien watched the dark creatures flying confidently in the sky, advising passers-by, "Go home immediately. It's very dangerous outside right now. The weather hasn't improved. Don't go out until there's an announcement." But she seems to ignore it and is still captivated by his looks. He's so handsome. He's so handsome. Ignoring her, he puts his hand in his pocket to take out his phone. "Lan Nguyen, what's the situation?" The dark creature that escaped is even harder to deal with than we thought. That dark creature seems to have split into countless fallen beings, starting to attack everyone in the city chaotically. These small fallen beings rely on swallowing spiritual energy within people's bodies to continuously evolve themselves. Among the fallen creatures, one has reached the strengthening pool second realm, and their consumption has not stopped. Hearing her report, he slightly tensed, secretly thinking these bats want to turn all the city's residents into energy sources for evolution. If these bats all evolve to the nourishing spring third realm and then merge into that dark creature, I'm afraid even I will have trouble dealing with it. Then, I must find a way to eliminate them before something happens above the sky. There is another dark creature different from the others, that is the Dark Lord. He carefully observes the city shrouded in his hazy purple clouds, and only one thought runs through his mind. If he burns everyone in the city, he can restore his peak power. By then, I will make sure that humanity pays the price. I must torment him terribly, making him wish he were dead. Below the ground, on the highway, a convoy of vehicles is moving forward in a line, carrying soldiers and modern weapons. At the same time, somewhere else, graceful hands typed rapidly on the keyboard, creating a pounding sound. On the computer screen, a news update appeared with the recent post about a giant vampire crashing into my window. Following that post, a series of fiery comments flooded in. Is this the end of the world? I saw a blood-drinking mutant fly turn into a dried corpse, and I just saw a giant saving me with something pounding on my burglar-proof door. I'm too scared to go see. If that little brother comes to save me, I swear I'll give myself up. Too tired of the flood of information online. A single click to delete multiple posts has been executed. Fifi annoyed, trying to control the information and prevent it from spreading further, complaining tiredly. Why can't you all just stay quietly at home? And here are still some posts causing panic and fear. Do you really think the dark-type monsters aren't strong enough? She couldn't take it anymore and shouted in anger, making the people behind her scared. Can't they just cut off their internet? With tens of millions of people posting, how can we delete them all with our few tens of thousands of troops? Loy Nok gently reminded with some helplessness. Miss, if the internet is really cut off, their panic might become even worse. Hearing this, she pouted and turned to reply, I know that I was just complaining a little, I might as well die. Loy Nok, has the army still not been able to break in? It's been half an hour and you're checking the reports on your tablet. All roads into Tianhai City are blocked by Dung Tuyen Tam Can floodwaters, so there's no way in soon. Please, young lady, stay calm. Fifi seemed to relax her worries and whispered to herself, Lam Thien, you must not have any accidents. At that very moment, the scene shifted to a tall building. Lam Thien and Lan Nguyen slowly entered the building. Seeing the two of them, Vu Tin hurriedly called out, Captain Lam!
Tianfang also happily called out, Big brother, go over and ask them if everyone is okay. Vu Tin quickly responded. At that time, my sister Kai and I were practicing at my villa. It wasn't until Director Liu called that we realized the mutation had occurred. Boss, when the anomaly happened, I was having barbecue with my younger brother. At that moment, a mutated bird swooped in to attack him. I punched and killed the bird, then casually used it to make a big hole and grilled it with my younger brother. Lam Thien was a bit at a loss for this action, so he reminded him to just avoid stomach pain. After greeting everyone, Liu Ying sat at the head of the table and said, Lam Thien, now that you're here, we can start a video call with the military department. You didn't say much, so I just agreed with him. Then he opened the communication screen and said, Mr. Tam, we're ready on our side. The large screen behind immediately displays General Tam's image, since everyone in the Spirit Energy Association is present. So let's start discussing the rescue plan for Tianhai City. Currently, the two main highways in the east and west leading into and out of Tianhai City are blocked by a large number of falling mutants. At the central square in the southeast, Tianhai City is experiencing massive energy reaction. Based on the guess, it's very likely that this is the true form controlling these mutated falls. Hearing his words, Lam Thien briefly pondered and silently repeated, A central square? You look a bit nervous and wonder, why does Li Kai seem to be acting strange? The commander-in-chief continued speaking casually, saying we plan to force a breakthrough from the East Highway to create an escape route, then lead the people in the central square to evacuate, followed by using heavy firepower to suppress them. To evacuate the people more quickly, we need the support of the Spirit Energy Association to help us access the central square from another route and carry out the evacuation first. According to the analysis department's calculations, this entire combat plan must be completed within 50 minutes, or the creature in the central square will evolve into an entity we cannot handle. After finishing his presentation, he immediately asked them, Do you have any other questions? Li Kai at this moment stood up, hesitating before asking his question. Commander Tum, if the army cannot arrive at the central square in time, will the countdown be delayed? He responded immediately without hesitation. No. At the designated time, all firepower will be concentrated on the target to ensure that the mutated creature cannot evolve to a level we cannot handle. Hearing that, she immediately became angry and slammed the table in protest. How can they do that? So isn't that basically risking the lives of the people in the central square? But his next rebuttal made her hesitate. If that dark monster successfully evolves, not only the people in the central square will die, but the entire Tianhai City and even the whole Donghai province will be destroyed. Li Qi trembled slightly, unable to speak clearly, stammering. But Commander Tam didn't let her say more and quickly interrupted to question her. There is someone important to her in the central square, isn't there? Caught by his guess, she could only tremble and stand still, bowing her head and biting her lip as she replied, My family all live near the central square. Hearing her answer, the entire space suddenly fell silent. Vu Tin carefully helped Lai Qi sit down and comforted her. Don't worry, Kai. I will definitely help you save your family. A few days ago, Captain Lam trained me specially, and my strength has improved a lot. Tianfeng also stood up confidently and assuredly said, I will call my siblings now and ask them to drive here, the commander-in-chief reluctantly ordered. Officer Li Kai, if that's the case, I guess you'll have to withdraw from this operation.
Why? He remained unwavering and straightforward in his criticism. An emotionally driven soldier will surely affect the effectiveness of completing the mission. When you arrived at the central square, wasn't your first thought about your parents? Director Liu, to ensure the mission's success, please confirm the personnel arrangements. As Liu Ying hesitated awkwardly, someone suddenly spoke up to stop her. Wait, that person was Lin Tian. You're not holding back and are openly challenging Commander Shen. There's a critical flaw in your plan. Hearing this, he feels a bit uncomfortable. What's going on? You lightly shake your finger and point, saying, your bomb can't do any damage to that monster. Hearing that, Liu Ying and the others in the classroom were a bit surprised and exclaimed, What? Caught in your gaze, Commander Tam slightly furrowed his brow and asked, Why do you know about this? Because not long ago, I just wounded that monster badly. Tham Tu Lei, I think your plan can't be carried out. Let's follow mine instead, he asked cautiously with some curiosity. What is your plan? He put his hands in his pockets and slowly stood up to outline his plan. You told someone to bring the weapons I mentioned to you a few days ago, and I will cut down that dark-type monster. What do you think? At this moment, a girl stands in front of the dark tunnel leading into the city center, her watch ticking as she waits for the command from the command center.
Fifi tightened the straps wearing the box on her back and said, Lead Zheng Yi and the armed soldiers into the tunnel. For the people of Tianhai City, I must get this into Lin Tian's hands.
At this moment, an order comes through the earpiece. All troops move out and carry out the mission to suppress the anomaly in Tianhai City. From the command center, a specific order was issued, with the operation route starting from the eastern highway entrance of Tianhai City and ending at the city's People's Square. The commander clasped his hands together, speaking clearly and steadily, stating that the mission was to escort and transport weapons. The combatants will be divided into 5 small teams, and no matter the cost, they must ensure the weapons are safely delivered to the People's Square. His eyes shone with determination for the people. On Fifi's side and the other teams, everyone received their orders and began to move out. Dong Than responded for the people. Inside the highway tunnel leading to the city center, thousands of insects swarm out. The soldiers quickly attack the swarm with modern guns. However, the overwhelming number of falling creatures is starting to overpower them. Not long after entering, some have already been bitten and injured. Screams echo loudly through the dark tunnel. Fifi is also covered in cuts all over her body. She leads the group to break through. Everyone, follow me and charge forward. As a soldier, she also refuses to accept her fate. Her eyes are filled with seriousness. She thought to herself, I must survive. In the city of Tianhai, debris falling from the sky, they forcefully break the glass to attack and absorb the spiritual energy of the living trapped inside. But before they could breach the city walls, a lightning bolt as thick as a pillar struck and set them on fire. The one who acted was Lam Tian. You just acted and muttered to yourself, I should have been harsher in the forest from the start. Wu Tin and Lan Nguyen are right behind, chasing closely. Captain Lam, wait for us. There are countless fallen inside the city, and we can't fight them all off. They keep rushing to attack the 2 girls. Done? They are not easy to bully. Wu Tin used water dragon technique. Lan Nguyen coordinated skillfully with the ice blade, and together they successfully drove away a tough group of ROI. The swarm of bats shattered into pieces of ice on the ground. Seeing countless bats still undefeated, Lan Nguyen's face turned pale with worry. Damn it! How many of these things does Tianhai still have? Wu Tin also feels uneasy. I can sense these fallen are reproducing by absorbing spiritual energy. Lan Nguyen thought of a terrifying possibility that if the thing covering the sky wasn't dark clouds, then the number of bats would be an uncountable number. Wu Tin agreed with her, wondering how powerful these fallen creatures could become if they merged into one. While the 2 women were worried, Lin Tian appeared behind them and reassured them. Don't worry, that thing in the forest couldn't beat me, and it won't be able to win outside either. What you should focus on now is getting to the People's Square and meeting up with Shen Fei Fei and everyone else. As for Pippi, everyone has already crossed the highway tunnel leading into the city. Everyone was exhausted and panting, each with wounds of varying severity, while the sound of voices echoed amid the dense falling feathers in the sky. Cousin is mine, and you are Kwang Vu? His eyes are unusual, clearly no longer the Kwang Vu that everyone knew. He smiled cunningly. We've met again. Beautiful girl. Fifi frowns in displeasure. So it's you again, second brother. Kwang Vu, looking unusual, she speaks up to question him. Are the chaos in Tianhai City caused by you? Do you know how many innocent people have already died? Kwang Vu didn't care at all, he just tilted his ear, unaware and indifferent. Anyway, those scum didn't deserve to live. And I must say, turning them into my nourishment is a kind of glory. Fifi was furious and immediately kicked him in the head. You bastard! But her kick had no real force, and instead she felt pain in her leg. Fifi was surprised and panicked. What's going on? Kwang Vu's entire body radiated dark energy, his smile growing even deeper. Beautiful lady, for spiritual energy cultivators like you, we are no different from alcoholics seeing their drink. He gathers dark energy and kindly explains that if you don't risk everything to break the encirclement, even if I swallow everyone in the Thean High City, I can only recover half of my peak strength. But now, just by swallowing you, I can return to my prime. Fifi was startled and stepped back, but because she was too close to him, she was controlled. Kwang Vu's laughter echoed in her ears, like that obedient little boy becoming my nourishment. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a sharp ice pillar appeared, blocking Kwang Vu from Fifi and saving her from the dark energy's control. Loinak stepped forward with a sharp gaze full of displeasure. Since our young lady doesn't like you much, there's no other choice but to send you to hell. Fifi was surprised by Loinak's boldness. Kwang Vu radiated even more dark energy, happily assessing Loinak. Dung Tuyen at the 4th level? No, your spiritual energy concentration has already reached the 5th realm of the Spirit Spring stage. He is excited. As long as he swallows you, he can not only restore his peak, but also evolve to a higher level. Loinak turned to advise PP and said, Miss, you should take the people to meet Lam Thien. I'll handle this place. She knew staying would only hold him back, so she followed the advice and led her people away, even reminding him to be careful as she left. Seeing the beautiful prey walk away right before his eyes, Kwang Vu was displeased and chased after her. Where could he run? But Loinak had built an ice wall to block his path. He clenched his jaw, frustration clearly visible in his eyes. You won't get away either. He successfully led the others away. They didn't face a monster like Kwang Vu, but the falling creatures are not easy to deal with, and their guns never stopped firing. The annoying swarm of rifts is constantly taking advantage of openings to swoop down and bite people. Fifi grits her teeth and curses silently. Damn it, there are really too many of these rifts. She kept aiming her gun and suddenly made a discovery. Damn it, these I have evolved normal bullets can no longer hurt them. The group fights and runs at the same time, and Fifi is worried sick. She wonders if she can really deliver this thing. Even if she makes it, can the Lamthean family succeed in reaching the Great Fall? She grits her teeth and steels herself. No, she must stop thinking like that immediately. They must be able to do it. I can't let my faith waver. As Fifi broke through the encirclement of the falling group, a bird chased after her from behind. It opened its mouth with sharp fangs, ready to enjoy a delicious meal. Before it could reach its target, it was struck by countless lightning bolts and the smell of blood spread through the air. Lamthean appears, summoning lightning to turn around, looking incredibly cool. Finally found her. Fifi happily looks at him. Lamthean pats her head gently and soothingly, saying, It's okay, I'm here now. No need to be afraid. Have you brought the stuff? Fifi takes the box off her back and hands it to him. This is what my grandfather told me to bring, but it's so heavy. What exactly is this? Holding the box in her hand, Lamthean was surprised that she didn't know what was inside. Didn't Commander Tom tell her? No, my grandfather only said it's a very powerful weapon, but I don't know exactly what it is. Seeing the cold weapon, Fifi asked, Does this sword have any killing power? Lamthean, pleased with the sword in his hand, said, Of course it does. I will show you the killing power of this sword right now. The modern young man says and does, shouting to Trin Nghia, Get out of the way. Your father will come to help you. Hearing that, Trin Nghia immediately ordered, Everyone split up, my dad is about to make his move. High above, the swarm of flies is no longer blocked and rushes straight toward Lamthean. He calmly looks at the system in front of him, then reaches out to press a button on the system. Lamthien's aura shifts. The lightning now crackles with red and black hues, combined with the crimson sword in his hand, exuding a deadly and sinister aura. He unleashes the thunder flame, swinging his sword twice to form a cross-shaped slash, a deadly crosscut. A loud explosion roared in everyone's ears, instantly destroying countless demons. Zheng Yi smirked with satisfaction. Damn, my adoptive father is too awesome. Fifi's eyes sparkle with longing and admiration for this power. She asks, Lamthean, you're so cool. Can you teach me this move? Lamthean sheathed his sword, turned around and smiled, saying, If you want to see results, maybe you need to train until you reach the 4th stage of the Brave Spring level. He looked around to check the number of troops. Is it just like this? Have the others all sacrificed? It wasn't until now that Phi Phi remembered. That's right, Loi Nak and Quang Vu are fighting. Lam Tian, can you go save them? Hearing the name Quang Vu, Lam Tian was a bit surprised and thought, Quang Vu? Didn't he get swallowed by the dark monster? Could he really be alive again? Under the same gloomy sky, in another corner of the city, Lei Nuo fiercely uses ice to attack. His series of ice freezes the rain, disrupting the confrontation between him and Quang Vu. Quang Vu hasn't made a move all this time. He just crossed his arms and smirked. Your strength is indeed very powerful, but your spiritual energy will eventually run out. He commands the falling creatures to attack and boasts proudly, but my flock is endless. The flock of Aroi rushed toward the frozen ones, seemingly trying to save their comrades, and then Loi Nak keenly noticed something unusual. He grits his teeth. They are not saving their kind, but swallowing the remaining spiritual energy. He calmly assesses the situation. Some of the fallen have already evolved to the brave spring third realm. The number of falling birds keeps increasing, and Loi Nak can no longer attack, so he creates an ice shield just for defense. The birds grow stronger and more numerous, quickly cracking his thick ice shield. Boom! The ice shield shatters, and the swarm of fallen creatures rushes in. What is happening? Loi Nak was pushed back a bit, barely able to stand firm, clutching his wounded arm, tired and frowning in thought, looking a bit annoyed. Quang Vu sneered and said, You keep your distance from me like that. Are you afraid? Refusing to give in, Loi Nak gathers his strength and unleashes a powerful attack. Han Bang Thu, each sharp ice spear flying swiftly, aiming at Quang Vu in the air. He smiled with satisfaction as if a tasty prey was about to be offered. And when the arrow drew near, Quang Vu used the dark energy around him to control the arrow, preventing it from moving any closer. Loi Nak was surprised and asked what, and Quang Vu laughed loudly, his smile truly villainous. Ha ha, I knew you would panic. I won't hold back with this powerful spiritual energy. Each one is quickly absorbed, Loi Nak angrily shouted. Damn it, is this guy using my spiritual energy to upgrade again? Quang Vu completed his evolution and raised his hand to deliver a death sentence to his opponent. To thank you for helping me reach the peak, I've decided to give you an easy ending. A stream of dark energy shot straight at Loi Nak. He had no strength left to dodge, only able to close his eyes, feeling remorseful towards Phi Phi. Sorry, young lady, but at this critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Lam Tian, Loi Nak, grateful to the one who saved him, shouted a warning. Get out of the way, that's a full-force strike from Dung Tuyen Tukan, you can't stop it. Contrary to his expectations, Lam Tian gently swung his hand to deflect Quang Vu's attack. Dark energy crashes to the ground with a deafening explosion, and Loi Nak looks around in disbelief, unable to believe his eyes. Lam Tian innocently turned around and asked, What did you just say? Loi Nak, holding his injured arm, asks about Phi Phi. Is the young lady safe? He replied innocently, Don't worry, she's now fighting against this troublesome group with Lan Nguyen and the others. After finishing, Lam Tian advised, Go meet them quickly, I will handle this and then come find you to discuss the next plan. Loi Nak, exhausted, had no choice but to follow his order. All right, once your teammates leave, Lam Tian, controlled by the monster, sternly asks Quang Vu, So we meet again? Before I kill you this time, can you tell me who or what you are? What are you talking about? Lam Tian, it's Quang Vu, don't you recognize me? Lam Tian shook his head. I won't say anything if you refuse to tell me. Hold the hilt of the sword behind you, ready to attack, and say, Don't be afraid, it will end quickly. Quang Vu arrogantly lifts his chin and speaks while floating in the sky. Lam Tian, do you still think I am someone from the forest? He gathered a large energy sphere and shot it toward Lam Tian. Let me show you my top strength. Don't dodge and stay calm. Is that all you've got? Lam Tian swung his sword, and the blazing red blade forcefully shattered his energy sphere. Even the sword light still had enough force to shoot toward Quang Vu. But why was he panicking? It was already too late to dodge, as the sword light tore through space and swallowed Quang Vu's body, along with the nearby falling creatures. Suddenly, the falling creatures hurriedly left, flying up toward the dark cloud above. Lam Tian watched with a sharp, slightly doubtful gaze. This scene is happening everywhere, with flocks of birds fleeing the city in a rush, as if they received a summon from the dark cloud above. Vu Tin was surprised. What's going on? Lan Nguyen couldn't hide her worry, her brows furrowing tightly together. Vu Tin, can you also sense the energy from that black cloud? Yeah, these mutated fallen seem to have received some kind of order and are moving toward that black cloud. Stop joking, this cannot be real, right? Vu Tin sensed her unusual emotions and quickly asked, Miss Tam, what's wrong? Fifey's face turned pale as she shared the information, based on the device's readings, that the object in the sky might be a super variant creature from legend. The two girls standing nearby looked at each other in shock. Oh,
Fifey explains, the lowest level of abnormality, indicating the presence of minor anomalies with minimal impact on the environment and people, usually not requiring the deployment of cultivators. Danger level, monsters or events with significant destructive power capable of threatening a town or crowd, usually requiring intermediate-level monks to work together to handle. Super mutant creatures are monsters with a higher danger level, possessing enormous destructive power that can devastate a small city, usually requiring multiple high-level and joint beasts to deal with. Disaster-level entities are beings with extreme destructive capacity, capable of threatening the safety of a large city, causing severe casualties and significant property damage, requiring top-tier or elite squads of monks to respond. The apocalypse level can cause nationwide disasters, capable of destroying all defensive forces of a country. Only a few powerful monks can withstand it, requiring full mobilization and coordinated combat deployment. The apocalyptic level, the highest threat, representing a global survival crisis that could directly lead to the destruction of human civilization, requiring the mobilization of all top-tier monks and the Alliance's defense system to fight with all their might. The situation is out of control. Fifey can only silently pray that Lin Tian will survive. As a high-ranking officer, she decisively issues an order. Lan Nguyen, contact Director Liu and have him send more people. I will call my grandfather. Lam Thien cannot face that monster alone.
Lan Nguyen cooperates very well. In the command center, everyone is trying to contact the combat team. Captain Fan, please respond. Captain Fan.
The communicator angrily shouted, "Damn it, my communication signal is completely dead." It seems these falling objects are blocking all phone signals.
Commander-in-Chief Shen Dan, resting his chin on his hand, fell into deep thought. Have Fifey and everyone escaped safely? Just then, something unusual was also detected on the screen. An observer spoke up. Look, the debris seems to be gathering in the same direction. Looking at the direction of the falling objects on the screen, everyone was confused and puzzled. What is going on?
Captain Lee, this is Captain Fan. I hear you. Are you still alive? The monitoring team members loudly announced that the communication signals for Team 2 have been restored.
Captain Lee, after the debris left, the phone signal has been restored. We can now contact the Vanguard team.
Captain Lai is taking the opportunity to gather intelligence. Captain Fan, how are things on your side?
Report immediately. The voice of Captain Fan echoes from the radio. We were attacked by a large swarm of Dung Tuyen second-tier raptors, and suddenly they all flew up into the sky and left just now for some reason. Another officer received similar news and immediately reported to Commander Tam that Teams 2 and 3 were also experiencing the same situation. Commander Tam remained calm and quickly assessed the casualties. The staff responded yes, and at this moment, General Tam's assistant entered with the radio. The Commander-in-Chief is the communication signal for the young lady. Mr. Tham took the radio with concern. Fifey. Girls. The hurried and anxious voice of Fifey comes through the radio. Sir, it's not good. A super variant level monster is about to appear in Tianhai City. The officers in the command room looked worried. To prevent false information from causing unnecessary panic, Commander Tham frowned and spoke sternly. Deputy Commander Tam, Fifi, what are you talking nonsense? General Tam, I didn't say anything wrong. That group voluntarily left the area around Tianhai City to transfer all the spiritual energy they absorbed to the super mutant creature in the center of the black cloud. The first soldier was stunned, stammering, "It's over, Tianhai City is gone, and so are we." The second soldier looked worried, wondering if there really was no other way. The third soldier held his head, knowing that a super mutant-level monster at least required a fifth-tier warrior to deal with. Mr. Tham hesitated, repeating the curse about the super variant-level monster. He struggled internally, his lips pressed tightly, teeth clenched. Finally, the Commander-in-Chief Tam covered his face, trembling voice saying, "Fifey, I'm sorry, but I can't let the country be in danger. I hope you won't be angry with me. I truly have no other choice." Understanding your grandfather's choice, Fifey smiled reassuringly and said, "I understand. I won't blame him." After disconnecting from Fifey, Commander Tam stood up and gave the order. Everyone immediately began preparing to launch a destructive attack at all costs to control the super mutant-level monster in Tianhai City. With that, he roared, conveying the most important mission to everyone and absolutely refusing to let the disaster spread to other cities. The assistant was a bit panicked when he heard that and wanted to stop him, saying, "Commander, please calm down, at least save the young lady first." But he was scolded back by Mr. Tham. "Here, there are only generals and soldiers, no family or loved ones. Our sacrifice is to ensure that those we protect do not have to go through such pain." He then turned to everyone and gave the order to prepare. At that moment, the radio crackled to life. Hello, 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 can you hear me? The voice on the other end of the radio doesn't seem very familiar with how to use it.
How do I turn this on anyway? Hey, hey, hey!
Hearing a familiar voice, Mr. Tam was surprised and forgot about giving orders. Lam Thien, are you still alive?
Sir Tham, I haven't even flirted with your granddaughter yet, and you're already wanting me dead. I'm not joking, but your granddaughter will probably hate you like this. After a few jokes, he got to the main point. Stop throwing bombs, everyone. Let me handle this super mutant level monster. The soldiers in the command room were shocked when they heard this. What, you handle it? A representative stepped forward to question. Can you really do it? That's a super variant level monster. Lam Thien's annoyed voice came through the radio, rambling. Then what's the point of us arguing here? Look, the Dark Lord has appeared among the black clouds and is about to descend. Tell Mr. Tham if you want Tianhai City and your granddaughter to be safe. Support me with all your might. The commander hesitated slightly. General Tam had no choice but to trust Lam Thien. He agreed and asked how he could support him. At this moment, the Dark Lord has appeared in his perfect form, wearing a sinister smile, with Lam Thien's voice steady and calm, only needing your help with one thing. He slung his sword over his shoulder, smiling confidently, and made his request. What was destroyed in this battle? Are you responsible for compensating? The Dark Lord of Darkness thought to himself with delight, this is the true essence of the world. Feeling truly alive is wonderful. Now I have not only been successfully resurrected, but also evolved into a being reaching the pinnacle of the 5 realms of courage, and the smile on his face grows even more joyful. I can now feel that I am the undefeated being here, thinking that he spoke to you, probably regretting not killing me in the human forest. Then he launched a dark creature towards Lam Thien, and upon seeing the creature, he laughed happily. It was just as they started to rejoice that the Dark Lord's smile suddenly vanished. It wasn't just him who was caught off guard, but everyone in the control room as well. How is that possible? It was a bolt of lightning from the sky that split the dark creature in half. Although Lam Thien made no move, that lightning was indeed caused by his power. The people inside the control room watched in amazement and exclaimed, "Is this the legendary lightning attribute?" That's terrifying. Someone with such abilities must definitely be considered a monster. Commander Tham carefully observes each of your movements, secretly praising. Well done, kid. It seems you truly haven't disappointed me. At this moment, a crowd is rushing onto buses for evacuation. Don't panic. City buses are arriving one after another. Please don't push and block. The lightning from Lam Thien shooting straight into the sky, illuminating the entire area, immediately drew the attention of all the people. Seeing this, a villager among the crowd immediately shouted, "Look, everyone, is someone undergoing a tribulation?" They all started to chatter excitedly. That lightning is so fierce, it's the first time I've seen anything like this in my life. There must be a master undergoing a tribulation. It must be the 9 heavens, thunder tribulation. Vutin, on duty, quickly whispered to the person next to her when she saw it. Lan Nguyen. That must be the strength of Captain Lam. She frowned slightly, narrowing her eyes as she watched the lightning bolt carefully, thinking to herself, Lam Thien's power is too terrifying. I thought reaching the 4th realm of the Brave Spring could help me catch up, but now I realize I am just a joke in front of him. Lam Thien, no wonder he's the guy I chose. Back to the previous battle, a shadow slowly descends from the sky towards the Dark Lord. Lam Thien, sword in hand, points at him and declares, "It's my turn." He hurriedly shot a burst of power towards him to stop him, but his attack was easily blocked by the boy's sword. Then, Lam Thien unleashed a lightning flame sword technique, slicing the mountain with a slash towards him. The Dark Lord panically looked at the incoming attack, quickly raising his hand to summon a magic circle as a shield. But it was useless as not a single thread held. All were broken instantly. The Dark Lord was caught off guard by the attack and shouted in surprise, "What?" As your attack passed, he was already badly wounded. Furious, dark tendrils shot out from behind him towards you, cursing you as a bastard. Lam Thien gracefully dodged all of his attacks without shouting, even angrier than before. Annoying, if it weren't for that sword, you would have died long ago. Hearing that, you taunted him even more, daring him. Oh, this place is so bloody, and the Dark Sovereign has been completely provoked by your attack. You look for a place to die. He unleashes a beam of power like that vortex towards Lam Thien. The attack aimed at the spot between your challenged temples was deflected, and seeing that, he was panic-stricken. Disbelief written all over his face, exclaiming, "No, this can't be. This is my full-strength peak attack of the 5th stage of the Courageous Spring Realm. How can you be completely unscathed? Could it be that you have advanced to the 6th stage of the Dragon Spring Realm, or even a higher level? If that's the case, then die here." Seeing you prepare to attack me again, the Dark Lord furrowed his brow and calculated.
I can't die here. I need to absorb more power and evolve to become stronger. And once again, he turned around and fled, like before. Wait until I reach the Dung Tuyen Look realm in my cultivation. Not the Dung Tuyen that realm. Then I will come back to take revenge on this kid. But the situation now is different from before. Lam Thien has locked onto his target, and this time I won't let you escape. Then you start gathering the Thunderflame sword technique right at the tip of your sword. Seeing the enormous amount of power you're accumulating, he is slightly shaken, grinding his teeth and trying to escape. But it was too late. Lam Thien's attack pierced through the Dark Abyss Lord's body, finally ending him. He screamed in defiance. No, no. After that desperate scream, the Dark Lord and your attack instantly disintegrated into a handful of ashes blown into the wind. Everyone in the control room cheered happily. We did it. We defeated the super mutant level monster. Tianhai City has been saved. Tianhai City has been saved. This lightning stone is the dawn of Tianhai City. No, this is the dawn of all humanity. The commander-in-chief immediately stood up and ordered the post-war recovery efforts. Everyone immediately began organizing rescue efforts, making sure all victims received timely treatment. They were also quickly responding with joy. Yes. A few days have passed quietly at Lam Thien's house. Liu Ying sat in the living room chatting with you. Luckily, during this crisis in Tianhai City, it was you who helped. The military and the Spirit Energy Association are planning to give you some rewards. Do you want anything? Hearing that, he sat up straight, leaned in close and said, There is indeed something very urgent I need help with. Liu Ying listened carefully to his request, then nodded. Can you quickly take these 3 girls away? My house isn't very big. Lam Thien, furious enough to spit fire, cursed, They keep coming here all day, making my life impossible. And also, those 2 are messing with Hu Vu Tin, don't you see? Hearing this, Liu Ying briefly pondered and stroked her chin. Lian Yue cannot go. Then Shen Fei Fei also cannot go. If they don't go, it doesn't matter whether Tuo Wu Tin goes or not. After some thought, he finally understood what you wanted. I see. So you're saying I should exchange a big villa for him, and then he says one thing, she says another. An agreement was reached despite disagreements. Lam Thien, this is too simple. Leave it to me. I will definitely satisfy you. A beautiful morning arrives at the top of a tall building where a small meeting is taking place inside. Next is the main content of our meeting today. The chairperson points to your image on the screen and gets straight to the point. Lam Thien has achieved a great feat in this crisis in Tianhai City. What kind of reward should we give him? One person in the meeting immediately spoke up and suggested that we could provide him with some resources to help him become a superhuman monk for our country, like the hero countries of the Western nations. That man and the person beside him nodded in agreement, saying, Exactly. We will also promote him to become a celebrity. That's right, a heroic image like this can inspire more young people to become cultivators. A famous person? Are you joking? Lam Thien is not only the hero of Tianhai City, but also a genius cultivator of our Ha Nation. I think he should join the higher ranks of the military to be in charge of training our cultivators in the future. The marshal also seems to agree with this idea and continued to ask other questions. There are other things as well, I object. Seeing him, they were a bit surprised and exclaimed, Commander Han, why are you here? Commander Shen also looked a bit suspicious and worried. Han Hufeng, why has he come back? Could it be? The commander, with a serious expression, inquired without a word of greeting. I heard from subordinates that you went to distribute rewards to the children. Han Commander, what do you mean by that? My point is that a kid relying on luck to beat monsters doesn't deserve to receive the medal. This opinion immediately met with opposition from others. Captain Han, your words are going too far. Lam Thien's ability to handle the threat to Tianhai City isn't just luck. That's right. This time, all the missions of Tianhai City are recorded, but using his authority, Hufeng cast them a contemptuous look and lowly advised, Do you 2 useless guys think you can talk here? Commander Tham Diem Tin explained to him, Han Commander, the fierce monster Yang Tuyen Ngukan cannot be defeated by luck. I understand your doubts about Lam Thien, but medal of Lam Thien is not decided by you. Seeing that you have made up your mind, Hufeng reluctantly sat down to continue the meeting. As expected, you are stubbornly determined to award the medal to him, so I have no choice but to accept, even though I will never acknowledge it. Then, Commander Tham, on behalf of the host, asked if anyone else had any ideas. The meeting continued. Does anyone have any suggestions? Lam Thien didn't help us for fame or profit. What he wants isn't a position or popularity, and all he gives in return is a moment of silence, because no one has anything more to say. Seeing that they are useless, he then signals to Liu Ying. Liu Ying, do you have any ideas? He waited patiently, and finally this moment arrived, smiling quietly to himself. Your relationships with Lam Tian are not going well. This crucial moment must still be mine. Only Liu Ying knows what brother Lam Tian needs most right now. A few days ago I met with Lam Tian and asked what he needed. He made one thing clear to me. The others at the conference all hope and expect praise for you. Oh, old Liu, it still has to be you. Old Liu, stop beating around the bush and just say it. Liu Ying, full of wisdom, recounts exactly as Lam Tian said, recalling in his mind the image of the furious shouting, "Those people come here every day, making it impossible for me to live normally. And also, they are teaching Huvu Than, don't you realize?" And from that, he drew a conclusion and made a proposal for today's meeting. So Lam Thien wants a bigger house so he can live with Lin Nguyen and the others so he won't feel cramped anymore. The others, hearing Liu An's passionate hypothesis, seemed convinced and agreed. So that's it. Why didn't we think of that? That's right. The basic treatment like food and sleep is ignored. Only Commander Shen is dull enough to realize what your words really mean. I realize that Lam Thien's intention is for Lin Nguyen and the others not to stay there anymore. It seems that little PP also has feelings for Lam Thien. Forget it. If it's wrong, just keep going with the mistake. After making that decision, he cleared his throat softly and cleared his voice before speaking. If that's the case, let's see if there are any suitable large villas or apartments in Tianhai City. Hu Feng, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up, saying, "Don't look anymore. I know a villa that fits perfectly, especially since you kindly offered to find a place." The person next to him felt a bit guilty. Didn't General Han oppose earlier? Why did he suddenly change his mind? The commander-in-chief seemed to understand the place he mentioned and exclaimed, "Oh, the villa there?" Yu Feng smiled dangerously and introduced that location. The Luke Ho Pavilion on Xichang Road in the city on the sea. Hearing this name, the officials in the room looked bewildered. Wasn't the coastal city already under quarantine? The strange changes happening in the coastal city. According to the military documents, have we already reached the 6th realm of Yangquan? Recognizing Hui Feng's intention, Liu Ying immediately questioned, "Han Tongling, my Spirit Qi Cultivation Association has never offended you. Why do you want to make things difficult for Lin Tian?" The purpose of today's meeting is to award Lin Tian, not to assign him a new task. Hu Feng calmly displays a challenging attitude. "I just think that if even the villa can't be cleaned up, then he doesn't deserve the reward. And of course, those words of yours touched the commander-in-chief, making your expression turn serious. Han Tongling, are you questioning my decision?" Understand Feng also didn't dare to confront directly and responded cautiously. "I just want to see for myself whether the hero you speak of truly lives up to his reputation." A moment later, at Lam Thien's house, a guilty voice and a stack of documents were presented. "Brother Lam Thien, I'm sorry." Liu Ying scratched his head awkwardly, confused by your reaction. "This time you went through a life-and-death ordeal, and the army originally wanted to give you a proper reward, but someone caused chaos along the way, and on that document was information about your property ownership. The owner of the house is Lam Tien, with shared ownership, based on the location of the house, the Luko estate on Shichduong City by the sea. Seeing it, you're a bit overwhelmed and speechless. Damn, this room is worth at least a few $100 million. So that's how you want to do it?" Liu Ying saw you trembling and silent, thinking you didn't want to rush and make a proposal. "Lam Tien, if you don't like it, I'll risk my old life to get you another house." But before he could make a move, you snatched it back and shouted, "Damn it, is that house worth liking or not? Is that whether I am worthy or not? No need to think too much. Just quickly stuff the documents into your pocket and decide to take this house." Seeing that, he had no further objections and kindly reminded him. Moreover, last month, a mutated creature from Dongtuyen Lukan appeared in the coastal city, and the creature's core power is located right inside this villa. So the army has prepared a small team to carry out the operation to ensure a successful extermination. Lam Thien immediately showed a look of disgust and refused. Why make things so complicated? "I'll go by myself." Liu Ying was a bit anxious and hurriedly explained to him. "Lam Tien, I know you just defeated the 5-stage Dung Tien monster, but that mutated creature in the city peak is a 6-stage Dung Tuyen. Don't act impulsively. Although Dung Tuyen Wu realm and Dung Tuyen 6 realm are only one level apart, that's a world of difference. You must never slack off. You're still young. Just focus on training for the future and don't let him keep rambling. Cut him off outright." "I know. I just pick my nose casually, revealing my obvious attitude. But now I am Dung Tuyen at the 6th realm." Hearing that, Liu Ying was so shocked she gaped and shouted, "What? Boss, what's the background of this kid that makes us want to cooperate with him? Furthermore, the Luke Ho estate has been fought over by our men for half a month with no progress. Do you think a just-turned young boy like him can handle it? He replied seriously, "Do you think he can do it? Just wait and see him show himself later. I hope it's not him stumbling and ruining his chance, or else the things inside the Lukho estate won't let him live to return." Listening to these words from him, I agree. The boss is right. The strange situation in Tianhai City must be because that kid got lucky and won. Otherwise, why wouldn't that kid dare to attend the military commendation ceremony in person? I think he's definitely feeling guilty. With his encouragement, Zifeng grew even more confident. These young kids full of youthful vigor really need elders like us to constantly motivate them. At this moment, Secretary Tron, sitting behind him, leaned out, adjusting his glasses, and reminded him, "Commander Han, please do not let personal feelings cause the failure of the military mission. Reclaim the land of the coastal city. No matter the cost, it must be completed." After she subtly reproached him, he coldly and irritably said, "I don't need her to tell me how to do my job." A while later, the car arrived in front of a luxurious villa, where someone had been waiting for them for a long time. "Hello, Lam Thien. I am Secretary Tran from the mayor of the coastal city." Then she pointed to Hiufeng and Thieu Yi Li to introduce them, saying, "These two are Han Tongling and Lai Thieu Yi, in charge of handling mutated creatures in the coastal city." As soon as she finished speaking, he approached the boy to inquire, "Are you the one who handled the 5-level monster Dung Tuyen in the coastal city?" I nodded slightly and asked back, "What's wrong?" Hiufeng, with an emotionless face, examined and assessed, saying there was nothing wrong. I thought he would be like the brothers in my camp, a skilled sticker, but it turns out he's just a little white flower. "What's wrong? You tall and muscular. Do you think monsters will go easy on you?" Hearing you insult understand Feng, Tiwi Li was furious with you. The man immediately interrupted him to prevent the conflict. "Lam Tian, if all you know is to talk fast, then maybe you won't make it out of this estate alive." Lam Tian confidently retorts, "I am very practical. I act when I need to. If you two are afraid of dying, you don't have to go inside." Seeing the tense situation and fearing they might continue fighting, Secretary Tron quickly spoke up. "All right. Even though I don't know if you all get along, I hope you can agree on one thing. After entering the Six Lake Manor, everyone must help each other. Is there any problem with that? If none of you speak up, I will assume you tacitly agree. Next, I will explain the specific details of this mission." After saying that, she began to tell him what had happened in this villa. After the spiritual energy on Earth was restored, a powerful dark attribute spiritual energy suddenly appeared inside the Lukho spring and was then taken over by an unknown creature. According to the spiritual energy meter data, the mutated creature inside the Lukho spring is at least at the level of the 5 extremes of the dragon pool. After the casualties among the city's people on the coast reached 68, we successfully contained the monster inside the green leg. That's all I can say. Next, it's up to everyone. This mission must be carried out carefully. As soon as she finished speaking, he immediately turned around, pushed the door open, and entered. "If it's over, then let's go." Lieutenant Li exclaimed in surprise at his bold actions. "Boss, is this kid crazy? He didn't even discuss the battle plan and just charged in." "Follow him quickly. Don't let that kid escape." Lam Thien continued straight ahead, opening the system screen as he moved, encountering an abyssal attribute monster for the 3rd time in just a few days. Last time after completing the mission, I was rewarded with a new attribute column. Do I need to choose the dark attribute? Maybe I should choose the light attribute. The more I think about it, the more I furrow my brow in difficulty. Because in my previous life I had no strength like I do now, so I didn't really understand the light and dark attributes. So which one should I choose after all? To prevent similar situations with Lin Nuyet and the others, try selecting the light attribute, hoping for healing abilities. When you just finished making your choice, Hiufeng and the loudmouth Lieutenant Li also rushed over. "Hey, you rushed in without even a battle plan. Have you come up with any ideas yet?" You calmly replied to him that just imagining and planning outside without actually checking in is pointless. Just as he was angry about your attitude and questioning whether you are trustworthy, Hiufeng suddenly noticed something and shouted in alarm, "Be careful!" A strange dog suddenly charged at them. He quickly pushed Lieutenant Li aside and punched it to stop it. The mutated dog was knocked back a few meters by the punch. Hiufeng, shielding Lieutenant Li behind him, asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," I gratefully thanked the boss. On the surface it seems that way, but inside Lieutenant Li's heart is trembling with fear. Because the strength of the mutated creature outside this villa is greater than his, so isn't it inside the villa? Lost in his thoughts, Hiufeng suddenly charged forward again, loudly warning, "Be careful, this mutated dog is already at the Dung Tuyen Tukan level." And then he finally charged into a fight with the Tuyen Tukan mutant dog. Thieu Yi Li watched this scene with admiration and awe. truly living up to his reputation as the boss, able to hold his own against this mutated beast. After throwing punches for a while, he then kicked the mutant dog in the face. The mutant dog was hit and injured, blood dripping from its mouth, but because he put all his strength into it, he was exhausted and panting. Lam Thien, from afar, watching the fight with boredom, asked, "Captain Han, are you done playing? Can we go inside the manor now?" Thieu Li, seeing him like that, immediately scolded, "What do you know? This beast dog has already reached the strength of the fourth realm of the Brave Spring." He thought for a moment before drawing the sword on his back and slashing down in one swift move, delivering a strike that swiftly finished off the beast dog. Seeing this, Hufang was so amazed he gaped in shock. Then he turned around gracefully and walked away, leaving the two of them behind. "I'll go inside first. You two can take your time." His mood is now filled with unbelievable confusion. One strike from him could split a monster that matches his strength into two pieces. So it means Lieutenant Li also sensed that you're not simple and cautiously questioned the boss. Did we accidentally offend someone we shouldn't? Without thinking much, he hurriedly urged him to go apologize to Brother Lam Tien immediately. "You absolutely cannot offend someone like this." At this moment, you have arrived at the villa entrance and pushed it inside. You look at the empty scene before you and feel something is off, quietly thinking to yourself, "That's not right. 68 people dead. Why are there no bodies in the estate?" Just as you're wondering, Zifeng arrives just in time, and you quickly ask him, "Han Thong Lin, I have a question for you," and you are listening more obediently than ever. Lam Thien, just say it. Didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point, asking if your army went inside to move the bodies. He calmly and honestly replied, "We didn't. We could only contain the mutated creatures inside the estate with all our strength. We never went that deep." What's going on? If what you said is true, then the mutated creatures in this villa might not be just the 5 realms of Dongtuyen. Inside the luxurious mansion, Xiefeng wondered if the corpses had been eaten by monsters. Lin Tian immediately rebutted, "The mutated creatures prefer devouring spiritual energy, not our flesh. Anyway, be careful, let's split up and see who goes upstairs." Hufeng, after what just happened, was very alert and wholeheartedly followed your lead. "Brother Lam Thien, we will follow your instructions." Hearing that, he didn't hesitate and immediately assigned roles evenly. "Then I'll go upstairs." The two of them went down to the basement to check it out. The old man, full of trust, quickly agreed. His high-quality leather shoes slowly clacked against each step as he ascended. Beyond the stairs, a long corridor stretched out before him. Lam Thien carefully approached each door and opened it, moving from room to room until he reached the large door at the end of the corridor. He entered inside to check the situation, thinking to himself that no matter how the monsters ate the corpses, they would leave bones, right? Let's see if the light attribute spiritual energy is actually useful. As he activated the light attribute spiritual energy, several dark shadows suddenly appeared around him, trying to reach out and touch him. They grew denser and denser, but none of them could actually touch him. And thanks to that stream of spiritual energy, you found something interesting and exclaimed, "Found it." At the same time, downstairs in the basement, Xiao Yili and Hufeng entered a suspicious wine cellar. The kind old man gently reminded him to be cautious and ready to fight at any moment. Of course, Xiao Yili listened carefully and responded, "Yes." As soon as the words finished, a huge figure leapt swiftly above their heads. Seeing it, Hufeng and Lieutenant Lai exclaimed in amazement, "What is that?" The massive creature slammed one of its wings down hard on the two of them, producing a deafening sound. As soon as it hit the ground, they tensed up and carefully prepared, because in front of them was a lizard-like monster with a skull-like head dripping with drool. Without hesitation, the two of them immediately charged forward, with Hufeng shouting loudly to rally them. "Old Zhang, let's attack it together." Xu Yulai responded quickly and agilely, "Yes, boss." Seeing them rush towards it, the monster exhaled a thick breath and then slashed several times forward with its claws. Hufeng delivered a powerful punch, blocking its 3 claw marks, but his hands trembled constantly as he kept assessing. "This creature is too strong." Xiao Yili quickly charged forward, using wind-type combat skills and swift wind fists to ambush it from behind. "Go to hell." I put all of my strength into punching the monster's body, but it didn't cause it any harm. He was stunned, unable to believe it, and exclaimed, "How is this possible? Its skin is so thick." Just as he was distracted, the monster suddenly spun around, opened its mouth wide, and charged forward. Hufeng hurried over with his bare hands, shouting, "Don't you dare hurt my brothers." Before he could reach him, the monster immediately swung its tail into his chest, knocking Hufeng back and crashing into the wine shelves behind him. He, clutching his chest in pain, let out a faint groan. Seeing that, Thieu Li Dao anxiously shouted, "Boss, you're so furious you've lost all reason, rushing to attack recklessly. He's risking his life against your beast." Hufeng shouted in panic, trying to stop him. A familiar lightning bolt suddenly struck down from the ceiling, ending the monster in the manor. Thieu Li hesitated for a moment, then looked up. Lam Thien, through the hole he just made, watched the two of them stabbing at each other below. "What are you two doing? Can't you even kill a weakling?" "Lam Thien, did you really kill the monster at Luke Huson Trang with just one strike? So what is your current strength now?" he asked softly as he descended gracefully from above to stand before him.
"What nonsense are you talking about? We haven't even seen the face of the monster yet."
Hearing you speak, he hesitated for a moment and repeated, "This is the monster from Luko Mountain Village." Lam Thien sighed softly and said, "No, that's not it. It's just a dark incarnation."
"It's complicated to explain, so I'll show you both directly. You say that while activating your light system power, like a shining star.
Next, I will show you the real world.
The two of them are dazzled by the glow of your aura."
When the glow faded, a terrifying scene immediately appeared before their eyes. Seeing what was in front of him, Hu Feng was speechless with amazement. What they see before them are monsters resembling the one that attacked him and Xiao Yuli earlier, all fighting to tear apart the bodies of fallen soldiers on the ground. In his heart, he was slightly shaken as he muttered to himself, "We and old Zhang fought that one earlier with so much effort,
And yet there are so many here." Xiao Yili was also just as bewildered and exclaimed loudly in shock.
"Why are there so many here?" Lin Thien next to him quickly reminded. "What are you talking about? Isn't Liu Hushan village the main base of the monsters? A few monsters are also normal." Hu Feng approached you quickly and suggested, "Let's retreat first.
I will call the army to use firepower to bombard them, otherwise we can't get in."
Lieutenant Li also agreed with him and said, "That's right, boss. Let's retreat first." "But what are you willing to accept like this? Damn it, isn't this mansion supposed to be my reward? If you blow them up, what am I supposed to do then?" he said, then looked at the monsters while drawing his sword, saying, "It's not that complicated. Dealing with this kind of fool only takes one move. One strike from him creates a giant vortex that wipes out all the monsters in an instant." Lam Thien used the one-sword hidden thunder orb to create a giant tornado that swept through and finished off each monster in the manor. Seeing this scene, both Xiaofeng and Lieutenant Li were terrified and had the same thought. Just how powerful is this, that a single slash can destroy all those monsters? A moment later, the tornado dissipated and the monsters disappeared. At this point, both of them hurriedly called out to him. Hu Feng was the one who spoke first. "Brother Lam Thien, not you, Brother Lam Thien. You're really amazing. So the problem at Luke Ho Manor has been resolved." Thieu Li quickly added, "Yes, I thought I would have to die here,
But it turns out your single slash has taken care of everything."
but you immediately countered their words. No, the monster at Luke Ho Villa still hasn't been dealt with. These dead guys are just sacrifices." Hearing this, Understand Fong was stunned and shouted out loud, "What, sacrificial bait? If you call those powerful monsters good,
Then what about what you said?
so what was the person who fought and risked their life against these monsters?
A useless trash.
But he didn't think much and signaled to you, Big Brother Lam Tien, don't keep chasing like that. Last month, the military conducted a survey of this area. The strongest signal detected was only around the Dung Tuyen 5th realm. Then it's even clearer that over the past month, that Dung Tuyen 5-star monster has been evolving and growing stronger. Hearing that, Xiao Yili is filled with worry and carefully asks, "So then, how much of a chance do we have against Lam Thien Dai?" "Don't worry, you two stay behind me and don't run around. Leave the remaining anomalies to me." At this moment, his words carried great weight for them. The Lian disciples respectfully replied, "Yes, no problem." Then he led the two of them forward to start their advance. After entering the house, Lam Thien kept swinging his sword forward. Those slashes turned the monsters into slices of meat, one after another. Hao Feng, feeling a bit scared, whispered from behind the door, "Is this the true power of a spiritual energy cultivator? Killing them this quickly is also too fast." Xiao Yili, hiding behind, then added, "Boss, right now the two of us are like experienced treasures hanging around for you to fight." Then the two of them carefully slipped past the corpses of the monsters and moved forward following him. In less than 10 minutes, he had eliminated all the monsters on the first floor of the villa. Lam Thien led the way, fiercely cutting a monster in half to clear the path. The deeper he went, the more he sensed what he was searching for, the aura behind the villa. Thinking, he immediately sprinted forward. "I will go around to the back of the estate to check." "Be careful, you two. They don't want to be left behind," so they hurried to catch up. "Big Brother Lam Thien, we're coming too." Lam Thien paused for a moment, staring at the glowing light, and exclaimed. Right in front of him was something like a blood-red heart, pounding rapidly as if it were alive. Without hesitation, he immediately gathered his strength, like the super soldier Yan thought. seeing that this must be the leader of the Luko estate. Seeing him like that, the young master wanted to step forward and call Brother Lam Thien. Hu Feng immediately signaled him to stop and remained silent. Don't say anything. Big Brother Lam Thien is gathering strength, and since only I don't understand what he's doing, I ask, what exactly is he actively doing this for? Could it be that this is the final monster of the Luko estate? Haipeng calmly explained to Lao Truong that the aura on Lam Thien's body is something I have only felt on one other person. Hearing that, he hesitated with some suspicion and realization. Could it be? He nodded gently and continued. Yes, Mr. King. The leader of the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association in Hai Thuong City, a powerful Dungtuyan Six-Realm expert. This is the king during that decisive battle. As he finished speaking, a strange limb immediately appeared from within the heart. Lam Thien quickly launched his most powerful thunder flame slash at its heart, but the bird's foot gently caught his attack and shattered it. Then the heart was torn apart, and a phoenix emerged from inside, crying out across the sky. Seeing it, both Understand Fong and Lieutenant Lai shouted in horror. It's over. What do I do now? Why is there such a powerful monster? Lam Thien happily released even stronger lightning bolts, finally finding a creature with some strength. The phoenix soared straight into the sky before unleashing a few bursts of power downward. He gently jumps up, trying to dodge the lightning bolts shooting straight at him. Lam Thien immediately flew up and charged towards it. He's got it. He flies in front of it and unleashes his radiant light power, throwing a sphere of pure light directly at the phoenix, causing it pain. Hu Feng and Lieutenant Lai cheered happily. Big Brother Lam Thien, you're so cool. The phoenix realized it couldn't fight back, so it quickly turned and ran away. Seeing its intention, you immediately use your divine power to chase after it. Did I let you go just like that? Thanks to the speed of the light power, he flew to block its front and prepared to attack. Lam Thien clenched his sword and unleashed a lightning flame snowcliff slash, causing the phoenix to roar and attempt to counterattack. But that was useless. A single strike knocked it down to the ground. He quickly followed up with 2 more lightning flame, 10 death strokes forming a diagonal line that forced the phoenix to fall, and Lai, full of excitement, exclaimed, "Oh my god, this is too powerful." Hearing that, Hu Feng also praised and boasted, saying, "This is my big brother Lam Thien. So cool." After defeating the mansion monster, he immediately landed on the ground, slung his sword over his shoulder, and declared with grandeur, "So now this building belongs to me." The annoyed phoenix struggles and tries to break free from the restraint. Lam Thien approaches it, raising his sword to strike down. "I will send you on your way." Suddenly, a strange emotion flickered in his eyes as a swarm of sharp thorns suddenly appeared from nowhere, piercing through the phoenix and causing it to cry out in pain. Hu Feng excitedly shouted in praise. "Wow, you're amazing, Big Brother Lam Thien." But the next words made him startle. "They are not my technique. There is someone else here," he exclaimed in astonishment. "What?" Lam Thien Thu Kim shouted loudly again. "Come out! I can feel your spiritual energy moving." As you finished speaking, a tear in space suddenly appeared in front of them, and from within that tear, a shadow slowly stepped out. "If you've already defeated it, then why not give it a chance to survive?" Tan Kai, looking extremely handsome, suggested. Seeing him, Hu Feng asked curiously, "Mr. Vuong, why are you here?" When he heard they seemed to know each other, he then asked, "Ye, are you a friend of his?" He immediately turned to introduce him to you, Master Lam Thien. This is Mr. Vuong, president of the Spiritual Energy Cultivator Association of Hai Thuong City, and also a powerhouse of the Six-Realm Dragon Spring. Next, he continued introducing Tan Kai, saying, "Sir Vuong, this brother is a genius cultivator from Thien Hai City. He was invited by our army to help resolve issues at Luk Ho Son Trang." Hearing their purpose, he no longer hesitated and suggested, "If that's the case, then spare the life of this monster. I want to see if I can learn anything from it." For him, Hu Feng responded very comfortably. "Of course, Sir Vuong, we haven't even let you finish speaking," Lam Thien immediately interrupted. "No, you don't have the right to decide the life or death of this monster, nor do you have the authority to decide how I do things." Hearing this, Hu Feng was a bit confused and quickly tried to persuade him, Big Brother Lam Thien, Mr. Vuong, is not only the president of the Spiritual Energy Cultivator Association of Hai Thuong City, but the military's recovery operations in Hai Thuong City also largely depend on Mr. Vuong's support. Lieutenant Lai Dongtin defends him. "Yes, Sir Vuong is very kind. He used his light attribute spiritual energy to help many soldiers in our military district. He is a very good person." After they finished speaking, Tan Kai began to explain the moral lesson. Young man, even though this monster has committed serious crimes, if we can use love to soften it and turn it into a friend of humans, wouldn't that be better than killing it? He said as he used his power on the phoenix. For everything in the world has spirit and must be softened with love. The phoenix's eyes now softened with gentle sparkle as it gazed intently at him. Suddenly a familiar bolt of lightning struck the sky again. That lightning bolt cut off Tonkai's power, ending the phoenix, and behind him, another attack was rushing in. Tonkai quickly extended his hand to activate his power, creating a shield that firmly blocked Lam Thien's attack. Then he clenched his fist tightly, and with that movement, the spear shattered and knocked away the attack that was blocking. Tonkai slightly furrowed his brow, quietly assessing your strength. This kid's energy is truly powerful. Then he calmly put his hand in his pocket and asked, "What do you mean by that? Are you trying to become my enemy, or a servant of humanity? Forget about them. Just honestly explain your reason to him, and... Do you want to know why? Fine, then I will tell you. First, this monster has killed many people in the mansion and will pay for it. Second, I, Lam Thien, never need others to tell me what to do. You are not qualified to order me around." As he said this, he raised his sword to shoulder height. And the third thing is the most important. You pointed your sword at Tonkai without fear of confrontation. Ever since you appeared, the spiritual energy of this monster has become extremely strange. Hearing this from you, Hu Feng was a bit puzzled. Big brother Lam Thien, what does it mean that the spiritual energy is strange? Don't keep him waiting. Give him an answer. This monster fears him. It fears that Master Vuong wants to save it more than it fears me, a human trying to kill it. Hearing this answer, Tenkai chuckled and explained, "Kid, in its eyes, you and I are both humans, and I even used a light cage to seal its movements, so it's natural that it fears me." Seeing his confidence, Thu Kiem decided to hide his sword behind his back. "If that's the case, let me use my special ability to see what memories are stored in this monster's brain," he whispered, feeling a slight shock in his heart. "What?" Missing idea, Li felt it was hard to believe and asked, "Lam Thien, do you still have this kind of ability?" You turned to look at him and replied, "I gained this ability after defeating the monster in Tianhai City, using telepathic connection to directly access its memories. Then I gradually moved past Tonkai and moved forward." He looked at you passing by him with disbelief, thinking to himself, this kid must be trying to scare him. Lam Thien approached the phoenix and activated his light system power with it. The phoenix seemed to be revived and let out a loud cry as it gradually spread its wings and soared up, empowered by your spiritual energy. Like a surveillance camera with 4 memory slots, they immediately appeared. Witnessing this scene, Tonkai and Hu Feng were filled with shock beyond words. Lam Thien observes the memory cells, feeling dissatisfied, and mutters that it seems the timing should have been earlier, probably when the spiritual energy was being infused. Tonkai realizes the situation is no longer stable and immediately fires a lightning bolt towards Hong to stop him and investigate further. Seeing his actions, you slightly curl your lips into a smile. Bite back your words. Lin Thien turns around and draws his sword to counterattacks, shouting loudly, "Well done." A bolt of lightning from Tonkai clashes with a slash from him as the onlookers outside try to hold on amidst this terrifying clash of power. "Mr. Vuong, what are you doing?" He no longer hides his dangerous power and boldly declares, "If you have already been discovered by us, then the only option is to send you to your death," Lam Thien said as he held his sword in front of Vuong Tonkai. "Brother Vuong, is this giant beast the monster you raised in this villa?" Yu Feng asked in surprise. He didn't understand what was happening and said, "Big brother Lam Thien, what are you talking nonsense?" Lieutenant Lai also agreed. "That's right, Lam Thien, brother. Vuong even led the brothers in the military to hunt this monster together." Lam Thien continued to defend his view, "So how could this monster still be alive until now and be encountered by me?" Hu Feng replied, "Maybe the previous hunt didn't go that deep." Lam Thien retorted, "Do you believe what you're saying?" Vuong Tonkai smirked. "Lam Thien, you're very clever, but you don't realize that smart people don't live long. What could Hu Feng be so confused about? Is big brother Lam Thien telling the truth?" Then Vuong Tonkai explained, "This monster was indeed raised with spiritual energy I nurtured in this mansion, but I need to clarify one thing, Muchu. I didn't raise it to harm humanity, but to protect humanity." Hearing this, Han Tongling and Second Lieutenant Li were furious. "Vuong Tonkai, you bastard. Do you know how many brothers we lost to regain High City?" Tonkai remains very proud of what he has achieved. Their deaths are incredibly meaningful. Their deaths helped this monster evolve from the initial 3rd stage of the Dragon Pool to the current peak of the 6th stage. Lieutenant Li trembled with anger, yet you used the lives of soldiers as experiments. Tầng lớp thấp các người mãi mãi không thể hiểu được suy nghĩ của tôi, người ở tầng lớp cao như tôi. Tôi nuôi dưỡng con quái vật này không chỉ dễ tiêu diệt quái vật khác và giảm thiểu tổn thất của binh lính nhân loại, mà còn dễ nghiên cứu sự tiến hóa của nó và tìm ra cách giúp các tu sĩ nhân loại thích nghi tốt hơn với thế giới linh khi phục sinh này. Now this monster is completely under my control. I have said everything I needed to say. Now it's time for you to set out. He then lowered 2 fingers, and a surge of energy appeared, heading straight for Lam Thien, with the system detecting a powerful light attribute energy. Do you want to absorb it? Lam Thien said proudly. Is there really such a good thing? Are you going to absorb it now? Then Lam Thien raised both hands to absorb the power from Tan Kai. Hu Feng and Thieu Li hurriedly rushed to help, thinking you had been hit by Tan Kai's arrow, brother Lam Thien. Tan Kai paid no attention and immediately focused on the remaining 2 targets. Symbols then appeared beneath Xiao Feng and Xiao Yili. He sneered and said, "Next, let me enjoy hearing your painful cries." Arrows from below shot up, piercing into their bodies. Hu Feng and Thieu Li screamed in pain. Tan Kai watched his spectacular attack and smugly said, "This is the price you pay for daring to offend me, Vuong Kai." Lam Thien's side is still absorbing his power. The system reports, Lightning System Level 2, 251 out of 1,000. Fire System Level 2, 336 out of 1,000. Light System Level 1, 150 up to 999 out of 1,000. Then the Light System Level 2 increased from 0 to 325. Lam Thien was proud. This trip was truly worth it. Not only did he get a free house, but his strength also increased a level. Lam Thien swooped in from behind, launching fire and lightning attacks at Tan Kai and successfully rescuing Hu Feng and Thieu Li. Hu Feng looked up at the sky. "Big brother Lam Thien, thank you for saving us." Lam Thien replied, "There's no need to wait, let's finish this quickly." Tan Kai was stunned. "What's going on? How can you move freely?" "Didn't my light shield already trap you?" Lam Thien asked. "Do you really think the trash dung twin Luke Khan can hold me? To thank you for helping me become stronger, I'll give you a quick end." Tan Kai scoffs dismissively. "You, just a kid with no experience, dare to judge me? Let's see what real strength you have." Then Tan Kai launched a burst of energy at Lam Thien, who quickly drew his sword and unleashed the lightning flame and dragon destruction slash to immediately deflect Tan Kai's ultimate move. He gritted his teeth in frustration as Lam Thien quickly appeared behind Tan Kai. He hurriedly turned his head back and said, "How is that possible? How is this kid's speed so fast? He's doomed. There's no way to dodge." At this point, Lam Thien easily hit Tan Kai, but even the peak of Dung Tuyen Luk Khan is only this much. Tan Kai, clutching his injured shoulder, said, "Lam Thien, you're asking for death." Tan Kai immediately unleashed his full power. "Lam Thien, you've completely angered me. Let me show you what true strength of the peak of the Green Water Realm looks like." Then Tan Kai summoned a large magic circle above Lam Thien's head. It seemed this magic circle didn't affect Lam Thien much. "Huh. Even with all your strength, you're just struggling a little longer." Tan Kai didn't care. He used all the remaining power he had, 1,000 arrows piercing the heart. Bright beams suddenly shot down right above the circle, and Lam Thien quickly unleashed a move to block all of his attacks. Tan Kai does not give up. He quickly moves to your side and says, "Di Lam Thien, the radiant sword, array." Lam Thien glances at the mysterious sword pointed at him. A strike with devastating power erupts, causing a massive earthquake around it. But it's nothing compared to Lam Thien. You haven't provoked him yet. His speed is too slow. Tan Kai was startled and shouted, "Where?" As soon as he finished speaking, Tan Kai immediately took a hit from you, then fell head first to the ground, crawling forward with a blindfolded face. Tan Kai painfully struggles to get up and says, "Lam Thien, even if I die, I will never lose to you." Suddenly, Tan Kai's body convulses in agony, crying out in muffled sounds. A series of Chinese characters appeared around him. Tan Kai suddenly stood up normally as if he had no injuries at all. He grew wings and flew over. "I want you to see my full strength attack." Bright light erupts. Lam Thien responds, "That was a good hit. Let's see if your fist is as hard as my sword." Loi Wiem sword technique, extreme ice mountain, and fierce earth. Slash. A fierce confrontation erupts between Lam Thien's light dragon and Tan Kai. Of course, the victory leans towards Lam Thien, who falls backward in disbelief, unable to accept it. Impossible. Then 2 whirlwinds appeared, each person spinning with their own, and Tan Kai lay scattered on the ground. Hey, how can your strength be greater than mine? Your actual power is above the 6th stage of the Dung Tuyen realm. Lam Thien replied from above, "Just the peak of the 6th realm, nothing difficult." Hearing this, Tan Kai no longer dared to boast loudly, trembling. Could it be that he had already reached the 7th realm of the Dung Tuyen? No way. It's only been a short while since the spiritual energy recovered, and he's already reached the 7th stage of the Dongquan realm. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Lin Tian continued, "All right, I have other matters to attend to. It's time to send you on your way." Tan Kai began to cry. He couldn't bear it. He couldn't die here. He wouldn't. Lam Thien Loithun drew his sword to strike back, paying the price for what you have done. Damn it! Lam Thien didn't hold back and struck him with a single move. In the end, trash is still trash. Xiao Yi Li was stunned. Oh my god, this brother Lam Thien is slicing with a sword at the peak of the Dung Tuyen Luke stage. Hu Feng also opens his mouth in amazement. Wow, he truly is our big brother Lam Thien. Once everything is settled, go check out that big bird. They both look flustered. Oh. The brother Lam Thien is here with me. Switching to the scene at the monster that Tan Kai is raising. Hu Feng looked at it, still terrified, despite being tied up and defeated. Big brother Lam Thien, let's kill this evil monster and go outside. Lam Thien replied, "It's not an evil monster. It's just another victim." Then he channeled his power towards it. It screams loudly, causing Lai and Hu Feng to panic. "Big brother Lam Thien, be careful," Lam Thien said. "I am not Wang Tenkai. I won't hurt you. I just want to help you understand that its eyes opened." A blazing red gaze fixed on Lam Thien. Then it understood Lam Thien's kindness and bowed its head to let him treat it. Immediately, it became gentler. It really is true that the mind shapes the appearance. Xiao Yi Li and Understand Feng were shocked that it turned into a cat. What exactly happened to here? Lam Thien gently stroked it and said, "I don't know either. At first, I only intended to use spiritual energy from light to heal its wounds. I didn't expect that after treatment it would turn into this." Lacking Yili said, "Yes, big brother Lam, can you see the past? Let us see what happened to this owl." Lam Thien reveals his trick. "Actually, I was just bluffing, simply to trap Wang Tan Kai." They exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, but wasn't the image just now?" Lam Thien chuckled and replied, "That was me using spiritual energy from light to condense my memories." Luckily, he fell into the trap, otherwise I really wouldn't know what to do at that moment. "All right, everything is settled now, let's go home. Later, I will have to find someone to repair it and see how much it will cost to fix up this house." Seeing you walk away, they still couldn't believe it. Wait a moment, big brother Lam Thien. Are you planning to keep that owl as a pet? Lam Thien replied, "I never thought about keeping a pet, but this little guy is very well behaved, so having him stay in the house isn't a bad idea. Maybe let your army take care of it." Hearing that, Huang Hu Feng immediately refused, saying it's not possible because the military's budget is limited, and this is a spiritual beast he struggled hard to rescue. How can we be qualified to raise it? It's better if you take it away. Following you will definitely be much more comfortable than being confined by the army. Do you really need to worry so much? I'm genuinely just negotiating with you. Hu Feng replied softly. Lam Thien, don't joke with me anymore. How could we dare steal your spirit beast? Then Lam Thien negotiated. Let's see if I can bring it back to the people at my house to feed. If anyone objects, I will send it to your army. The scene shifts to the military side, and the news of Shinkai's rebellion has reached them. A file was thrown in his face. What the hell are your Spiritual Energy Association managers actually doing? The cultivators of the Haishang Spirit Energy Association not only raise monsters, but also use our soldiers as test subjects. The representative from the association quickly explained, Commander Them, this is truly a misunderstanding. I have no idea about Wang Tan Koi's actions at all. He is the most experienced and powerful expert in our association, and his strength is remarkable. I really didn't offend him. Mr. Tam frowned and asked, Are you afraid to offend him? So you dare to insult our army? The man was asked sharply, confused as he explained, I don't dare, General Tom. Please don't say that I'm just an ordinary person. Most of the work in the association is handled by cultivators. I really can't do anything. Tung Tu Len Tom replied, You say that easily? If I don't put pressure on you today, are you planning to shift all the responsibility? He replied, Vuong Tan Kai is a top-tier Dong Tuyen cultivator in the 6th realm, and I am just an ordinary person. How dare I provoke him? Spirit Energy Association and the military. I am just an ordinary person and cannot afford to offend anyone. General Tam, please show mercy and give me a way to survive. Master Shen coldly said, Do you know how tragically the soldiers killed by monsters have perished? When the family members are crying desperately, aren't they also begging for a way out? Hearing that, he was speechless, not knowing what else to say. Mr. Tham continued to instruct the members of the Spirit Energy Association.
Let me tell you, from today onwards, the Army will conduct a thorough investigation of all members of the Spirit Energy Association.
It's better for you to cooperate, or don't blame me if I use the French army. He quickly obeyed. Understood. I will cooperate fully with the military investigation. I only beg the Commander-in-Chief to show mercy and not ruin the reputation of the Spirit Energy Association completely. Otherwise, I will be torn apart by those cultivators. The judge finally agreed. All right, Guo, leave here immediately.
Please make sure those cultivators are honest, okay? He hurriedly bowed down at a 90-degree angle in response.
Yes, yes. The scene transition in Lam Thien's apartment has been completed. You open the door and step into the room. Lan Nguyen and Fifi are already waiting. Are you okay?
I love you, I'm back.
Lam Thien quietly watched them and wondered if this was what family felt like. It's really good. To keep living like this, Lam Thien still has to become stronger. It's true that every family with 2 wives looks happy. Standing lost in happiness for so long, Fifi asked, "Why are you so absent-minded?" Lam Thien replied, "Everything has been settled, and I brought home another pet for both of you." Lan Nguyen asked in confusion, "A pet?" After finishing, Lam Thien called it out, and a barn owl perched on his head. They looked at it with affectionate eyes. "So adorable, and it's a little owl. Where did you buy this owl? It's so adorable." Lam Thien replied, "I found it in the mutated villa area." Lan Nguyen touched it and said, "It's amazing it survived in such a place. It seems the creature's will to survive is truly strong." Lam Thien calmly replied, "It is indeed very powerful after all. This is a divine beast of the top-tier Dung Tuyen Luk Ken." Hearing this, the 2 beautiful women were struck by lightning. Lam Thien, what did you just say?" Lam Thien replied, "I said this owl is a top-tier beast of the Dung Tuyen Luk Ken." The owl looked at Lan Nguyen and Fifi indifferently, but the 2 girls were terrified. "Brother Ai, is this beast really at the peak of the 6th realm of the Brave Spring level? You won't get killed by it, will you?" "Fifi, don't move. At this level, a single minute is enough for that beast to tear us apart." Lam Thien looks helpless. "All right. Don't worry too much. It's very obedient. If it wanted to attack us, it would have done so long ago. Everyone is still focused on themselves. When will we be able to break through?" Lan Nguyen shyly replied, "We also want to try, but strength isn't something you can just increase at will." Fifi added, "That's right. Do you think everyone is a genius like you?" Lam Thien stretches and says, "Keep training harder, or if we face a dangerous situation like last time, I might not be able to save everyone in time. I'm going to rest now." And then Lam Thien fell into a deep dream. The scene shifts to the side where the army members are discussing. "Have you heard anything? The strongest cultivator in Haithuang City has been killed. How many brothers did he harm?" "Death is deserved." "Dead?" "He was a top expert in the 6th realm of the Dung Tuyen stage. How could he have died so easily? Could it be caused by a powerful beast, like a Dung Tuyen that can?" Suddenly, someone hit them on the head. "Nonsense. If there really were a powerful beast at the Dung Tuyen that level, we wouldn't stand a chance." "He was hit hard and asked holding his head, so how did he end up dying?" Upon hearing this, he immediately became alert and looked around, then recounted, "I heard that he was killed by a powerful cultivator from Tianhai City. It is said that this cultivator also once resolved a major crisis in Tianhai City." They were stunned and couldn't believe it. Could it be that the cultivator from Tianhai City really has such great strength? At this moment, Hyo Fong appears, and everyone is whispering among themselves. When they see the boss arrive, they quickly stand at attention saying, "The boss is here, we just swapped shifts and are sitting here having a drink to warm up. Just chatting a bit." Hyo Fong warned sternly, "You can talk, but you must not reveal any specific information to any cultivator in Tianhai City. Otherwise, it will be considered military secret leakage." Everyone understands the order. "Sir, please, Hyo Fong requests." "All right, disperse now. After everyone leaves, he's worried because you basically have no idea how powerful Lam Thien really is. I even dare to say that Lam Thien is currently the one who can influence our country's international standing." Transition to an early morning scene with gentle sunlight shining down on Lam Thien's house. In a room, Fifi sits beside a table, resting her chin on one hand, searching for something on her computer. On the screen, a news headline appears at the top of the page. Fifi smiled, exclaiming that it's definitely trending now. She scrolled down the screen, revealing 3 comments in succession below. Fifi scrolls down and clicks on a long comment from someone else. Another comment appears immediately, followed by more comments from 2 other people below. Fifi looked at the screen, annoyed as she said, "Why are the monks in the Western Red City so rude?" "Where did Lan Nguyen come from?" she asked. "What's going on, Fifi? What are you talking to yourself about?" Fifi turned to look at Lan Nguyen and replied,
There is an internet user named Tae Hong Mai Din who claims to be a practitioner of Dong Tuyen That Khan and is threatening to challenge Lam Thien to a fight at the martial arts tournament.
Lan Nguyen places a hand on Phi chair and looks at the screen, asking, "What is this martial arts tournament? Why haven't I heard anything about it?"
I just found out too. My grandfather told me that the Army is about to hold a nationwide competition for practitioners across the country to train together and protect national security.
Phi turned away and shouted angrily, "Lam Thien, you must win the championship and slap those guys in the face." Nearby, Lam Thien was trying to stuff a piece of food into the spirit beast's mouth. He angrily urged it to eat faster, saying, "This is the most expensive bird food, nearly 100,000 per kilogram, you know?" The spirit beast closed its eyes and suddenly turned away, completely ignoring Lam Thien's presence. Lam Thien moved closer to the spirit beast and muttered angrily, "I think you're about to rebel. Normal birds would be happy just to get some millet. Do you know how much a kilogram of millet costs?" Lan Nguyen stood nearby and sighed, then asked, "Don't treat it badly. Have you heard about the martial arts tournament?" Lam Thien turned around quickly and brushed it off. "No, I'm not interested. I have more important things to do." Lan Nguyen wondered why, and Phi next to her also found it hard to understand. Yes, what could be so important that it matters? Lam Thien gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. Of course he had to quickly renovate the villa that Hai Thuong City gave him. Lam Thien pointed at the sparkling furniture in front and shouted, saying he must move there quickly before they turn his house into a hotel. The scene shifts to the headquarters of the Spiritual Energy Association, where a surprised voice is heard. "What?" Lam Thien isn't participating. In a room where the leaders of the association are holding a meeting, someone exclaims in confusion, "What's really going on?" Lu Nu sighs softly, his voice tinged with disappointment. And from what the young lady said, it seems he's busy repairing and has no interest in this martial arts event. Li Duong sat quietly, hands clasped together, and said with a smile, "That's good news. If he doesn't come, it might be less trouble." Mr. Tam sat opposite Li Duong, frowning as he asked, "What do you mean by that, Lai Map?" Li Duong scratched his cheek nervously and replied, "General Tam, what I said is the truth I've realized after more than 10 years in office. No matter what event is organized, fewer participants mean fewer problems." Mr. Tham frowned, clearly angry, his voice lowering. "Say nothing to me." Mr. Tom's voice echoed. "This gathering is not only for practitioners from various places to learn in advance, but more importantly, to retain talent for the upcoming national competitions." Mr. Tom looked around at everyone in the room and continued, "If it weren't for a genius like Lam Thien, how could we compete with the monks from other countries?" Tavian looked uneasy and spoke up. "But you already know Lam Thien's personality, your commander. He doesn't care about these superficial titles. I'm afraid it will be very difficult to persuade him." Trin Fong sat next to him and added, "Exactly." Mr. Tham squinted, his voice tinged with helplessness. "Are we just going to leave things as they are? If talents like Lin Tian don't participate, it will be a huge loss for the country." Lu Ngai nearby suddenly spoke up. "Maybe we should use some rare cultivation resources as rewards. There must be something that would interest Lam Thien, right? Isn't it true that our army has some low-level mutated spiritual energy sites?" Someone in the room responded. "Isn't Lin Tian already at the 7 Meridian stage? That low-level mutation point is something he even cares about." Liu An turned to look at Ong Tam and said, "I've come up with a very good idea." Mr. Tom frowned and said, "Hurry up and tell me what you're thinking so I don't have to keep guessing." Liu Ying stood up, crossed his arms, and began to explain. "I remember there's still a dangerous level mutation point at the Liu Lake Villa in Hai Thuong City, right? Are you suggesting that if the strongest martial artists in the country participate in this martial arts tournament, we should take the opportunity to eliminate the super-level mutation point in Hai Thuong City?" Li Wen spread his hands to the sides and continued to explain his idea, because if it succeeded, we could not only completely retake Hai Thuong City, but also make those foreign cultivators tremble in fear. After all, no country has ever been able to retreat from super-level mutated points. As soon as he finished speaking, the room began to murmur, and someone chuckled, saying, "That's a very good point." A voice then rang out. "Exactly." Li Duong suddenly stood up, raised his hands forward, and shouted, "Absolutely not." "I completely disagree. Do you all realize how much responsibility I would have to bear if this happens? Why doesn't everyone go to another city?" "I think the nearby city of Taehong is pretty good too. I'm old and really can't stand your torment anymore." Mr. Shen raised a hand, trying to reassure Li Yang. "Li Duong, do you really need to get so worked up? Old Liu's proposal is indeed very bold, but it's not impossible. As long as our army implements comprehensive protective and preventive measures, the situation will never get out of control, and certainly won't cause any trouble for you." Li Duong raised both hands to cover his face. pleading, "Preventive measures." The words I hear most often in recent years are these 4 words, preventive measures. But every time, it turns out the same way. The more spectacular it looks, the greater the chaos that follows. I beg you all to have mercy on me. I'm old now and just want to lie down peacefully and wait for my retirement day. I really can't do this anymore. The judge frowned, looking somewhat displeased. The judge sternly said, "Li Duong, you are the president of the Spiritual Energy Association in Haithuong. This is a matter of great importance to the country, and there is no room for evasion." Li Duong slumped into the chair, looking helpless. He sighed and said, "I know. Once a decision is made, no one can stop it. I give up. Do whatever you want."
Anyway, I've said everything I needed to say. Mr. Tham looked at Liu Ying and decided, "Liao Liu, your suggestion is very good. Let's go ahead and decide on this." Mr. Tham looked around and announced to everyone in the room that Liu would be responsible for planning the assembly and supporting the personnel involved in the logistics preparations.
Liu Ying gently lowered his head, a thought crossing his mind. "Lan Nguyet, your parents might have already received news." The scene shifts to Lam Thien's house, where a strange light emanates from his room as he sits cross-legged on his bed in meditation, his spiritual energy surging out powerfully. Lam Thien opened his eyes shining brightly with explosive power. He smiled softly, whispering contentedly that he had finally reached the 9 levels of courageous flow, just 1 step away from entering the Iron Vein realm. The scene shifts to early morning. Gentle, warm sunlight bathes Lam Thien's house as he sits cross-legged in a room, holding a book in his hands and focused on reading its contents. Suddenly, a voice called from outside. Lam Thien was slightly startled, his eyes flickering toward the door, thinking to himself, who could be coming at this hour?
"Hello, Mr. Lam Thien. It's been a long time."
"Mr. Tron, is there something that made you come to my house so early today?" Miss Tran smiled and replied,
"Today, I mainly came here to give you some rewards, and there are also some procedures that require your signature."
Lam Thien turned around and politely said, "Please come in." Secretary Tron appreciated it and thanked him.
"This is the reward prepared by the Army for you, including the villa transfer procedures, refund forms, and some additional living allowances.
You just need to sign here." Lam Thien took the stack of papers and replied with a slight smile. "That's quite considerate." Miss Tron smiled and announced, "Sir Lam Thien, there is still one more important matter I need to discuss with you."
Lam Thien narrowed his eyes and asked, "Is it about that martial arts tournament?"
"Exactly." Lam Thien put the papers down on the table and said coldly, "Tell me, Lan Nguyet and the others already heard
Those rumors online, and I really don't care about them." Secretary Tron chuckled softly and began to explain that the location of the martial arts tournament would be at a super variant level special point in Hai Thuong City.
Lam Thien turned his eyes away and asked nervously, "Another super variant level special point here? Why is the city of Hai Thuong so dangerous?" A map appeared in Secretary Tron's mind, her voice echoing. "Hai Tai City is located at the junction of spiritual veins.
Since the spiritual energy recovered, this city has experienced a surge in spiritual energy,
leading to many dangerous supernatural phenomena." Lam Thien was slightly surprised. Is this the intersection of the spiritual veins? No wonder it caused such trouble. Secretary Tron placed her hands on her hips and continued. "Yes, if Hai Thuong City can succeed in capturing it, it would be a great benefit for all our practitioners." Secretary Tron chuckled softly and continued the conversation. "According to the information we have, this super mutant level special point contains extremely pure lightning elements." The lightning element? Secretary Tron handed another stack of papers to Lam Thien, confirming that the lightning attribute of spiritual energy is extremely intense at this particular anomaly. "And here are the details." Lam Thien looked at Secretary Tron and said, "You're mocking us for forcing me to participate in the martial arts tournament while you're all so worried and anxious, huh?" Secretary Tran was startled and quickly explained, "Please don't misunderstand us, Mr. Lam." "All right, there's no need to worry. I will review these documents first before making a decision." Secretary Tran stood up, her voice grateful. "I really appreciate it, Mr. Lam. You can call me anytime." The scene shifts to midday. The clock on the wall shows 12 o'clock. Lam Thien places some bags of food on the table and calls out loudly, "Hey ladies, wake up and eat." Where did Phi Phi come from? She raised her hand to cover her mouth as she yawned. "Here, I'm so sleepy I could die." Lan Nguyet stepped forward, rubbing her eyes with one hand, her voice a bit sleepy. "Come here." Lan Nguyet glanced at the pile of papers on the table, curious. "What is this?"
That's the document about the martial arts tournament with the prize from the previous mission that the Army brought earlier today.
Let me see what reward Grandpa gave. Is there any rank or position involved?
Lam Thien quickly replied, "It's nothing fancy, just the transfer of the villa and reimbursement for the decoration costs."
What? Grandpa is so stingy. Why only give one shabby villa? Phi frowned and said, "She insists on asking her grandfather if she can have a different piece of land." Lam Thien pushed Phi forward, urging her to wash her face quickly and then obediently go eat for me. Lan Nguyen, standing from afar, watched the entire scene, sighed softly, then suddenly realized something, her eyes darting toward the pile of documents, where a sheet of paper with a line of writing appeared among Lam Thien's documents. Lan Nguyen widened her eyes, her mind exclaiming in surprise as she held the stack of papers in her hand, trembling as she thought this must be the strange anomaly related to her parents' disappearance that year. Lan Nguyen flips through each page, her mind full of questions. Why are some pages missing? Her expression slightly darkens, her thoughts filled with suspicion. Is the army deliberately hiding it? But why would they need to cover it up like that? Could it be they don't want me to know the truth? In the bathroom, Lam Thien was watching Phi brush her teeth. He turns his face toward the room where Lan Nguyen is standing. Lam Thien suddenly realizes that she might have already noticed. The scene shifts to nighttime, and his thoughts drift far away. Ling Yue, it's best that you don't find out about this. In Lam Thien's room, he is standing with his back against the wall, holding a piece of paper in his hand. On the document, an event is recorded in detail. Lam Thien took out his phone and called Secretary Tran. "Secretary Tran, I've decided to go to that special location." "Then that's great news. Mr. Lam Thien?" Suddenly his voice drops, but I am very dissatisfied with how the military people are handling things. Secretary Tran asked, "What do you mean by that?" Lam Thien lowered his head slightly and whispered, "You know that Lan Nguyen's parents are connected to this anomaly, and I have no choice but to oversee it, which is why you're pushing me like this." "Do you really think I would believe that?" Secretary Tran stammered in response. "I will definitely report your opinion to your superiors." "Mr. Lam Thien," he frowned. Angrily, Lam Thien warned him to stop making excuses. "I don't care what the army is thinking, but this probing behavior really annoys me." Lam Thien crumples the paper in his hand and warns Secretary Tran to tell your people this is the first and last time, or don't blame me for turning hostile. Secretary Tran hurriedly replied, "I will convey your words exactly as you said to your superiors." Lam Thien turned off the phone, put his hands in his pockets, and walked back into the room. Lam Thien paused for a moment. Then, from afar, he saw Lan Nguyen sleeping on the statue-like chair. Suddenly, he sensed something and looked down, noticing a piece of paper on the table where Lan Nguyen had jotted down notes as if analyzing something. Lam Thien took a blanket, covering Lan Nguyen, who was sleeping soundly. He then straightened up, his eyes fixed on her, as his mind drifted. "Don't worry, I will definitely find out what happened to your parents." The scene shifts to early morning. Lam Thien's car stops in front of a large building. Lam Thien opened the door and stepped out of the car when suddenly a loud call rang out. "Boss Lam Thien has arrived." The nearby soldiers ran over, one shouting, "Come and pick up Lord Lam Thien." The soldiers bowed to him and shouted in unison, "We salute Lord Lam Thien." Lam Thien raised a hand and nervously said, "Please don't be like this. Everyone, I feel a bit embarrassed." Hu Fong appeared and said with a smile, "Boss, this is what you deserve. If it weren't for you killing that beast Vuong Tan Kai, I don't know how much more torture my brothers and I would have endured." Lam Thien frowned and replied softly, Fine, don't exaggerate. I was just doing what I should." Xiaofeng smiled and continued, "You have no idea how much the Vuong Tan Kai incident has affected the army. We are truly grateful to you from the bottom of our hearts, so you fully deserve these cheers. Big brother Lin Thien, I heard you only used one sword to kill Vuong Tan Kai. Is that true?" Lin Thien rested his chin on his hand and thought for a moment before replying, "That guy isn't too hard to deal with, just a bit troublesome." The soldiers raised their hands high and cheered. "No wonder he's the boss, my ding." Lam Thien raised his hands and shyly reminded them, All right, everyone disperse now, don't gather here anymore." Fine. Who said you're such a rare superhero?" Lam Thien put his hands in his pockets and said to Hu Fong as he walked, "Doling Han, do you know where Chairwoman Liu An is? I have something I want to ask him." Hu Fong replied politely, "Please, come this way." The scene shifts to a neatly arranged military camp below. Inside a tent, Liu Ying is sitting and reading a piece of paper. His mind is filled with numerous uncertain dangers in this anomaly point, so he needs to carefully check the list of people entering. "Director Liu, it's been a while since we last met." Liu Ying was surprised and exclaimed, "Lam Thien, you're here. Come here and sit down. What do you want to talk to me about?" Lin Thien pulled out a chair and asked Liu An,
Director Liu, I heard Secretary Tran say that this anomaly site was arranged by you, right?
Liu Ap softly replied, "Yes, I know this will upset you, but I really have no other choice." Liu An looked away and continued, "Although Nguyet Nhi is a well-behaved and understanding child, she still often cries silently at night. Before meeting you, I wanted to rely on the army and my own strength to help the girl find her parents. But I have led my team into that place at least 5 times. Not only did I fail, but I also caused many people to die when I returned." Liu An turned to Lam Thien and continued, "I hope you can participate in the tournament and help other cultivators improve, but I also want to take this opportunity to help Lan Nguyet find her parents." Liu An bowed his head in apology, his voice pleading, "If this has offended you, I will accept all consequences. But please don't hate Lan Nguyet because of this. The girl doesn't know anything." Lam Thien sighed and replied, "Liu An, next time you have something like this to say, just tell me directly. No need to beat around the bush." Liu An was a bit surprised and asked straightforwardly, "You mean Lam Thien folding his arms and starting to say, 'Friendships with Lan Nguyet are enough reason to do these things'?" Liu Ying opened his eyes wide, his voice full of gratitude. "Thank you." Lam Thien turned to see Hu Feng standing before thousands of people. He said loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this martial arts tournament. I believe everyone knows that this event is not just a competition, but also a challenge." Hui Feng narrowed his eyes, his voice deepening. "What I am about to say next are the important issues of the anomaly point you will face." Below, Lam Thien stands with Phi Phi, Lan Nguyet, and Wu Tin as Hu Feng's voice continues. The main location of this tournament is the anomaly point of the mutated level in Haitian City. This anomaly point is at the convergence of spiritual veins, containing extremely powerful lightning spiritual energy, but also accompanied by a very high level of danger. Suddenly, Mak Thu approached Lam Thien and asked, "Are you Lam Thien?" "I am Mak Thu, a cultivator from Tan Thi." Lam Thien shook hands with Mak Thu, his eyes wide with a slightly awkward tone. "Hello. I never expected Sword Saint Lam Thien to be so approachable." Sword Saint Mak Thu Duong raised a finger to the sky and began to explain. This nickname was given based on the legend that he killed Vuong Tan Koi with a single sword. It has spread throughout our new sect's cultivation community, but it hasn't reached everyone yet. Lam Thien nervously thought, "Luckily it hasn't spread yet, or I'd be so embarrassed." He looked at Mak Thu and asked, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Mak Thu replied, "That's right, I almost forgot." Mak Thu rubbed his hands together and asked, "Hey Lam, after we enter the special zone, can I go with everyone?" "Are you going to join us?" Lam Thien calmly asked back. "Why do you want to come with us?" "Isn't this the mission assigned to you by the Tanthi Spiritual Energy Association?" Master Mo approaches Lam Thien quietly and whispers, "Brother Lam, I ask you to keep this to yourself. It will be hard to explain when I return. Although I was sent by the Tanthai Spirit Energy Association, I am basically just a filler with no real strength." Lam Thien frowned, his voice full of suspicion. Why would a cultivator have no strength at all? Furthermore, the Tan Thi Spiritual Energy Association sent you here just to fill the ranks. Aren't they afraid of losing face? Mak Thu raised both hands to the sides and helplessly responded. "Embarrassed? They don't care at all whether I feel ashamed or not. They just want to have enough people. I'm just an amateur cultivator that they happen to like, so they conveniently sent me out." Lam Thien felt awkward with a sarcastic tone. "So you only came here confidently because your appearance is pleasing? This new City Spirit Energy Association is quite interesting, huh?" Mak Thu cuốn hai tay quanh mặt, run rẩy thốt lên tới thực sự rất sợ chết. Nghe nỗi ồ diễm giặc chi do ngay cả những người tu hành lâu năm cũng khổ rồi phổ hồn nữa. Nếu tôi phải vào chỗ thì chẳng phải sẽ chết ngay tại chỗ sao? Lam Thien asked softly, "So you want me to take you there?" Mak Thu looked visibly anxious and hurriedly replied, "That's right, Brother Lam. You're so strong. At least I still have hope of surviving and getting out." Phi Phi put a hand on her hip and mocked Mak Thu. "You useless turtle. It's because of cowards like you that we have a bad reputation internationally." Lan Nguyet stood beside her, raising her hands, trying to advise Phi Phi. "Phi Phi, don't speak badly of others in front of them." Phi Phi looked back at Lan Nguyet and coldly replied, "If I say these things behind others' backs, wouldn't I become the bad person?" Phi Phi frowned and said to Mak Thu, "If you can guarantee you won't hold us back." Mak Thu raised a hand quickly and shouted loudly, "I'm not holding anyone back, not at all. I promise to follow the orders and not cause any trouble for everyone." Wu Tin stepped closer to Lam Thien and called out, "Captain Lam, why not take him along?" Lan Nguyet quickly responded, "Yes, he indeed doesn't seem capable of posing a serious threat, so maybe we should let him come along." Lam Thien crossed his arms and agreed to Mak Thu's suggestion. All right, since you're sincere, I'll take you part of the way, but remember not to act on your own. Mak Thu scratched his head and hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, elder brother Lam. Thank you, sisters-in-law. Everyone rest assured, I will definitely not cause trouble for you. Suddenly, a loud noise sounded, and Lam Thien, Phi Phi, and Mak Thu all turned towards the source of the sound. In the space, a large crack appears, shattering into pieces to reveal a dark, hidden realm behind it. Hu Feng immediately shouts sternly, "The first martial arts competition of the Great Dynasty officially begins." Below the space crack is a vast desert landscape with jagged rocks, and countless practitioners are rushing down from the crack to conquer this place. Lam Thien's group also joined the competition and just landed on a tall stone pillar to observe the situation. Phi Phi, standing behind Lam Thien, asked, "Isn't Hai Thuong supposed to be a city? How did it end up like this?" Lan Nguyen replied, "The monsters in the special zones can alter the terrain. It seems they prefer environments like this." Vu Tin looked at Lam Thien and asked, "Captain Lam, what's next for us?" Before they could finish speaking, the ground where they stood suddenly shook violently. Everyone panicked and shouted, "What's happening?" Ma Thu, initially begging to follow them, was too afraid to fight and could only sit down trembling, screaming for help. Lam Thien shouted a warning to everyone, "Watch out!" In the secret realm, anything can happen. Beneath the sand dunes, monsters formed from sand suddenly appear in dense groups. After appearing, they quickly target the newly arrived cultivators and rush forward. Lam Thien, standing shoulder to shoulder with his teammates, signals everyone to prepare for battle. Suddenly, a swordsman charged forward, unleashing a fiery slash, and a blazing sword aura shot towards the monsters. They were swept by the flames from the sword, destroying many of the monsters first. Lam Thien and everyone else looked back in surprise at the newcomer who came to help. Kim Kwang, holding a large sword, hovered in the air surrounded by a golden protective aura, and asked, "Are you Lam Thien?" Lam Thien looked up at Kim Kwang and didn't rush to answer, instead asking, "Who are you?" "I am the strongest cultivator in Western Hong, Song Kim Kwang. I left a message online a few days ago." Hearing Phi Phi say that, he said, "If your woman has seen that post, then it's easy to handle." Kim Kwang pointed his sword at Lam Thien and said, "Lam Thien, I am here to challenge you." Lam Thien ignored Kim Kwang and replied, "Sorry, I don't have the time or interest right now. If you're here just for this nonsense, please leave." Kim Kwang immediately frowned, mockingly looking down on Lam Thien, truly disappointing. It seems that the story of you killing Vuong Tan Koi with a sword is just the army's hype. Diamond dashed forward like a lightning bolt and left only these words, "When you're brave enough to face me, come find me." Lam Thien Phi, seeing Diamond's fierce expression, angrily shouted, "If you dare come down here, I'll teach you a lesson." Phi, let's go. We have something more important to deal with. Mak Thu also comforted Lam Thien. "Don't be angry, Mr. Lam. That kid was on the same flight as me, and he didn't say a word to me the whole time. It made me so angry." Lam Thien looked into the distance and replied, "I don't care about that. Next, we will head towards that mountain. We must be very careful on the way." Remembering the events of the past life, he silently prays for Lan Nguyen's parents to be safe. Lam Thien's group begins their journey, flying through the majestic stone pillars across the desert. Suddenly sensing something unusual, Lam Thien called everyone over. "Wait a moment, there's a problem here." Hearing his warning, everyone descended to investigate and discovered another space-time crack below. Lam Thien leads everyone inside, the ground covered with blood pools and scattered flames. Lan Nguyen examines the battle scars, deducing that a fight definitely took place here. Likely involving fire attribute mystical beasts. "Since we're here, let's go inside and investigate a bit." Everyone followed closely to see what's going on. Lam Thien cautiously looked around, observing every small detail along the way. Suddenly, everyone stopped in unison at the sight before them. Lam Thien exclaimed it in surprise, noticing a group of cultivators fighting together against an enormous one-horned monster with a body burning like fire, a spiked tail, and sharp claws grabbing unfortunate victims. It only swung its claws lightly, causing one person rushing forward to be covered in blood. Another who tried to attack from above was also caught in its open mouth as it spat out a fireball. Only then did they realize that this monster was not easy to defeat, and the monks immediately turned around and fled to save themselves. Desperate cries for help echoed everywhere. A young man, also struggling to find a way to survive, just stepped forward and saw Lam Thien's group arriving. The young man, seeing a chance to survive, cheered loudly, "Big Brother Lam Thien is here!" Hearing this name, everyone shouted in unison, "Big Brother Lam Thien, please save us!" Some even dared to say, "Father, save me." Seeing the raging monster before him, Lam Thien judged that this monster's strength was about the fourth stage of the Brave Spring level, perfect for Lan Nguyen and Vu Tin to test their skills. You two, Lan Nguyen and Vu Tin, both ice users, go and take it down to practice your skills. Gain more real combat experience. Lan Nguyen and Vu Tin charged forward, crossing the hot lava to reach the monster. It saw them and spat out a powerful stream of lava to burn them. Vu Tin remained calm and launched her ice barrier attack without hesitation. At the same time, while the monster was focused on fighting Vu Tin, Lan Nguyen quietly approached from behind. She coordinated smoothly with Vu Tin, beginning to unleash her second move. Han Bang liked it. A thorny snowflower formed in Lan Nguyen's hand. She didn't hesitate to launch it forcefully at the monster's thigh, causing the deep snowflower to pierce into its flesh. The monster, wounded, roared in pain and looked up at the sky in fury. Seizing the moment before it could counterattack, Lan Nguyen suddenly appeared behind it, readying her next strike. She rushes forward with her arms outstretched and swings diagonally while shouting Han Bang Fi Nyan. Following Leng Yue's command, two sharp streams of ice blast toward the monster. It couldn't dodge in time and was struck twice with powerful slashes in the chest. Vu Tin on this side also didn't have time to rest and continued to attack. Han Bing's eyes narrowed, and a sharp ice pillar instantly appeared in her hand. Vu Tin gathered her strength and shot the ice pillar forward, piercing straight into the monster's chest like a final blow. It let out its final cry before gradually shattering into pieces. One cultivator had to praise the perfect coordination of the two. That was incredible. Tanda next to her also admired and said, "The goddess of grace. She truly is a goddess of grace." Watching the crowd gather around Leng Yue and Vu Tin in excitement, Lam Thien stood outside, silently thinking that he should let the two feel what it's like to be cheered on by everyone. Looking at where the monster was just defeated, Lam Thien suddenly noticed something strange. You see a honey-colored gemstone among the wreckage of the monster's body. Lam Thien curiously thinks, "What is this?" The fiery attribute crystal. He happily rushed to the crystal, thinking, "This is great. Wait a moment, that fire element crystal is mine." Seeing the arrogant diamond behind him, Lam Thien asked with a dark face, "Is it you again?" He thought Lam Thien was weaker than him because of what happened last time, so now he arrogantly stretched out his hand and said, "Kid, hand over the stuff or don't blame me for being rude." Everyone saw the diamond arrogantly grabbing the treasure and all scolded, "Where did these four useless come from?" That's right, they were hiding somewhere while fighting monsters, and only appeared when the treasure was found. Strange. Why is he running out like a madman? When the diamond was insulted, his face turned grim. He furiously frowns and shouts, "Shut up, all of you useless trash!" As he finishes, he swings his sword at the shouting crowd, and flames tear through the wind toward the standing cultivators. They hurriedly warn at each other, "Stay alert and get out of the way." Those who couldn't dodge were knocked down and struggled on the ground by Kim Kwang's attack. Seeing the destructive power of that attack, which carved a deep crater into the ground, they secretly feared and thought to themselves, "He's truly powerful. This guy is not someone we can mess with." After intimidating everyone, Kim Kwang pointed his sword up and challenged, "If you're not afraid of death, come up here and talk to my sword." At this moment, everyone hesitated to speak, and the surrounding atmosphere became extremely silent. Diamond, seeing this, laughed with malicious contempt. "I thought you guys had more spirit, but now you look no different from a bunch of turtles hiding their heads." He looked at everyone again and challenged them openly. "I'm taking this fire elemental crystal. Does anyone have any objections?" Now that Lam Thien has been fed up with Kim Kwang's disgusting behavior, he speaks up. "Tao!" Kim Kwang turned around, saw him and sneered, "What are you?" He saw Lam Thien daring to oppose him and asked, "Strange, isn't it, Lam Thien? When we met before, you were just a coward, so why are you so bold now?" Lam Thien also didn't want to waste more time replying. "If you're seeking death, then I can't blame you anymore." Lam Thien's face looked at him with a cold expression. Today, he would teach him what respect truly is. Lam Thien shouted, "Flame Fist!" and immediately his arm burst into flames. Lam Thien's punch pierced straight through Kim Kwang's body, leaving him no time to react. Kim Kwang paid a heavy price for his recklessness and careless actions. He quickly spat out a large mouthful of blood. Diamond couldn't stand firm after Lam Thien's punch and collapsed, groaning in pain. Seeing your true ability, everyone around expressed their admiration. Just one punch was enough. Now flames suddenly surround the diamond, and he shouts in fury, "Do you want to die?" Lam Tien, as if the flames are channeling more power into the diamond, suddenly stands up and roars. Then flames of the fire element erupt fiercely around him, making it impossible for anyone to approach. The closest onlookers quickly raise their hands to shield themselves and exclaim, "What is happening? Why did his aura suddenly become so powerful?" It's the fire element attribute, and he himself is a source of extremely abundant fire elemental energy, so his strength here is greater than usual. What? If that's the case, then in this cave, he's invincible. You could say that. Mothu also nervously asked Fifi tremblingly. Sister-in-law, Big Brother Lam will be fine, right? She replied confidently with no change in her expression. Don't worry, I've never met anyone who wants to hurt Lam Thien. Kim Kwong, thinking he's in a dominant position, looked at him and said, Lam Thien, this cave is filled with fire elements, and here I am, the god. You're not even worth my attention, just a top-tier dog from the Dung Tuyen realm trying to shout in front of me. He swung his sword fiercely at Lam Thien, and streams of flames also attacked him. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't touch Lam Thien's body at all. You slowly draw the thunderbolt sword from your back and mockingly declare your weakness. You prepare to strike fiercely at Diamond, shouting Lui Viem Tram as a fierce red lightning bolt rushes forward, colliding with Diamond's flames and causing a deafening explosion. After breaking through Diamond's defenses, the lightning bolt continued to strike straight at his left arm, slicing it off and causing him to cry out in pain. His arm flailed wildly on the ground, and Diamond also collapsed onto the ground from the pain. He clutched his arm tightly, cold sweat pouring down from the intense pain and fury. You dare to cripple me? Lam Thien said coldly as he stepped forward. You ungrateful thing, I didn't bother paying attention before because I had more important things to do. Do you really think I dare not kill you? The boy said as he approached, pointing his sword at Diamond's face in warning. Your wound today is a warning. Out of respect for the army, I will spare your life. Glancing at him on the ground, Lam Thien warns, next time no one will save you. Seeing your sword, Diamond nervously begged. Please, I was wrong. Lam Thien, please give me a way to live. I am willing to bow before you, but deep inside, he had already engraved this humiliating grudge. Diamond secretly thought, Lam Thien, one day I will make you pay the price. After the battle, everyone cheered. Lam Thien is too powerful. With just one move, he defeated Tong Kim Kwong. That's right, but Tong Kim Kwong is at the peak of the Dung Tuyen That Can. Lam Thien truly is the chosen one, the undefeated champion. Mak Thu quickly ran over to flatter him, saying, Big Brother Lam Thien, you're so amazing, you're my idol. Vu Tin also stepped forward with a smile and said, Lam Team, you are truly amazing. Phi Phi has no hesitation in expressing her feelings. Love, you're so cool. Lam Thien stepped forward and handed the fire element crystal he had obtained to Phi Phi, saying, Phi Phi, when you return, absorb the energy inside this fire element stone. Are you serious? You can really do it? You're also a fire attribute spiritual energy user. Lam Thien immediately replied, This doesn't have much use for me anymore. Phi Phi pressed close and kissed his cheek sincerely, saying, Love, you are really good to me. You. Lam Thien also blushed because of her actions. He turned to Lan Nguyen and asked, Do you know why we came here? She asked with some suspicion, Isn't it because of the martial arts tournament? Lam Thien shook his head in denial. No, I have no interest in this tournament at all. I came here to help you find your parents. You saw some pages of the mission data that mention my parents. Did you lose those pages, or are you him? He nodded, admitting he was afraid you would overthink, so he hid those pages of documents. Lam Thien explained, as per the records, Your parents came to this strange place when you were young to look for something, and the last place they went was here. He asked, Do you know anything else? Did your parents say anything to you before they left? Ling Yue bowed her head sadly and said no. I was too young back then to remember what my parents said. Without the photos Mr. Liu gave me, I might have forgotten what my parents looked like. Lam Thien patted her shoulder to comfort her. Don't worry. This time I will definitely help you find your parents, Lan Nguyen gratefully said. Lam Thien thanked him. But this anomaly is very dangerous if you go too deep. Lam Thien reassures her. Don't worry. Whatever this anomaly is today, I will destroy it. He turned back and told her, Phi Phi, everyone stay here. Don't go any deeper, I will take Lan Nguyen further into the anomaly. Phi Phi worries. Do you really think you can take Lan Nguyen in alone? It might be dangerous inside this anomaly. Don't worry, for me, these kinds of anomalies are as easy as a walk in the park. Lam Thien suddenly teased, Mak Thu, are you coming with us? He turned pale and hurriedly waved his hand, saying, No, no, I absolutely don't like Tu Judong rush into danger. Lam Thien looked at him with a hint of warning and plea, saying, I entrust Phi Phi and Vu Tin's safety to you.
If something happens to them, then I will come after you, he asked nervously and awkwardly.
Wait, didn't I already say you're useless?
Lam Thien ignored him and led the way, saying,
Lan Nguyen, let's go. The two of them continued to venture deeper into the anomaly, with Lan Nguyen following Lam Thien inside. There are only two of us now, so Lan Nguyen is a bit cautious. She observes carefully around. Seeing this, Lam Thien turns back and says, Relax, there's no need to be so tense. After walking through the cave for a while, the two suddenly stopped, and Lam Thien also sensed something ahead of them. They stood on a ledge looking down at the lake below, where a dazzling beam of light shone in the middle.
What is that thing? The system keeps notifying me that there's spiritual energy with fire attributes, and I've detected the pure lotus flame.
Lam Thien quietly exclaimed to himself with joy, I'm rich, I'm rich. This time I've struck it big, and I can pick up such rare, high-grade spiritual energy.
He turned back to tell Lan Nguyen, Let me go down and check, you just stay here.
She obediently replied, Okay. After jumping down, Lam Thien first observed from a distance and thought that this flame not only had no toxic smoke, but also didn't seem to be very hot.
He channels his spiritual power to create a protective barrier around himself to see how strong this flame is. After a moment, the system's voice announces again, absorbing high-level fire elemental spiritual energy, fire attribute experience points plus 154, fire attribute experience points plus 154, fire attribute experience points plus 545.
Suddenly, a large shadow slowly appeared beneath the water where he was standing. Lan Nguyen looked down from above, realizing something was wrong, and shouted a warning. Seeing this, Lan Nguyen was extremely worried and risked everything by jumping down and shouting, Lam Thien, watch out! She drew the small sword from her waist, jumped up, and aimed at the Amsa preparing to attack Lam Thien. Lan Nguyen stabbed it straight in the eye, causing the monster to lose its direction. Using the monster as a foothold, she kicked off it to leap high into the air. Lan Nguyen turned around and continued to deal with the remaining AMSA. She quickly swung her small sword, unleashing a cold sword aura. When Lan Nguyen cut it straight in the back, it thrashed in pain and howled into the sky. The dark serpent knew it was no match for her, so it dove into the water and slipped away. Only then did Lan Nguyen breathe a sigh of relief and turn to ask Lam Thien, Are you okay? You are focusing in the middle of the lake, and ask Lan Nguyen for help. I need a few minutes to absorb this flame. Please watch out and prevent other monsters from bothering us for a bit. Lan Nguyen nodded firmly and said, Don't worry, I won't let anything get close to you. After locking onto its target, it lunged from above with sharp teeth towards Lan Nguyen. Luckily, she quickly noticed Luke Zhao and dodged the attack. After missing its target, the Luke Zhao didn't give up and roared as it charged to attack Lan Nguyen again. The monster approached her and slashed her arm with its sharp claws. She grimaced in pain, clutching the wound inflicted by Luke Zhao, her upper arm torn by a deep gash. She gritted her teeth against the pain, raised her hand to cast a spell, and shouted, Hanbang, freeze! As a pillar of ice shot straight at the monster's face. It quickly dodged the ice column, its head covered with a hard scale, only slightly injured. The Luke Zhao glanced at Lan Nguyen standing nearby. Lan Nguyen was surprised and panicked, exclaiming, What? It seems that after the recent attack, it became even more agitated, rushing towards her and spitting out a strange green liquid. Lan Nguyen quickly stepped back to dodge. As she hit the ground, a sizzling sound echoed, as if the liquid could corrode everything. However, taking advantage of her distraction, the Luke Zhao seized the opportunity, quickly turning around and whipping its tail toward Lan Nguyen. She quickly used her spiritual power to create an ice wall to block herself. But because Luke Zhao's scales were too hard and its strength too great, it broke through the ice wall and slammed into Lan Nguyen's stomach. She was thrown far away and hit the ground, blood spitting from Lan Nguyen's mouth. Luke Zhaonu's previous attack had completely defeated her. Lan Nguyen gasped for breath, lying on the ground struggling to breathe, thinking she was about to die, her body unable to move. Seeing the prey brought close to her mouth, Luke Zhao opened its sharp-toothed mouth, leaning down to swallow Lan Nguyen. Suddenly, a powerful beam of energy shot through Luke Zhao's neck, its mouth full of blood, and the monster let out a painful cry that drew attention to the newcomer. Lam Thien, having absorbed the spiritual energy, crossed his arms and stepped forward, angry, saying, Dare to touch my people? Do you want to die? Now the spiritual energy around Lam Thien is overflowing. He flies over and looks at Lu Zhao, saying, You're just a beast and you dare to act recklessly. It saw the one who just stole its prey and roared angrily at Lam Thien. with layers of tough scales on its body arranged without a single gap. They glow with a mysterious blue light. It seems that the Luke Jiao is also protected by a rich source of spiritual energy. It swung its claws to strike at Lam Thien, but he quickly jumped onto its head to escape. Lam Thien reached back and grasped the hilt of the thunder sword, slowly drawing it from its sheath. He slashed along the body of the green blade, shouting, "Lightning flame slash." The lightning strikes the monster's scales but does no harm, then it whips its spiked tail to hit Lam Thien forcefully. But he managed to block one person and one monster, neither side gaining the upper hand, temporarily separating after the clash. Lam Thien sighed in admiration. No wonder he's a brave beast of the 7th level. He really has some strength. The Luke Jiao is still full of strength. It turns to look at Lam Thien and roars fiercely. At this moment, he grips the Than Loi sword tightly, boosts his spiritual power into it, and declares to the Luke Jiao, "I've played with you enough. It's time to end this." After channeling the spiritual energy he just absorbed into his sword, Lam Thien said, "Let me see how powerful this Tin Lien flame really is." He swung his sword, unleashing the fire towards the Luke Jiao, shouting, "Tin Lien Destroyer." It doesn't realize the power of Tin Lien and continues to charge at Lam Thien. The Tin Lien flames, upon contact with Luke Jiao, burned away all its spiritual energy and split the monster in two. After dealing with Luke Jiao, Lam Thien quickly went to check on Lan Nguyen. "Are you okay?" She weakly replied, "Thank goodness for you, or I might have already." Lam Thien then said, "It's just a small divine centipede. Nothing serious. Next time, be more careful and don't let yourself be ambushed again." Lan Nguyen knew he was saving face for her, so she just nodded in response. Suddenly, something strange is happening around the lake. Lam Thien also listens quietly, his face darkening as he warns the eavesdropper, "Go away, stop hiding under the lake." Immediately after, a huge blue dragon spread its wings and soared out of the water, joyfully exclaiming that it had finally escaped the seal at the bottom of the lake. "A dragon, you say? There's a dragon in this strange place too?" "There's no need to keep talking." Lam Long raised his head proudly and replied, "I am the 9 realm of the brave spring." What's wrong with knowing how to speak your human language? Looking at the spiritual energy around it, Lam Tian calculated quietly, "The aura of this dragon makes me feel a bit dangerous, so I'll try talking first." He lowered his sword and asked Lam Long, "So, did you create this strange point?" "This anomaly was not created by me, but was caused by me." Ling Nguyen looked a bit confused and looked up to ask Lam Long, "Created because of you. What does that mean?" "It was just unsealed, so I was in a good mood and decided to tell you. Over 5 years ago, I was cultivating in this lake, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth just to break free from my bloodline shackles and reach a higher realm. But unexpectedly, 2 damn humans barged in. They joined forces to suppress me, not only sealing me at the bottom of the lake, but also plotting to steal my power. Do you remember what those 2 looked like? What happened to them afterward?" Kan Lam Long replied, "I only remember a man named Lan Xuyen and a woman named Tuyet Han." Lan Nguyen was stunned, realizing her thoughts had been correct. She hesitated before saying emotionally, "They are my parents." Hearing that, it laughed loudly and said, "What a cruel fate. The one who saved me is their descendant." Kan Lam Long looked at them deeply and said, "It seems I really have to thank you both. So your so-called gratitude is just revenge in disguise?" It rises into the air without denying it and replies, "Revenge is the rule of the strong devouring the weak. Pay the price for what your parents did." Lam Thien quickly steps in front of Lan Nguyen and shouts, "You need to get out of here now!" "No, I can't leave you behind. I must hear the truth about my parents from its own mouth." Then it spat out a column of fire towards the 2 of them. Lam Thien quickly swung his lightning sword to block Lam Long's attack. "Hurry back and tell her don't try to fight it. She's no match for it now. I'll handle this dragon." Lan Nguyen still insists on staying with Lam Thien and says, "I may not be strong enough, but I can't leave you to face it alone." Lam Long sneers from above. "That's truly touching camaraderie. Unfortunately, don't expect anyone to leave here alive today." Lam Thien Ko advised Lan Nguyen to stay calm. "I'll handle this dragon. You go quickly and see if there's any information about your parents nearby." She was shaken by his words and lowered her head to consider. Information about my parents. Knowing that the matter involving her parents made her hesitate, Lam Thien urged, "Go ahead, leave this to me." Lan Nguyen also knew she could only hinder him wherever she was, so she lowered her head and gritted her teeth, saying thank you, then she turned and ran away. The 2 split up to act. Seeing Lan Nguyen run away, Lam Long was furious and swung his tail, howling. "Don't even think about going anywhere." Lam Thien charged forward, raising his sword. The clash between Lam Long's tail and the lightning sword sparks a fiery explosion in the air. At this moment, Lam Thien can focus 100% of his power to fight it. You speak through clenched teeth. You're too confident, making Lan Nuit rush into the cave. It seems she's in a hurry to do something. As she runs, Lan Nuit sees a giant gem in front of her. She stopped to observe, unable to hide her curiosity about this enormous stone. She spoke to herself. What is that? Inside the crystal are two of Lan Nuit's loved ones, both with their eyes closed. Lan Nuit stared at her parents with wide eyes, deeply worried. Parents. Lan Nuit is very anxious. She touches the crystal, trying to find a way to rescue her parents. I will save both of them right away. After examining for a moment, Lan Nuit unleashes her move. It seems she is very determined. Hanbang likes it. Lan Nuit's technique directly hit the crystal, but the crystal didn't break at all. What is this? Lan Nuit grew increasingly furious, repeatedly swinging her spear towards the crystal gem. Why? Why? But no matter how hard Lan Nuit tries, the gemstone remains unchanged, and she weeps. Lan Nuit collapsed in front of the crystal, seeming utterly helpless. Why is this happening? In another part of this cave, where some areas are frozen, Lam Long is confronting Lam Long. Lam Long threatens him. Mi's death will be the first step in my revenge. Lam Long rushes to attack Lam Thien as if it can't wait another second. Die. Long Duc defends against the attack. Although Lam Long's strike is very powerful, it is an easy response for Lam Thien, who is not yet worthy of relying on me. Chia. He swung his sword, and the power emanating from Lam Thien's blade overwhelmed Lam Long's strength. Only then did Lam Long realize the truth. It's a bit frustrating, he said. It seems Mai also has some strength. Lam Long's fury grew even more intense as he unleashed an extremely powerful palm strike. If you want to die, then I will grant your wish. Faced with Lam Long's attack, Lam Thien remained completely unfazed, very calm. Too weak, Lam Thien used all his strength, using his sword to block Lam Long's attack. The cave's space was engulfed by the two immense powers of Lam Thien and Lam Long, and soon Lam Thien's strength overwhelmed Lam Long's. In the thick fog, he speaks, "Is this your full strength?" The fog gradually dissipates. Lam Thien remains very calm, crossing his arms as he assesses Lam Long. Are creatures from the 9 water dungeons this weak? Lam Long's attack was blocked, leaving it unable to believe what it was seeing. It stammered, "No, this can't be. How could Mi block 8 parts of my strength? That's 80% of Dung Tuan Kukan's power." With the advantage on his side, Lam Thien ordered Lam Long, his gaze fixed directly on him. "I give you one last chance. Use your strongest power and technique, or die." Lam Long was very obedient, but his voice still revealed his trembling. "It flies up to act. This is your doing. Next, I will show Mi all of my power." Lam Long plans to drown Lam Thien in flames. "It's about to breathe fire. Long, be careful and regret provoking me in the flames." "Humans!" Lam Thien stands his ground against the attack, responding to Lam Long with complete calmness. "Is that all?" With that, Lam Thien jumps high into the air. He extinguished Lam Long's flames and charged straight at it. Lam Long saw Lam Thien approaching and stared at him in shock. Without giving Lam Long a chance to defend, Lam Thien immediately swings his sword and strikes Lam Long down. After finishing his task, Lei Yan jumps down to the ground steadily. Lam Long still refuses to give up and begins to show annoyance towards Lam Thien. "Damn it, if it weren't for that sword, you would have been burned to a crisp by me long ago." Hearing Lam Long's words, he pretended to be surprised for fun. Lam Thien threw his sword to the ground and openly challenged Lam Long to try again. Lamong was stunned by Lam Thien's action. It hesitated for a moment, then asked something. Lam Thien beckoned and ordered again, looking annoyed. "Try once more." Lam Long still obeys orders and continues to repeat the same all-out attack as before. This is Mai seeking death. After gathering enough energy, Lam Long unleashes a large blue flame. Demon Dragon B. Lam Long's blue flame shoots straight at Lam Thien. "This is a very powerful attack." Lam Thien's face darkened, and he raised his hand, seemingly ready to fight back with his bare hands. Well done. As expected, Lam Thien was able to block Lam Long's attack with just one hand. He clenched his fist as if trying to grasp the flame in his hand, and once again the cave was engulfed by Lam Long's blue fire. At this moment, Lam Tian had easily blocked Lam Long's attack. This makes Lam Long feel resentful. "No, there's no way a puny human can catch my Ma Long Ba with his bare hands." Then Lam Thien simply responded softly, pointing towards Lam Long, who is also at the Dung Tuyen Kukan level. Why can't I withstand your Ma Long Ba? Mai is just an outdated existence. Now I am the ruler of this world. It seems Lam Thien cannot wait any longer, so he quickly acts. If Mi has used all her moves, then it's my turn now. Lam Long seems to have gone crazy, refusing to give up, so it decides to attack. I cannot die. I must keep living. I am already at the 9 levels of the Brave Spring, just one step away from becoming a Steel Vein realm. I absolutely cannot die here. Then, Lam Thien launched an attack to defeat Lam Long. Lam Long roared loudly as he received the blow, wielding the Thunder Flame one-sword slash. After taking Lam Thien's attack, Lam Long could only run away, realizing how great the gap in strength truly was. After gathering himself and understanding the situation, Lam Thien placed his hand on Lan Nguyen's shoulder, as if to comfort her. I will go check out this crystal. Lan Nguyen and I are both heading towards the crystal that surrounds her parents. You observe the crystal and silently comment that these inscriptions give off a terrifying aura. Out of curiosity about these inscriptions, Lam Thien opened the system and gave an order to check what these symbols on the crystal block were. The system immediately performs its task, conducting the check, and it doesn't take long. It immediately reports the information to Lam Thien. The check is complete. This type of energy is rune energy. The host must evolve to the Steel Vein realm to absorb it. After hearing the information from the system, Lam Thien stroked his chin in thought and then commented, So, that's how it is. It seems I have no way to break this glass block now. Lam Thien kept thinking, then came up with a clever plan. If I can't break it from above, then I'll start from below. Lam Thien strikes the ground of the cave with his sword with great force. Lan Nguyen has witnessed everything he has done. She suddenly asked, Lam Thien, what do you want to do? Lam Thien stopped, turned around to answer Lan Nguyen with a confident look. I need to dig up this crystal. After finishing his words, Lam Thien poured all his strength into his sword. He really wanted to break the crystal and come out here. Thanks to Lam Thien's cleverness, the crystal finally floated up to the surface. After rising, it returned to its original position but was no longer deep underground. Lam Thien looked exhausted, wiping sweat from his brow, and finally managed to dig it out. Lan Nguyen saw the crystal had been unearthed and was at a loss for what to do next. Lam Thien quickly responded to Lan Nguyen's question, touching his muscles and moving outward. Inside the cave, Lam Long was still flying around, looking for a hiding spot after being defeated by Lam Thien. Even though it was defeated once, Lam Long still showed no signs of giving up. It thought, that human bastard dared to hurt me. Once I recover, I must find him and take revenge. While flying, Lam Long suddenly stopped as it encountered a crystal right in front of it, still inside the cave where a group of people were resting and chatting. I told you already, big brother Lam Thien is very powerful. That fierce sword strike just now was incredible. I wonder how much stronger he is compared to Tong Kim Kwong. Tanda saw everyone talking loudly, so he reminded them to keep it down. People are still over there. What does it matter if he's there or not? Someone who only bullies the weak and fears the strong. What's there to respect? The other side's diamond has been badly injured. He clutches his chest in pain. If I hadn't lost an arm in that attack, I would have wiped out all of you trash. While resting and chatting, they suddenly encountered something, and all turned their eyes in that direction. It was Lam Long, who had arrived at the Diamond Group's location and was attacking them with a special move. Long Tuk, burned by Lam Long's flames, screams in pain. The others witnessing the scene become increasingly cautious. Dragon, everyone be careful, someone shouted out a warning. Everyone focused their strength on attacking this Lam Long, but some people gradually lost their courage in the face of Lam Long's power. Some people have also begun to act. They charge forward with Fire Slash, Ice Slash, and Water Dragon Disaster. The Dragon of the Abyss saw that its power had overwhelmed everyone here and let out a triumphant laugh. This is the feeling I should have. True strength, real dominance. Lam Long keeps spitting fire and its flames burn some people to ashes. This is the feeling of power. This is the feeling of a ruler. Diamond saw it, but he had no intention of fighting. This is not a monster I can defeat. I must retreat immediately. I absolutely cannot die here. However, it seems Lam Long has detected Kim Kwong, and the answer is no. It will not let him go. Lam Long brandished its claws at the diamond, speaking in a terrifying voice, trying to escape. So Kim Kwong couldn't escape, and was caught in Lam Long's claws. It's over. We've been discovered. After capturing the diamond, Lam Long feels triumphant. It acts superior. Do you think you can escape from my grasp? Humankind. Diamond sensed the danger and desperately begged Lam Long not to kill him, saying, I will do anything for you. Lam Long grew more and more confident. He sneered and asked Kim Kwong again, Do you really think you can help me just because you're a cripple who lost an arm? In the end, to save himself, Kim Kwang negotiated with Lam Long, saying he could help kill all these cultivators. Everyone saw Kim Kwang betray them, and his teammates were furious. Tong Kim Kwang, you bastard. Willing to sell us out just to stay alive. You should have been cut down by Brother Lam earlier, you bastard. As for Lam Long, it seems Kim Kwang's offer isn't enough to sway him. That's not enough for you to survive. I can kill them in an instant. Then, Kim Kwang makes an even more tempting offer. I can free you from this dimensional space. Hearing Kim Kwang's words, Lam Long suddenly felt like he had found a lifeline. It was surprised and said, "You can set me free." Kim Kwang looks to one side, then shows determination that he can help Lam Long. I can use the spiritual energy of the teleportation gate to break this restraint and help you enter the outside world. This moment, Lam Long said nothing and suddenly unleashed a tremendous power, making it appear even more ferocious and berserk. Vu Tin saw Kim Kwang's betrayal and angrily said, Tong Kim Kwang, how dare you betray humanity again? Phi can't stay silent anymore. She shares the same feelings as Vu Tin, traitor and ungrateful. Don't forget that humans raised you. But he still looked pleased and said, ungrateful and treacherous, this is what true heroes are. Hearing Kim Kwang's words, Lam Long could only force a smile. It said that only a timely person is truly a hero. Then Lam Long asserted, you are ordered by it, Kim Kwang. I give you a chance to prove your worth. Diamond shouted loudly, unleashing all his strength to help Lam Long and himself. Gradually, his cloak caught fire with Lam Long's blue flames, but it did not burn away. Kim Kwang's hand also changed strangely, as if it had transformed into something resembling Lam Long. Vu Tin and Fifi witnessed everything, both feeling extremely worried about this situation. Lam Long saw that this darkening process was about to succeed and eagerly urged, show your worth now. At last, Kim Kwang had successfully transformed, with one of his hands identical in structure to Lam Long's. Understood, Lord Lam Long. Vu Tin turned to Fifi beside her and said, we can't let this traitor escape. Fifi replied, that's right. Even if it costs us our lives, we have to stop him. Kim Kwang smiled mockingly and said, you think you can stop me with just the two of you? That's utterly ridiculous. Kim Kwang brandished his sword forward, a surge of power emanating from him, and he arrogantly said, let me see what you two are capable of. Mak Thu stood behind, trying to reassure everyone. Everyone, speak up and stop fighting among yourselves. Vu Tin quickly intervened, stepping aside and telling them not to get in her way. Vu Tin waved her hand. A series of icy cold chains appeared. Her voice rang out. Shij Hanbeng, take this. Diamond sneered arrogantly, his mocking tone weak and feeble. He swung his sword forward, instantly cutting through the chains of Vu Tin flying toward him. Fifi suddenly appeared behind, her legs surrounded by flames. Fifi kicks towards Kim Kwang. Suddenly, Kim Kwang's arm transforms, and a layer of hard scales grows on his hand. Kim Kwang grabs Fifi's legs, narrowly stopping her attack. Fifi opens her eyes wide, her face full of surprise that the enemy has blocked her strike. Diamond turned his face back, still holding Fifi's ankle, a sinister smile on his face. He swung his hand down forcefully, causing Fifi's entire body to crash hard onto the rocky ground. Kim Kwang raises a hand and pulls the sword from behind his back. Fifi opens her eyes wide, her mind filled with shock. It's over! I can't dodge it! Kim Kwang grits his teeth, gripping the hilt of his sword, and swings the blade fiercely toward Fifi. What is going on? What is this strange feeling? Far away, Vu Tin is chanting, icy chains flying around her. Vu Tin's voice rang out, let Fifi go. Her icy chains blocked Kim Kwang's deadly attack. He angrily swung his hand, breaking the chains that bound his arms. Fifi, covered in injuries, felt grateful. Thanks, Vu Tin. Vu Tin runes to help Fi. Fi stand up and reminds her. Be careful of his attack, Fi. Fi. Kim Kwang frowned as he looked at Vu Tin and Fifi, angrily saying, you just got lucky earlier, but your luck has run out. He slashed his sword into the ground, and a shockwave suddenly appeared. He shouted, let me see what tricks you still have. The ground cracked apart, sending Fifi and Vu Tin flying into the air. Rocks and debris fall below as a hole appears in the ground, and Fifi and Vu Tin plummet straight into the deep abyss. Both of them fell freely downward, crashing hard onto the hard ground. Fifi's body was covered in wounds, but she tried to sit up, her eyes fixed on Vu Tin nearby. Fifi crawled over to Vu Tin, who was unconscious, and shouted anxiously, Vu Tin, wake up quickly. Vu-Tin closed her eyes and her body was still. Phi-Phi's mind was filled with unease. Damn it, Vu-Tin's injuries are too severe. Kim Kwang drops down from behind. He arrogantly said, "Do you all understand the difference in strength now?" Phi-Phi frowned and angrily replied, "Tong Kim Kwang, the shameless human, only knows how to kneel and beg for mercy. Wait until Lam Thien returns, and I will make you pay the price." Kim Kwang smiled faintly and replied, "Don't worry. Even if he doesn't come, I will seek him out myself." A great surge of power erupts from Kim Kwang as he shouts, "My strength is terrifying now." He swings his sword fiercely, slashing toward Phi-Phi and Vu-Tin. He roared, "Die!" Phi-Phi held Vu-Tin tightly in her arms, her mind flashing. "Lam Thien, I'm sorry." A burst of energy appeared in front of the two, directly blocking Kim Kwang's attack. That energy wave absorbed Kim Kwang's slash and gradually faded away. Phi-Phi opened her eyes, looking ahead in amazement, and exclaimed, "What?" Mac-Thu walks up from behind and says, "You scared me to death. I wouldn't know what to say to Big Brother Lam Thien if something had happened." Phi-Phi turns around, looking at Mac-Thu, her eyes filled with surprise and curiosity. Mac-Thu, the image of Diamond's previous attack flashes in his mind. Diamond says, "My earlier attack couldn't be fatal, right? That was you cheating, wasn't it?" Mac-Thu scratched his head and said, "He admits that Big Brother Tong Kim Kwang is indeed formidable. My little tricks can't hide from him." Mac-Thu raised one hand to the sky and suggested, "Then how about this? Let's just end it here for today." Diamond's thoughts appeared. "I've never seen this kid's true power before. I must be more careful." He replied, "What do you mean by that?" Mac-Thu spread his arms and explained, "So I mean you should quickly get that dragon out of this special zone, and then we can pretend nothing happened." Phi-Phi suddenly turned and firmly said, "No. If that dragon leaves the special zone, the army outside will be completely unprepared. Back then, who knew how many people would end up dead?" Mac-Thu rubbed his chin and advised, "Sister-in-law, you and Vu-Tin are both badly injured. You need to get treatment quickly. Or how can I explain myself when Lam Thien returns? Besides, I was just trying it out at first. I didn't expect to encounter a situation like this." Mac-Thu tried to persuade Phi-Phi, "Sister-in-law, listen to what your younger brother advises. Even if those two go outside, nothing bad will happen." Mac-Thu's voice rises to excite Kim Kwang. "This Tong Kim Kwang is just a defeated subordinate of Big Brother Lam Thien. Once he returns, he'll deal with him. It's only a matter of time, right?" Kim Kwang swings his hand, 3 slashes heading straight for Mac-Thu, shouting angrily, "Do you want to die?" Mac-Thu steps back slightly and yells loudly, "That's really scary." "Big Brother. Tong, you're so mighty, I'm about to be overwhelmed by your aura." Kim Kwang continued attacking towards Mac-Thu, his voice ringing out. Flames of the 10 Lotus Slash. Mac-Thu calmly stands still, deflecting all of Kim Kwang's attacks. Mac-Thu nonchalantly replies, "Tong Daika. Let's stop here. I am a peace-loving person. Loving. Are you angry now? Big Brother song. I've had a weak constitution since I was a child, so I hate fighting face-to-face like this." But Mac-Thu suddenly opened his eyes and whispered, "It doesn't mean I don't have my strengths." As soon as he finished, the series of sword strikes from Kim Kwang appeared, all heading toward him. The glowing slashes fly straight toward where Diamond is standing, his face filled with fear, eyes wide open as he helplessly watches the incoming attack. The attack collides with Diamond's body, and the sound of the explosion echoes throughout the space. Diamond collapses, his hand reaching for the sword stuck in the ground. "You think anyone would openly reveal their strength to others? Big Brother Tong, just take long away. Fighting like this is pointless." Kim Kwang clenched his sword and charged angrily at Mac-Thu, his voice echoing, "I am Tong Kim Kwang, and I cannot lose to a shameless guy like you." Mac-Thu casually waved his hand. A crack in space appeared and directly nullified Kim Kwang's attack. He said, "Big Brother Tong, your attack can only harm yourself." From behind, Kim Kwang's slash appeared, flying straight into him. Kim Kwang shouted in pain and launched a series of attacks at Mac-Thu, insisting, "I don't believe it." Mac-Thu stands still, raising one hand to summon a series of space cracks to block Kim Kwang's attack. Kim Kwang's strike is deflected, and he is hit back by his own move. Kim Kwang's thoughts are filled with helplessness. This kid's power is too strange. Do I really have no chance at all? Phi-Phi watches intently from afar, her mind flashing with thoughts. What kind of ability is this? Is he really that powerful? Kim Kwang raised his sword, a blue flame burst forth, and he shouted angrily, "Mac-Thu, I don't believe you can also absorb this fire." Kim Kwang stabbed his sword into the ground. A fierce blaze erupted. his voice echoing with the shockwave of the flames. Kim Kwang's blue flames rush toward Mak Thu. He stands still, his face remaining calm. Mak Thu calmly raises both hands forward. A space crack appears, directly absorbing Kim Kwang's attack. A crack appears where Kim Kwang is, and flames begin to envelop his body. The diamond collapses, his mind filled with helplessness. Why? Why did I lose? Mak Thu stepped forward and softly said, "Tong Kim Kwang, this noise should come to an end." Lam Long suddenly appeared behind Mo Thu, laughing loudly with excitement. What a fun game! Mo Thu turned around, eyes wide open. He flinched slightly when he saw what was behind him. Lam Long used his foot to pierce through Mak Thu's body, blood pouring out. From afar, Phi Phi holds Vu Tin in her arms, shouting anxiously. Mak Thu Kim Kwang looks towards Lam Long and calls out, "Lord Lam Long." Lam Long slowly lifts Mak Thu's body to the middle of the wound and says, "With the spiritual energy of you human cultivators, my injuries not only heal but also advance to a stronger realm." Lam Long forcefully kicks, causing Mak Thu's body to slam hard into the ground. It continued, saying that I will leave this anomaly and protect the people who once sealed me. Lam Long smiled, a blue flame enveloping his body. Lam Long speaks in a deep voice, "I must make them pay the price." Diamond crawls to Lam Long's side, pleading, "Please take me with you. I am willing to serve you and help you conquer the world." Lam Long glanced down at Kim Kwang, hesitating before saying coldly, "Your performance is truly impressive, but I don't need a useless person." Kim Kwang trembled as he begged, "No, Lord Lam Long, I have sacrificed everything for you. You can't do this." Lam Long clenched Kim Kwang's head tightly, his body struggling, and Kim Kwang cried out in pain. A moment later, Kim Kwang was completely still. Lam Long grabbed his body and examined it closely. Lam Long gently turned his face and said, "Next, it's your turn." Phi Phi caught Vu Tin's body, startled by Lam Long's words. Mak Thu struggles to get up and whispers to Phi Phi, "There's something I need to tell everyone." Mak Thu raises his hand to press on the wound on his chest and softly says, "When Lam Long launches his attack, I will create a space crack leading to the exit of the anomaly point, and then you must quickly bring Vu Tin and Phi Phi in." Seeing Mak Thu's wound, Phi Phi asks, "So what about you? Staying alone is impossible. You'll die." Mak Thu stands up, smiling as he says, "Big brother Lam Thien has entrusted you to me, so I must get you out safely." As he finishes, Lam Long swoops down towards the three of them. He shouted, "Die!" Mak Thu frowned and shouted to signal Phi Phi. At this moment, Mo Thu reached out to one side, and a space portal appeared right beside Phi Phi and Vu Tin. Mo Thu lunged forward and shouted urgently, "Now is the time! Go quickly!" Phi Phi supports Vu Tin's body as she walks toward the portal and calls back, "You must survive, Mak Thu." Then both Phi Phi and Vu Tin stepped through the portal in front of them, their figures gradually disappearing. On this side, Lam Long swung his leg forcefully at Mak Thu, causing a severe wound on his body. Lam Long looked at Mak Thu and coldly said, "If you want to be a hero, then I will let you die first." Mak Thu lay on the ground, his voice trembling with sarcasm. "Want to kill me? That's not going to be that easy." "Damn it, this thing is so heavy I could die." Lam Than quickly helps Phi Phi and anxiously asks, "What happened to Mak Thu? How are you and Vu Tin doing?" Phi Phi looked away and softly replied, "Mak Thu was severely wounded after fighting off a very powerful Lam Long to protect you and Vu Tin." Lam Thien sensed something, his mind racing. Could it be that the Lam Long escaped? Lam Thien said as he moved forward, "All right, I'm going now. Lan Nguyen, you and Phi Phi take Vu Tin and Tui Tin away from here as quickly as possible." Lan Nguyen supports Vu Tin's body and says to Lam Thien, "I'll go with you." Didn't Phi Phi say that Lam Long had already evolved to the Iron Vein realm? Lam Thien chuckled softly and gently reassured, "I will definitely bring Mak Thu back." Lan Nguyen looks down, her face showing worry, thinking to herself, "Lam Thien, you must come back alive." The scene shifts to a deep cave where the battle between Mak Thu and Lam Long continues. Mak Thu was knocked back, his body crashing hard onto the stone ground. He struggled to sit up and whispered softly, "This really does hurt a bit." Mak Thu raises his hand to the side, trying to create another space crack, but it seems he doesn't have enough energy, and the crack suddenly weakens and disappears. Mak Thu lowers his hand, his mind wondering, is my spiritual power no longer enough? Where did Lam Long come from? It explains, the reason you cannot tear open the space crack is not because of insufficient spiritual power, but because I used my spiritual power to forcibly seal the crack you tore open. Lam Long's eyes suddenly lit up, and he asked in a deep voice, "What does waiting for death feel like?" Mak Thu Luang leaned against the cliff and replied softly, "Honestly, not very good. But this isn't the first time I've experienced it." Lam Long stomps hard on Mak Thu's chest, blood pouring out, shouting, "I will beat you until you beg for mercy today." Lam Long opens his mouth. A blue flame appears from it. He exhales, the flame shooting straight into Mak Thu's stomach, causing him to fall back. Mak Thu collapses, his entire body lying motionless on the stone floor. Lam Long slowly approaches him. Mak Thu smiled mockingly. "So your strongest part is your mouth, kid. You're not good enough." Lam Long waved his wings fiercely. A flame appeared and shot forward quickly. It shouted angrily, "Go to hell!" The flame shot straight toward Mak Thu. He could only lie motionless on the stone ground, letting the enemy's attack rush toward him. Suddenly, someone appeared and directly blocked Lam Long's deadly strike. Lam Long squinted, recognizing the person in front of him, and exclaimed, "It's you!" Lam Thien appeared, holding a blazing red sword, his spiritual energy surging outward. Lam Thien looked at Lam Long and gratefully said to Mak Thu, "I owe you a favor. Wait until we get out." Mak Thu gently sat up and replied, "Don't make a fuss. I don't want to die yet." Lam Thien smiles softly and reassures Mak Thu, "It's been hard. Just leave it to me now." He turns to Lam Long and says, "I didn't kill you before because I was worried about Lan Nguyen's safety. But this time you won't escape." Lam Long's eyes blaze with power as it roars proudly. "I have already evolved to the Iron Vein stage, relying only on you while you're still at the ninefold Dung Spring Peak. Killing you now would be no different than crushing an ant." Lam Thien frowned. "You challenge Lam Long? Well, if you think you're that capable, then try and see if you really have that kind of skill." Lam Thien suddenly moved, stepping forward to attack the enemy. He ran straight toward Lam Long and jumped over its head. Lam Long turned to face Lam Thien, a blue flame enveloping his body. Lam Long said, "For children." Lam Long swung his wings forcefully, flames rushing straight at Lam Thien. He calmly dodged the attack. Lam Thien slashed his sword fiercely at Lam Long, a stream of red blood gushing out in an instant. Lam Thien frowned, contemplating. The defense of the Iron Vein realm is indeed tough, but Lam Thien raises his sword towards Lam Long, a block of ice crystal rushing at it. His voice rings out, "Unleash the blazing fury slash." Lam Long flapped its powerful wings, a gust of wind deflecting Lam Thien's attack. A line of text appeared, "Long Rook Fierce Defense." Lam Long turns around, its tail striking straight at Lam Thien. He is pushed back. Lam Thien was thrown back, crashing hard against the nearby cliff. He planted his sword into the ground, trying to steady himself, and his voice echoed, "The Chi Boundary Realm is just that." Lam Long grits its teeth in anger and shouts, "Why haven't you died yet, damn mosquito?" Lam Thien pushes his sword back to Lam Long, and a cold crystal flies toward it. He shouted, Lei Yan's violent slash. Lam Long roared, gathering his spiritual power into a shield to block Lam Thien's attack. Lam Long's voice echoes, "Long Van Thuan." Lam Long raises one leg forward, and a gust of wind appears heading towards Lam Thien. Lam Long shouted, "Wind of spiritual power and storm," like blades of wind flying towards Lam Thien, directly knocking him back. Lam Long spoke, his tone full of arrogance. "This is the distance between you and me." Blood drips from Lam Thien's mouth as he says, "So this is the peak of the Dung Tuyen realm. Fighting the Thitmok realm is quite exhausting." "Be careful with your words. It sounds like you're intentionally suppressing your power." "That's right. I'm actually suppressing my own power." Lam Long's mind is in shock. What? He said he was suppressing his own power? Could he have already reached the Steel Vein realm too? Lam Long scoffed and replied, "What nonsense are you talking about? He's just a human kid. How could he possibly reach the Steel Vein stage?" Lam Thien drove his sword into the ground and said, "I originally wanted to break through in a safe place since this is my first breakthrough. And since I don't know what unexpected things might happen, I always keep my spiritual energy in check inside my body." Lam Thien crackled his knuckles, closed his eyes, and spoke with a hint of mystery. "But now all the cultivators in the anomaly point have been killed by you. Phi Phi and the others have already left safely, so no matter what happens, it's fine." Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of Lam Thien, indicating that the spirit energy of the host was full and could evolve to the Steel Vein realm. Is that possible? Without hesitation, Lam Thien confidently pressed agree on the screen. In an instant, a massive source of power radiated from him. Lam Long was startled, taking a few steps back, and shouted in confusion, "What?" Lam Thien glared at Lam Long and said in a deep voice, "Come here." It was stunned. He He was secretly terrified inside. How could it be? Humanity is still young. How could it reach the Iron Vein realm? Even so, when observing Lam Thien before him, he still had to admit one thing. The aura emanating from him made me feel afraid. Just then, he coldly spoke in a deep voice. "What's wrong?
Are you afraid to attack out of fear?"
Lam Long immediately snapped and rushed toward Lin Tian. "You're just a temporary product of someone else's power. Let me show you what true strength really is." Before it could finish speaking, a tingling sensation suddenly ran through its body, making it jerk in surprise. Lam Thien had already stabbed the sharp tip of his sword into Lam Long's body, blood dripping from the wound.
He pretended to be helpless inside, saying, "Oops, sorry about that. I was just breaking through and lost control of my strength. Almost killed you."
In just a moment, an overwhelming aura radiated from Lam Thien, his expression turning grim.
"Don't worry. Since you've tormented the girls so cruelly, I won't let you die quickly."
Lam Long clearly ignored your threat, snorted coldly, and charged headlong to his death. As he finished speaking, he immediately unleashed the three-move fist technique. The sharp claws tear through the wind and rush straight at Lam Thien, but he remains unfazed, swiftly dodging the attack with a nimble flash of his figure. In this situation, it finally panicked and wondered, how is his speed so fast? Could it be that he has truly entered the Steel Vein realm like me? At the very moment Lam Long was momentarily stunned, Lam Thien launched a fierce counterattack. Lightning slash, Lam Long staggered back, instinctively clutching his bleeding chest. "The next strike will be aimed at your left stomach. Don't move around or I might accidentally kill you, and it won't be easy to hand over your head." Damn it, it unleashes its final deadly move, the long trial Fong Yan Tram. But faced with that tremendous pressure, Lam Thien only coldly swings his sword, the Loi Quang Tram, once again neutralizing Lam Long's attack. Two streams of spiritual energy clash fiercely in the air, blinding light erupts, and in that chaotic moment, Lam Thien's figure flickers and suddenly appears behind Lam Long. It quickly and quietly detects it, then turns around and growls as it launches an attack. The long claw wind strike rushes toward Lam Thien, just a hair's breadth away from him. But Lam Thien still managed to dodge easily, his figure once again disappearing, suddenly appearing behind Lam Long with a sharp sword pointed straight at Lam Long's stomach. It cried out in pain, lowering its head to look at the bleeding wound on its mouth, filled with panic and disbelief. How is that possible? Lam Thien calmly sheathes his sword, frowning as he mutters, "I've avenged Phi Phi and Vu Tin. Now I just need to settle Mac Thu's debt." At that moment, Lam Long was terrified and secretly calculated that this wicked kid couldn't fight him anymore. He had to find a way to escape. Thinking this, his gaze fixed on Mac Thu, hoping he would use his life to help him escape. In the next instant, Lam Long suddenly launched an attack directly at him. Mac Thu was too badly injured to lift himself to dodge. Lam Thien finally understood Lam Long's intention, his face instantly darkening as he gritted his teeth and cursed. "Damn it!" Without hesitation for another second, he rushed forward to shield Mac Thu and block Lam Long's attack. It took the opportunity to turn its back and slip away, laughing mischievously before leaving. Lam Thien hurriedly asked Han Mac Thu, "Are you okay?" as he bent down anxiously, and the other person struggled to get up.
"Lam Thien, forget about me. We can't let that dragon escape."
He turned his head to look at Lam Long fleeing, his face grim to the extreme. "Run? It can't escape the head." A moment later, Lam Thien turned back and whispered, "Mac Thu, the technique I'm about to use, you must keep it secret." He hesitated briefly, but ultimately nodded in trust. All right. With this answer, Lam Thien immediately entered a serious combat state. Soon, countless streams of spiritual energy erupted around him, and his aura kept surging. Moist, Thu instinctively shrank back, thinking to herself, is this the power of the Iron Vein realm? Does Lam Thien's body contain spiritual energy of 3 different types? Lam Thien on this side was ready, gripping the sword hilt tightly as he clenched his teeth and said, "Die for me." Then, in the next moment, the sword light flashed, bursts of spiritual energy erupted. The thunder flame, extreme light slash, and attack with immense pressure, shot forward like a gale, heading straight in one direction. The main target is Lam Long. It hasn't run far before instinctively stopping. What kind of aura is this? It didn't even have time to turn around and look properly. Lam Long felt a piercing pain run down its spine, and its chest was torn apart. It opened its mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood, trembling and speechless. What? In an instant, its heavy body collapsed, blood spraying everywhere along with a desperate scream echoing loudly. Without witnessing it all firsthand, Mac Thu froze in place. That was too powerful. Is this really the power that the Iron Vein realm can achieve?
With that doubt, as soon as Lin Tian helped him up, Mo Thu asked, Lin Tian, are you really from the Iron Vein realm?
The other party didn't respond and suddenly changed the subject to him. Actually, he's quite formidable too. I didn't expect him to push Lam Long to such a state of disarray. Clearly you have such great power, so why pretend to be useless? Mak Thu lowered his head hesitantly and said, because I fear that one day I will lose control. The ability I awakened is to split space. He understands very well that once losing control, the damage it causes will be unpredictable. Lam Thian gently pats Mak Thu's shoulder and reassures him, big power truly needs to be used carefully, but you don't have to be afraid. Lam Thian gently helped him outside, speaking sincerely, saying that as long as he masters it, he can use it to protect more people rather than becoming its slave. The scene shifts to a camp where urgent announcements are heard. Lam Long has evolved to the Metal Vein realm. Lam Thian and Mak Thu are struggling to resist. Hearing that, Hu Fong's face slightly changed. What? Is there a dragon? How are the other cultivators doing? Phi hesitated to speak, lowered her head, and honestly reported that everyone had been killed by Lam Long. The other side stared in disbelief. Are they all dead? They are all cultivators at the courageous Spring 7th realm. Lan Nguyen Ten reported that Lam Long had evolved to the Steel Vein stage, and his power exceeded our imagination. As soon as she said this, Hu Fong collapsed. He muttered to himself, what exactly is the Steel Vein realm? At that moment, PP impatiently urged Han Hu Fong to quickly form a team to support Lam Thian at the special point, or the consequences would be unimaginable. Lan Nguyen also nodded in agreement and said, yes, Chu Liu, if we don't act, Lam Thian and Mak Thu might not hold out. Hu Fong then finally regained his composure and hurriedly replied, yes, Miss Chu, I will immediately form an elite team to enter the anomaly site. The gathering process was quick, and soon the team was assembled in front of the anomaly point. The leader gave the command with Squad 1 checking ammunition supplies and Squad 2 reviewing the tactical plan once more. The entire team shouted in unison. Just then, the crowd suddenly heard noises coming from the anomaly point. They immediately raised their weapons and prepare to fight. The commander shouts loudly, everyone stay alert. We absolutely cannot let Lam Long enter this world. Lam Thian and Mak Thu just stepped out and found themselves in this scene, bewildered by the countless guns aimed at them. Phi exclaimed happily, Lam Thian, you're safe. That's great. Lan Nguyen anxiously asked, are you hurt? You step towards them and smile softly. I'm fine, don't worry. Phi, what are these soldiers doing? She honestly replied, we want to help you eliminate Lam Long. As soon as he heard that, Lam Tian directly interrupted, don't worry, Lam Long is dead. As soon as these words left his mouth, everyone present was shocked. What? Big brother Lam Thian, do you mean you defeated Lam Long who was at the Steel Vein stage? You nod slowly in confirmation. Yes. Right now there is no longer any danger in the anomaly zone, and everyone can go in to check if there are any lucky survivors among the cultivators. Lam Long's body is inside there, so no one should be able to threaten everyone anymore. Hu Fong quickly regains his composure and devises a plan. If elder brother Lam Thian said there's no problem, then we'll go check it out. He already said so and led the team directly into the anomaly to search for any survivors. The team all shouted loudly. Soon, the pounding footsteps of the entire army echoed throughout the anomaly point. At a certain point, Understand Feng and his team suddenly halted, their faces showing disbelief as their eyes fell on the corpse of a blue dragon lying on the ground, its body riddled with sword wounds and blood. The crowd immediately started to discuss excitedly. Is it really a dragon? That was the first time I saw a dragon. They all kept marveling at it non-stop. Big brother Lam Thian is so powerful, these battle traces are even more devastating than nuclear weapons. Hu Fong froze for a few seconds, a wave of terror rising in his heart. Big brother Lam Thian has killed a dragon, and it was a dragon at the level of the Iron Vein realm. He couldn't believe it at first. Something like this only exists in novels, right? Soon, Hu Fong regained his composure and quickly ordered the search for survivors below. Someone shouted urgently, "There's a survivor over here! Help quickly!" The scene shifts to another room filled with medical cabinets. Mak Thu is lying on the hospital bed, being treated and bandaged by medical staff, and soon one of them turns to report to Lam Thian. The wound has been treated, blood loss was not significant, and there is no immediate threat to life. You nod slightly, your gaze lingering on Mak Thu. How do you feel? The other person gently exhaled, smiling with a curve in their eyes, and said, "Don't worry, I can't die." Suddenly, they spoke again. "Lam Thian, I need to ask for your help." Lam Thian listened seriously and asked directly, "What is it?" Mak Thu just forced a smile and said, "Please keep my strength a secret for now." Lam Thien firmly agreed that if he didn't want to say, I wouldn't either. The other person gratefully responded, "Thank you." After checking everything, Lam Thien turned around to leave. "If you're all right, I'll go visit Ling Yue's parents now." Lam Thien quickly stopped in the research room. At this moment, the atmosphere was somewhat quiet. As soon as he entered, he inquired about how the research was going. The people inside were startled and turned around. Liu Ying nodded slightly as a greeting. "Lam Thien, you're here." Lan Nguyen calmly explained the current situation, and we haven't found a way to break the crystal yet. According to Liu Ying's report, this crystal seal is extremely sturdy. We have tried many methods, but it seems we still haven't been able to break its structure. Lam Thien squinted slightly in thought and whispered, "I remember when the system notified me that once I reached the circuit realm, I could absorb the power of this talisman. I secretly calculated that now I have successfully broken through to the circuit realm, and it's the right time to try absorbing a little." Thinking it through, Lam Thien took the initiative to suggest, "I can try to see if I can open it." Except for Lan Nguyen, everyone else step outside for now. Liu An was momentarily stunned, but quickly nodded in agreement. "All right, I understand. Let's proceed with the translation." "Okay, I got it." After saying that, he led the group out of the research room. Currently, only Lam Thien and Lan Nguyen remain in the room, and she appears curious. "Lam Thien, what are you planning to do? Do you need my help?" You gently touch the crystal in front of you and reveal that inside it is sealed a powerful energy. This energy is extremely unstable, and its existence is what makes the crystal so solid, almost indestructible. At this point, Lam Thien's expression gradually became serious. He intends to absorb that energy, guiding it into his body through his spiritual power, which would break the seal on the crystal. Lan Nguyen couldn't help but panic and kept asking for a long time, "Do you want to absorb that energy? Would doing so harm you? This power is too immense. Can you endure it?" Lin Thien unconsciously smiled and softly reassured, "Don't worry, this little energy is nothing to me." In the very next second, his tone suddenly became serious, and he realized through this experience that you are growing up too slowly, and the dangers you will face in the future might be beyond your ability to handle. Lan Nguyen frowned without saying anything, secretly thinking to herself that he's too fast. It's only been a few months since she met him, and he's already broken through to the Steel Vein realm. A moment later, Lin Thien carefully advised her a few words, so when he absorbed energy from the crystal, he prepared to transmit some spiritual energy to her, so her strength could also improve a bit and better cope with future dangers. Lan Nguyen was slightly startled. "What? You want to transfer spiritual energy to me? Could it be that you have awakened the ice attribute spiritual power?" Lam Thien shook his head in denial, saying, "No, I only have spiritual energy with the thunder, fire, and light attributes." The opponent becomes even more perplexing. "So how will you give it to me? My body can't withstand Lin Kai of a different attribute." Lam Thien nodded immediately, recalling the notification the system had issued earlier, which indicated that the item he received after successfully evolving to the Iron Vein stage was a spiritual energy pill that could enhance the body's new attribute when consumed. Remembering this, a faint smile appeared on Lam Thien's face. "Don't worry. I just found a treasure suitable for you in the special zone." You said so and took out the spirit energy pill to give to Lan Nguyen. She was so shocked she couldn't speak. This is Lan Nguyen, so frightened that she instinctively stepped back, stammering, "Isn't this the spiritual energy pill recorded in ancient texts? Such pills are extremely rare, said to be only crafted by ancient alchemy masters, and now they are completely impossible to find." Lam Thien remains calm as if nothing happened. "I know already, so I won't explain anymore. Just swallow it quickly." The other person hurriedly waves their hands to refuse. "No, this pill is too precious." "I can't accept it. Keep it for now, you'll definitely need it someday." Lam Thien frowned slightly, his tone serious and not allowing her to refuse. "Don't overthink it anymore. I have many ways to become stronger, and I don't lack this pill. Besides, I want you to eat it because only then can you withstand the power coming your way. If not, her body wouldn't be able to handle it at all." Seeing how far he went, Lan Nguyen had no choice but to obediently accept the spirit chi pill. "All right, I'll eat it." The next moment, she unhesitatingly put the pill into her mouth. In just a moment, Lan Nguyen's body trembled violently as she curled up, holding herself tightly. "This spiritual energy is so powerful, I feel like my body can't handle it anymore." A tingling sensation runs down her spine, and she can't quite hold on, letting out a sharp cry. Lam Thien sensed the situation was unstable and quickly calmed her, saying calmly, "Don't resist the flow of spiritual energy. I will help guide it. Lan Nguyen obediently follows the instructions, allowing Mak Lam Thien to gently touch the top of his head. He then places his other hand on the nearby crystal, slowly releasing the spiritual energy within him. Soon, a golden aura of spiritual energy covered the hand resting on Lam Thien's crystal, and a formation was activated. Lan Nguyen felt the strange spiritual energy flowing into her body, her eyes wide with panic. What is he trying to do? He smirked faintly and said, "From today on, you will also be a dual attribute cultivator." The other person was momentarily stunned and wondered, "What?" Lam Thien was able to help me become a dual attribute cultivator, while he continued to channel spiritual energy from the crystal to Lan Nguyen. And so, streams of energy surged from the crystal into Lam Thien's body. Then he simultaneously transmitted some spiritual energy to Lan Nguyen. Lam Thien smiled and said that from today on, this power will belong to her. Not long after, not knowing what happened next, he finished his business and returned home. Fifi happily runs out to greet him, warmly puts her arm around Lam Thien, and welcomes him home. She softly asks Han if Lan Nguyen's parents have been rescued yet. He nodded slightly. They've been rescued. They're currently in a coma at the hospital, and are expected to wake up in a few days. In the end, they can finally breathe a sigh of relief. That's great news. Where is Lan Nguyen? Is she all right? Lam Thien leaned back on the sofa and smiled, saying it's okay, but she just awakened a new ability, and the hospital advised her to stay for observation to check for any after effects. Fifi looked suspicious and asked, "What's this new ability? What kind of attribute is it?" Lam Thien slightly frowns and lazily replies, "Ask her yourself. I won't say more." Just then, Fifi's phone suddenly rings. "Hey, calling now? What's the matter?" He glanced over. "Who is it? Why do you look so surprised?" Fifi explained that she is a very close friend. "So Mong Jiao usually rarely initiates calls to me. Is that so?" As soon as she pressed the call button, Fifi raised her voice politely to ask, "Hello Mong Jiao, what's going on? Just get straight to the point." "Fifi, have you met the cultivator Mak Thu who participated in the martial arts tournament in our Tan Thun?" Fifi frowns in suspicion. "Mong Jiao, what's going on? You don't sound quite right." The other side hurriedly reported that Tan Tan had suffered a catastrophe of the super-phenomenal level, and the army and cultivators had all been wiped out. Fifi stood up in panic, quickly asking a long series of questions. "What? A super-abnormal transformation level? Are you okay? Where are you?" Meng Jiao immediately answered. "I'm currently safe for now, hiding somewhere underground, but the situation is very bad." Her voice couldn't hide her worry. All the cultivators fought to the death, and the army was almost completely slaughtered. "I don't know what to do anymore," Fifi hurriedly reassured. "Mong Jiao, don't panic. I'll go talk to Grandpa right away. We will definitely save everyone. I called you to ask you to tell Mak Thu not to come back anymore. He's too weak to survive if he returns, so just stay with you guys and live. Tan Tan has become a hell on earth." Hearing this, Fifi instinctively looked at the person beside her, her eyes filled with hope, and softly called out, "Lam Tin." You casually shrug and confidently declare that the time it takes for me to resolve the crisis in Tan Tan depends on how long it takes to fly from here to Tan Tan. Hearing this, Fifi immediately turns back to assure the person on the other end. "Mong Jiao, rest assured, I will definitely save you," the other side replied firmly. "Thank you, Fifi, I really do." She suddenly fell silent at this point. Fifi, anxious, stomped her foot. "Hello, Mong Jiao, are you still there?" Lin Tian slowly stood up and softly advised, "Don't worry, I will handle things in Tan Tan." She went to prepare the helicopter. "I will go meet Mak Thu to discuss the specific action plan." Fifi nodded decisively. "All right, I will prepare immediately." Not long after, the scene shifts to the hospital area. Warm sunlight streams through each window as Mo Thu lounges leisurely in the hospital room, enjoying a cold drink in hand. Lam Thien suddenly stepped in, sternly asking, "Are you almost done recovering?" Mak Thu feigned weakness, lying down and trembling as she replied, "Big brother Lam Thien, I can't take it anymore. I don't think I have much time left to live." Nurse Blackcloth just checked the ward and said that Tan Than has been hit by a super-phenomenal disaster attack. Most of the cultivators and soldiers in the city have been wiped out. Tham Fifi's close friend, So Mong Jiao, made a phone call. Hearing that name, Ma Thu quickly sat up in panic. "So Mong Jiao, is something wrong?" Lam Thien was a bit curious and asked, "Do you know her?" The other person hesitated to answer. "Oh, she is the daughter of our Martial Arts Association president. Everyone in the association knows her." Observing this reaction, Lam Thien immediately sensed something was off and wondered if he had some connection with So Mong Jiao. Putting that aside, he got straight to the point. "I need to go to Tan Than to save her now, so I need someone familiar with the terrain there. Can your body handle the trip?
Makthu, no longer appearing fragile, decisively threw off the blanket and got out of bed, her tone firm. Don't worry, even with my eyes closed, I can guide you through Tan. I need a laptop that can connect to satellites for use on the road. Bakso irritably refused. Lam Thien, I acknowledge your contributions, but Kwandong's laptop contains a lot of confidential information and cannot be taken out of the military casually. He frowned and retorted, I am informing you, not negotiating.
He frowned and stared at Lam Thien.
Don't be too unreasonable. The army has its rules. You may be a hero, but you don't have the right to take secret equipment without permission. You come here talking about rules when a supermutation disaster has struck Tan Than, and you're still lecturing me about rules. Everyone around was stunned to hear that.
What? A supermutation disaster happened in Tan Than and we didn't know? Lam Thien coldly glanced at them. Because your army in Tan Than has been completely wiped out. Then he casually picked up a nearby laptop. Lam Thien leaves after grabbing the laptop. I'm taking my things and going. On the rooftop, the helicopter is neatly parked on the tall building. Inside the helicopter, Mothu suspiciously asked, Do they really intend to lend you this thing? Lin Tien, focused on the computer, replied, There is a lot of secret information hidden in here. You're right, the times have changed. What was once priceless information is now just worthless paper. Suddenly, Phi Phi hurriedly appeared, rushing over to call out to Lam Thien. She approached the helicopter anxiously and warned, You must be very careful. Lam Thien nodded secretly and comforted him. Don't worry, I'm just going to buy some soy sauce and we'll be back soon. No need to joke now. After a while, the helicopter started up and took off. Phi Phi watched the helicopter with a prayer in her heart, hoping it would return safely. Looking through the airplane window, a sea of white clouds floated endlessly like layers of cotton under the clear blue sky. Lam Thien looked out the plane window, thinking to himself, Tan Than. I hope I still arrive in time. Suddenly, he turned to ask Makthu what was the initial number of cultivators in Tan Than. What is the highest rank? He replied in detail. Tan Than is a mid-sized city with about 5,000 cultivators, most of whom are at the 6th stage of the Dung Tuyen realm, with around 20 at the 9th stage. The strongest cultivator I know of is So Mong Jiao, who probably reached the peak of the 9 stages of the Spirit Spring realm. As for the army, Tan Than has a squad of about 1,000 elite soldiers equipped with a large amount of heavy weaponry. Lam Thien, please get ready. We have arrived in Tan Than's airspace. The helicopter is hovering over a ruined city engulfed in flames. Makthu looked down in shock, sweating profusely as the gloomy sky above cast shadows over the ruined, desolate skyscrapers amidst the devastated cityscape. The zombies are wandering around the buildings in a chain. Inside the helicopter, Makthu hesitates and asks, What exactly is going on? The zombie horde seems to have sensed something and quickly rushed in the same direction, their gaunt, emaciated bodies looking like they have been starving for days. They quickly run toward the food source. Lin Tien looks down below, wondering to himself, is it the dark energy again? Helicopter pilot stammered, Lam, where do we land? He seriously ordered, no need to land, just open the door, and he was left stunned. Really? The helicopter pilot exclaimed in horror. We are currently at an altitude of 6 kilometers. Lam Thien ignored him and opened the door. After opening the helicopter door, he knelt on one knee and looked down. Lam Thien tilts his head to Makthu and announces, I will go down first to clear out the monsters. He half closes his eyes and says helplessly, You really don't like taking the normal path, do you? As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped straight down from the helicopter. The pilot shouted in horror, What are you doing? This is an altitude of 6 kilometers, so falling would crush it like minced meat. Makthu chuckled softly, shattered like minced meat, mocking the surveillance system too easily. Lam Thien jumped down, surrounded by flames that looked like a meteor. He lands on the ground, and the flames around Lam Thien flare up fiercely, burning everything nearby. The zombie horde is thrown far away by his power and fire. The unscathed zombies howled loudly, looking incredibly terrifying. Lam Thien knelt on one knee, the flames surrounding him still not extinguished. The zombie horde sensed the prey's presence and charged forward, roaring loudly. Lam Thien immediately drew his sword, ready to face death. He looked at them grimly and coldly. Then Lam Thien swung his sword down fiercely, cutting through the zombies which were thrown far away. The uncut zombies, unafraid, opened their mouths and roared loudly. Lam Thien, with a cold gaze, glances at them and asks, Aren't you leaving yet? The Tang Thi, excited, raises their claws and rushes toward him. Lam Thien coldly looked at them and said, If you want to die that badly, I'll oblige. and tightly gripped his sword as a powerful energy surged around him. Their red eyes blazing, the Tangthai rush forward, claws raised to catch Lam Thien. One of them slams its fist into the ground, sending debris flying everywhere. He rushed behind it, delivering a contemptuous strike and saying, "Too slow." The Tangthi's eyes were blazing red, as if it didn't sense the impending death. Lam Thien swung his sword, and the Tangthi's body was split in two. The surrounding Tangthi, witnessing their comrade's death, retreated in fear. He tilted his head and coldly sneered, "What? They're scared now." The Tangthi swarm, provoked, roars fiercely.
The helicopter pilot exclaimed in shock, "Is this Mr. Lam a monster? But no matter how strong he is, if he keeps risking his life like this, he will eventually exhaust himself and die."
Makthu Nyetmui says, "If he dies from exhaustion, you really underestimate him." He can't help but look puzzled.
What?
It's you now. He's about to break down. Right now, Lam Thien is fiercely fighting against the Tangthi, Tongthai, overwhelmed by his oppressive power. Flee in panic all around, while Lam Thien hovers in the middle, surrounded by a blinding light.
The helicopter pilot looked at the scene below in amazement and asked, "What is that?" A bright energy burst from his body, spreading across the city.
That energy source spread everywhere, illuminating the entire city brightly, and even the helicopter was affected by it.
The person inside shouted, and the helicopter pilot exclaimed, "Is this something humans can do?"
Mothu patted his seat and said, "Find a place to land. I want to meet with him."
"Hey, aren't you going to jump down?" He angrily said, "I would definitely be torn to pieces if I jumped down, since I still belong to the human realm."
He then realized and replied, "The buildings in this city are now in ruins, bloodstains everywhere." Mosha sat in the car, looking out in shock. The destructive power of Lam Thien is truly terrifying. Is this the Iron Vein realm? He stopped the car and called out loudly, "Big brother?" Momo immediately asked, "Are you okay? Are you injured?" He calmly replied as he got into the car, "These monsters haven't revealed my true strength yet. Let's focus on the main task." Lam Thien asked, "Where exactly is So Mong Jiao's hiding place?" He looked at the map and replied, "On the outskirts of Tan Than." Moist Thu pointed to a spot on the map and said, "This is where your hideout was. An abandoned factory recently used as a refuge for cultivators." Lin Tian solemnly ordered, "Let's go. First rescue, So Mong Jiao." The car started moving, and he suddenly said, "Makthu, this disaster in Tan Than is a bit strange." Makthu asked curiously what he meant.
Lam Thiện vừa lái xe vừa nói, bình thường tai họa dù có xuất hiện xíu biến dị cũng không gây ra tình hình như thế này. Thiện lâm trầm giọng phàn tịch, sơ quai vật quá lớn, phạm vi phân bố cực kỳ rộng, hôn cả một biến cố bất ngờ giống như gia cổ am mưu tự chuộc.
After listening, Makthu asked quietly, "Do you mean there will also be people like Tong Kim Kwang here?" He replied seriously, "Very likely. Mo Jiao, you must stay safe and unharmed." Then the two headed to the abandoned factory. The car stopped in an empty lot. Lam Thien looked at the house with a worried mind. This place is too quiet. It doesn't feel like a safe haven, but more like a trap waiting to be sprung. They quickly stepped inside. It's completely dark and silent all around. The two suddenly stand still, staring ahead in silence. Ahead, beams of light shine down from the pink hole in the machine, illuminating concrete pillars and dark shelves. Thien Lam observes the surroundings cautiously. Something's not right. The defensive structures of the hideout are completely missing. Either they were never set up, or someone destroyed them. Both of them quickly moved up the metal stairs in a dark space, and after reaching the upper floor, they stared in shock at what lay ahead. After seeing the injured girl lying unconscious on the ground, Mothu anxiously shouted out loud, "Mong Jiao!" He quickly rushed over and asked loudly, "Mong Jiao, how are you?" Makthu shook Mong Dao and said through gritted teeth, "Wake up quickly, don't scare me." Then he turned to Lam Thien and said, "She is badly injured. Her spiritual energy is in chaos. She needs immediate treatment." His face dark and silently disapproving. Thien Lam, panic-stricken, looked up at the ceiling and shouted a warning, "Watch out!" As soon as he finished speaking, a steel cage fell from above, immediately trapping Makthu and Mong Dao. Both of them instantly grew serious, staring intently at the cage, when suddenly a mocking laugh rang out.
"Our little dog has come to rescue our goddess, huh?" When Makthu heard that familiar voice, he exclaimed in shock, "That voice belongs to Thien Lam."
He put his hands in his pockets and walked over calmly, and she asked in surprise, "Gao Thien Lam, why are you here?" Thien Lam suddenly smiled cruelly and replied, "Because I want to use that slut So Mong to lure the granddaughter of the chief of staff."
Tham Phi Phi,
using that to control all the high-ranking officials of the military department, so I can use them. Mac Thu, inside the cell, angrily shouted, Chao Thien Lam, what exactly do you want to do and why? What has the New City Cultivator Association done to make you resent them? He angrily scolded. You were a dead man if it weren't for the revived spiritual energy helping you unlock your mighty strength. You'd still be sitting in prison waiting to die. Tianlin stepped closer and asked, From Tu? Mac Thu, are you still living in the past? Tianlin said again, The law and order are no longer needed in this world now. He said contemptuously, Now is the era of respecting the strong make the rules, and the weak are only destined to be eliminated. So you think you can do whatever you want? Just because you've become stronger, you can ignore people's lives and turn Tan Thon into your hunting ground. Tianlin didn't hesitate to admit it. That's right. Is there a problem with that? The New City Cultivators Association. What right do they have to order me around? He frowned. Thien Lam bluntly said they deserved to die because they were weak. Mo Thu looked at his arrogant attitude and was furious. Cao Tien Lam, do you know how many people have sacrificed themselves on your path of cultivation? They could have left you behind and survived. Mac Thu looked at the girl lying on the ground and said angrily, Meng Jiao was seriously injured just so you could increase your strength, and yet you still have the nerve to attack her. Tianlin covered one eye with his hand and calmly said, They are willing to sacrifice uselessly. That is their stupidity. Is a true strong person really going to go all out just for a bunch of ants? Even though Mac Thu has finished speaking, Thien Lam still maintains that terrible attitude. He is extremely angry. The man standing in the shadows has been listening to Mac Thu and Thien Lam's story all along. That's an interesting point you make. Thien Lam raised an eyebrow, annoyed by the interruption. He asked, Who are you after standing there all day? Lam Thien crossed his arms and said, I'm a friend of Mac Thu, and what you just said makes me think someone like you is really too naive. Oh, why do you say that? If you think the strong set the rules of the world, have you ever considered? You keep asking if someone stronger than you can decide your life or death at will. Thien Lam's eyes widened, and the veins on his face became visible. He was angry. Kid, are you threatening me? Lam Thien looked down on his anger. You said, I'm just reminding you that you're not strong enough yet. Tian Lin looked at Lam Thien's figure, as if provoked, then raised his hand and cut his own path to survival. Mac Thu, worried in the cell, says, Lam Thien, be careful. Cao Thien Lam, like him, has also awakened his elemental spiritual energy. Lam Thien heard Mac Thu's warning, but he was not afraid, only slightly surprised. Oh, the two of them charged at each other without hesitation, and under their terrifying power, an energy explosion erupted. Tian Lin, who just unlocked his spiritual energy, was also very surprised by Lam Thien's strength. He exclaimed, What is that? A sudden system notification appeared, detecting the powerful lightning attribute of spiritual energy. Absorbing it could upgrade the lightning attribute of the spiritual master. Lam Thien marveled, unexpectedly gaining a surprising harvest. After the collision, both of them realized each other's strength, and Thien Lam stepped back. Lam Thien frowned, having his own plan, and said, Mac Thu, take So Mong Jiao away from here first. Mac Thu grabbed the iron bar, angry and confused why his ability couldn't activate. Tian Lin then laughed loudly. You fool, do you think I would let you escape easily? He explained, This iron cage is made from a special material designed to imprison cultivators, but those trapped inside are no different from ordinary people. Lam Thien frowned and contemptuously told Mac Thu, Lie down. Mac Thu still doesn't understand anything. He has no idea what Lam Thien is planning to do. Lam Thien quickly swung the whip in his hand and said, I want to see how strong your iron cage really is. The sound of the whip hitting the iron cage echoed sharply. Half of the iron cage has been broken by the whip. Moa Thu, trembling with fear, bows his head, also shaken. Mac Thu cried out, collapsing to the ground. Thien Lam saw the cage he cared so much about shattered and was so furious that he cursed aloud. Damn it! After escaping from the cage, Mac Thu picked up Mong Jiao and said, I will take Mong Jiao to a safe place first, and then come to help you. But Lam Thien refused Mac Thu's kindness. Don't come, you'll get involved in this. Without any response from Mac Thu in a flash, both of them disappeared into the air. Hearing Lam Thien's words, Thien Lam became furious and shouted, Lam Thien, you are so arrogant. Do you think you can be presumptuous in front of me just because of yourself? But Lam Thien was not afraid. He said, I am just telling you a truth. You are still not qualified. Thien Lam immediately created a thunderbolt sphere and said, Don't think that just because you shattered a steel cage, you can conquer the world. Thien Lam smirked fiercely as he created a long bolt of lightning from that sphere. He grasped the lightning.
unsure if it was his secret weapon. Thien Lam's face darkened as he spoke in a deadly tone. I will now show you the true power of a cultivator. Then, he vanished without a trace. Thien Lam rushes like lightning towards Lam Thien, raising his lightning bolt for a destructive attack. But with his incredible speed, Lam Thien manages to dodge the attack perfectly. Are you running away? I want to see how long you can keep hiding as Thien Lam's lightning strikes wildly in all directions. He is searching for Lam Thien. Seeing himself in an advantageous position, Thien Lam taunted. What's wrong? You were so arrogant, but now you don't even have a chance to fight back. While Thien Lam relentlessly attacked, Lam Thien defended flawlessly. And until now, no breakthrough had appeared. After the chase and dodging, Thien Lam suddenly stopped. He stopped attacking. Tian Lin said arrogantly, You were so arrogant just now. Why are you only letting me overpower you now? Lam Thien let out a breath and asked with a frown, a bit disappointed. Did you use all your strength? After hearing Lam Thien's arrogant words, Thien Lam was extremely furious. What did you say? Lam Thien raised his weapon forward and said, If your ability is only at this level, I'm afraid today will end here. Thien Lam, provoked, unleashes all his strength and says, Don't want to live anymore? I will show you the ultimate power of the brave Spring 9 realm. Countless purple lightning bolts strike all around. This is the thunderclap strike. But Lam Thien remains expressionless, calmly observing everything and says, Too slow. Thien Lam, tức giận dền mực muốn phát diện, hét lên và nhìn về phía chiếu thức. Những dòng tan cộng liên tiếp của Thien Lam dù bị Lam Thien dễ dàng dỗ lại. He watched Tian Lin frantically fighting and said, Your strength is great, but you lack brains. Lam Thien decided to fight back, rushing past him and saying, I will show you just how far apart we really are. In the blink of an eye, Lam Thien rushed from afar to the bottom of Thien Lam, catching him completely off guard. Lam Thien was no longer playing around with Thien Lam, and he immediately let him know. It's over. A streak of golden light passes by, carrying immense power. It will end this battle. Tian Lin's face turned pale. He opened his mouth in surprise. Perhaps he saw his own fate coming. A beam of light slashed straight into Thien Lam's body, surprising him. He was defeated, and before he fell, he still couldn't understand the reason for his fate. How is this possible? Thien Lam knelt down in front of Lam Thien, unwilling to accept it. I am the pinnacle of the 9 abyssal currents. Do you not understand why he is so confident? Is the Dung Tuyen Kuken really that high? Thien Lam was surprised. What? Could it be that you are also at the Dung Tuyen 9 realm? But I don't feel any strong power from you. Lam Thien looked at him with contempt and said, I used to be. But now I am at the Steel Vein First Realm. Lam Thien, upon hearing this, widened his eyes in horror. Are you really advanced to the Iron Vein realm? Lam Thien saw his frightened expression and calmly asked, Are you scared? Thien Lam then immediately bowed his head and begged, Big brother, please forgive me. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. He begged, I was blinded earlier. Please forgive me, big brother. I swear I will serve you loyally and be your slave. I swear my loyalty to you until death. Lam Thien's face darkened, and he asked, The strong rule, the weak only obey. Isn't that what you just told Mak Thu? Why is it that now the weak want to change the rules? Seeing the situation is unstable, Thien Lam quickly said, I am not the mastermind. I was forced by others. I was just following orders. Lam Thien pressed his sword against his neck and asked, Aren't you the strongest cultivator in Tan Than? Thien Lam quickly denied, No, I'm not. The strongest cultivator in Tan Than isn't me, but someone else. He continued, claiming that all the crises in Tan Than were part of his plan, showing he didn't care about the city at all, and said it was just to test a few things. Lam Thien asked, Test? Does he see the lives of the entire city as test materials? So he doesn't care about anyone, not even the Tan Than army. They're just pawns in his hands. Taking the opportunity, Lam Thien then asked, So do you know how powerful he really is? Thien Lam trembled all over and hurriedly confessed that he was a cultivator of the 3-realm chain. Hearing this, Lam Thien felt relieved and said, So the 3-realm chain is like that. Thien Lam saw you silent and immediately asked nervously, Lam Thien, you won't kill me, will you? As soon as he finished, Lam Thien's sword struck again. Are you trying to threaten him? Thien Lam was extremely scared and hurriedly begged, Wait, I've told you everything I know. Did I promise to spare you? When did you say you would spare my life? Thien Lam, terrified, shouted, No, you can't do this to me, you can't. But Lam Thien did not hesitate and directly stabbed his sword into him. He gave Thien Lam no more chances. Thien Lam opened both eyes wide, blood splattering onto his face. You really have struck me down. Lam Thien too drew his sword again and said, The Earth's spiritual energy is recovering. The world's rules have truly changed, but no matter how the rules change, those who do wrong must face punishment. Thien Lam then laughed loudly and said, Lam Thien, do you think you're the embodiment of justice? He barely managed to say, You are just a fool. Do you think you can win? You have no idea who you're facing. Thien Lam warns that you'll be lying down soon. You're no match for him at all. He is a powerful cultivator in the Iron Vein 3 realm. You just entered the Iron Vein realm. Do you really think you can win? Can you survive? But Lam Thien was not afraid at all. You said, You don't need to worry about this. He will soon reunite with you. Tian Lin could no longer respond. He closed his eyes and ended his life. The system immediately issued a reminder, detecting the Thunder Attribute spiritual energy. Do you want to absorb it? Lam Thien replied, Yes, absorb it. Thien Lam's entire body began to vanish, transforming into blue sparks that grew more numerous until he seemed to vaporize. The blue sparks emanating from Thien Lam were absorbed by Lam Thien using his hands. Then all the glowing spots surrounded Lam Thien's body as he sensed the spiritual energy. The system announced that the Lightning Attribute spiritual energy had been upgraded. Lam Thien's entire body undergoes a transformation as the absorbed spiritual energy floods into his bloodstream. The system reports that the Lightning Attribute spiritual energy has reached level 2. Lam Thien's eyes change, and he frowns as if he's just realized something. He has finished absorbing the spiritual energy. Now Lam Thien understands that this is the true strength of the second realm of the Iron Path. A moment later, Lam Thien slowly stepped outside and softly called out to the person in front. Mak Thu was startled and quickly turned around, anxiously asking Han, Big brother, are you okay? Then he glanced behind Lam Thien, unable to help but feel suspicious. Where is Cao Thien Lam? He shrugged and replied, Don't worry, he's finished. Mak Thu was stunned when he heard that. What? Dead already? How could it be so fast? He is Dung Tuyen Kukan Din Feng. Lam Thien smirked faintly, waiting for the moment you break through to Thit Mat Khan so I can kill him just as quickly. You said that and quickly changed the subject. All right, go check if the person you care about is safe now. Mak Thu blushed shyly, stammering and interrupting Lam Thien. Big brother, don't talk nonsense. I didn't. So why were you so agitated earlier when you saw her faint? Normally, you're very timid and cowardly. You couldn't just rush in front of me like that, but still, Lam Thien didn't forget to check on the opponent's situation. How is she? Mo Thu quickly reported back, her life and health now stable. He paused for a few seconds, his voice tinged with worry, but her consciousness was sealed by the dark attribute's spiritual energy. If the seal isn't broken quickly, she might turn into a vegetable. Lam Thien softly reassured her, Don't worry. Lightning attribute can suppress dark energy. Maybe it can lift the seal. As he finished speaking, he immediately released a bolt of lightning attribute energy into Meng Zhao's forehead. She quickly reacted, her eyebrows slightly furrowing as the spiritual energy flowed through her body, making her uncomfortable and causing her to curl up involuntarily, moaning softly. In just a moment, the dark attribute spiritual energy was forcibly pulled away from her. Meng Zhao finally fainted, her eyes wide with terror. Seeing the two blurry figures in front of her, she instinctively shouted out loud, Who? Who is this Lam Thien? Seeing this, he suddenly found himself speechless, thinking that this girl didn't seem very smart. So Mak Thu likes this kind of girl? On the opposite side, Meng Zhao had regained some composure. Duong Duong, tears welling up, called out to Mak Thu, panic-stricken as she sat up abruptly and blurted out, Why are you here? We received her distress signal and immediately returned from Tianhai City. Meng Zhao's heart suddenly missed a beat. She stood there stunned for a moment. Did he come back just to save her? The very next second, Meng Zhao suddenly remembered the main issue, angrily grabbing Mak Thu's collar and shaking him hard. That's not right, is he crazy? With Tan Than being so dangerous now, someone as weak as you who can't even fight face to face shouldn't have come back. If you're like this, you're just asking for death. Lam Thien muttered with a sneer, calling Dung Tuyen Kukan Din Feng a weak chicken. Meng Zhao paused briefly, her expression full of confusion as she looked at him. Dung Tuyen Kukan Jin Feng, who else but you, she said, then scolded Mak Thu more harshly, accusing him of dragging others along. Right now, Tan Than is not a place you can just go to. Mak Thu quickly waved her hands to explain, I didn't mean to come here, but since we received your distress signal, we can't just ignore it, right? The terrain in Tan Than is complicated, and Big Brother Lam Thien is unfamiliar with this place, so I, Thao Duong, have to lead the way for him. Meng Zhao squinted, showing a probing expression. Is that really true? The other person hurriedly confirmed. It's really true. Hearing this, Meng Zhao could only let out a sigh, saying, Since it has come to this, blaming you anymore is pointless. Then she politely turned to Lam Thien to express her gratitude. Although she didn't know his name, she still had to thank him for risking himself with this fool to save me. You notice the tense atmosphere between the two and think to yourself that she might also have feelings for Mak Thu. Politely, she responds, Don't be so formal, it's just convenient. Then, Meng Zhao's face turns serious as she takes the initiative to suggest, We must leave Tan Than immediately, or we won't be able to leave once night falls. Lam Thien immediately asked directly what had happened in Tan Than. The other person quickly recounted that after Mak Thu left Tan Than for Thien Hai City, it started to rain and continued non-stop for several days. According to her story, at first I thought it was just normal weather change, but when recounting this, Meng Zhao's voice suddenly became choked with emotion. That rain never seemed to stop. Then everyone who came into contact with the rain turned into zombies. Hearing this, Ma Thu couldn't help but startle in shock and blurted out, What? Even Lin Tian frowned and confirmed everyone in a low voice. Meng Zhao nodded slightly. Yes, at first no one noticed anything unusual and some even played in the rain. But soon after, it was as if something was corroding them. Their bodies began to convulse violently. Then, they immediately went berserk. According to her description, their eyes turned pitch black. Their skin began rotting in the middle, completely transforming into monsters like zombies. And what happened afterward was that they attacked anyone nearby, even their own relatives. By the time everyone reacted, it was already too late. The rain was like a drizzle, and almost no one managed to escape their homes. Meng Zhao also carefully explained that the army and the spiritual practitioners wanted to control the situation, but they didn't really understand what these monsters were, and even the effectiveness of spiritual energy against them was limited. Mak Thu remained silent for a long time, finally grinding his teeth and saying, Tan Than has become a city of the dead. Meng Zhao lowered her head, her eyes filled with sadness, and softly replied, Yes. Lam Thiện nghiêm mắt hỏi về vấn đề quan trọng. Ngôi của quan dôi và hiệp hội linh khi tu hành cũng biến thành quái vật rồi à? The other person shook their head slightly. Not everyone. Some people who got soaked in the rain turned completely into monsters, but most managed to avoid it. This answer only made Lam Thien feel more confused. So, where are they now? They are gone. Mak Thu furrowed her brow in confusion and blurted out, What do you mean by disappeared? The other side slowly explained that they had detected a very strong energy signal on the tall tower in the center of Tan City. That signal seemed like a concentration of abnormal spiritual energy, possibly the cause of this disaster. According to her story, the army and high-ranking leaders of the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Society decided to send people to investigate, but Meng Zhao paused for a few seconds before sighing heavily. All the investigators disappeared. Mo Mat's face suddenly turned pale, and Lam Thien beside him stroked his chin in deep thought and vanished. Speaking of this, Meng Zhao's eyes gradually lost their sadness, as there were no bodies, no cries for help, and no signs of a fight, as if they had been swallowed by this city and never returned. Just then, Lam Thien softly sighed. Interesting. I have some news that might solve those riddles. The news you just blurted out made Meng Zhao gasp in shock. Before coming here, I just saw Cao Tianlin off to meet the King of Hell, she stammered to confirm again. He had killed Chao Thien Lam. He is a cultivator of the 9-realm peak of the Brave Spring. Lam Tien Hong nodded as if he was silently confirming, then serious, and said that before dying, he told me that the strange changes in Tan Than were not accidental, but caused by someone. You emphasized that last part especially. That person must at least be a cultivator of the 3rd stage of the Iron Vein. Meng Zhao instinctively shook her head in disbelief. How could there be a cultivator at the 3rd stage of the Iron Vein in Tan Than? The strongest power in Tan Than is Cao Thien Lam. Mak Thu also confirmed with suspicion. Yes, big brother. Do you think Cao Thien Lam might have lied to you to save his own life? Tien Lam replied calmly, with a very confident tone. He doesn't need to lie to me before he dies, so everyone should think carefully. Just then, the rain started pouring down heavily. Meng Zhao instinctively looked up, and for a moment, a drop of purple-blue rainwater had gathered on her palm. Meng Zhao hurriedly urged the 2 people beside her to go quickly. It's raining again. Lam Thien was about to leave when, suddenly sensing something, he immediately turned back. Standing there in a daze, he wondered to himself, Does my dog, knowing he's dead, come to find me on his own? Mak Thu, seeing you standing still, anxiously shouted, Big brother, get on the car now! At the same time, a bony hand reached out to grasp Lam Thien's shoulder. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly as he said, I told you I have a triple seal formation. The next moment, that hand clenched his shoulder tightly and dark aura surged out violently, causing Makthu's face to change drastically as he shouted urgently, "Watch out!" So this is the culprit behind the disaster in New City? As soon as the words finished, he decisively punched behind him without changing his expression, sending the opponent flying back, body rolling on the cold ground. Makthu's gaze shifted to the other person, suddenly surprised, for at this moment, the dark aura around them was gradually dissipating, revealing their true face. Mothem was certain of her suspicion that it was someone from the military department, but in an instant, that person's body completely vanished, leaving only a protective armor lying abandoned in the corner. Lamthin had no idea this would happen, his eyebrows furrowing slightly as his gaze fixed intensely on the figure before him, filled with suspicion, then suddenly vanished. While Lamthin was distracted, dark spiritual energy quietly gathered beneath his feet. The very next moment, a strange figure suddenly lunged at him from behind, clearly with ill intent, its sharp claws ready to strike at Lam Thien. Makthu just saw this scene, anxiously shouting a warning to Lam Thien, "Be careful, big brother." He was momentarily startled, immediately turned around, and his sharp eyes fixed on what was in front of him. Makthu immediately used his skill to cut through space, creating a tier right beside Lam Thien, just as the strange figure lunged in front of him. The movement of the strange figure was blocked and quickly disappeared. At the same time, Makthu sped the off-road vehicle to Lam Thien's side, urgently shouting, "Big brother, get in the car." The car sped forward wildly, the engine roaring in the rain like a splash of water. Makthu focused on driving, grinding his teeth and muttering, "What exactly is that?" At this moment, Meng Jiao looked back and shouted in panic, "He's done for! He's not dead yet!" Not far from them, a thick mass of purple-black mist was swirling violently. Soon they merged and formed the shape of a black panther. It growled fiercely a few times before charging after the three people's car at full speed. Makthu was terrified, yet it could still transform. In the midst of the urgency, Lam Thien turned back to ask Meng Jiao, "Where is the signal relay station?" She looked a bit puzzled. "Why are you asking this?" Lam Thien then explained briefly that this crazy dog is the one sent by the Three Realms faction to hunt us down. Makthu frowned when she heard that. "No way, right?" Lam Thien seriously confirmed that he was probably responsible for it. "I attacked Cao Thien Lam. Now he's here to seek revenge. As long as I deal with him, whether he's this crazy dog or the mutation in Tan Than, it will all end." "Hearing this from you," Meng Jiao exclaimed in excitement. "Are you crazy?" "That's the three-scene iron network." Lam Thien pretended not to hear, coldly repeated it again, and gave directions. The other side obediently followed the instructions, going straight along this road for 15 kilometers, then turning left at the commercial area to see the signal station. The vehicle sped at full throttle following the instructions, quickly approaching the signal station area, with the engine roaring loudly. The strange creature still frantically followed behind them, snarling fiercely with bared teeth. At the same time, the three on the vehicle saw the signal station in the distance and shouted excitedly, "We're here!" The entire vehicle suddenly slammed on the brakes, leaving a long trail of white smoke on the road. The creature just caught up with them, and Duangnan lunged forward. Lam Thien was the first to get out of the vehicle, charging forward to confront the creature. He swiftly struck it with a lightning flame slash, coldly shouting, "Get lost!" as the creature's body was torn apart and gradually dissolved into nothingness. All done, Lam Thien turned back to give instructions to those behind. Makthu quickly led So Meng Jiao away from Tan Tan. He was a bit worried and quickly spoke up. "Big brother, I will fight with you." Lam Thien firmly refused, stopped talking nonsense, and led her away. In front of the Three Realms of Steel, everyone is just a burden. You've said it to that extent, so Makthu reluctantly agrees. "Big brother, you must come back alive." Makthu clearly felt unwilling, telling himself that if I had greater power, I wouldn't let the big brother face danger alone. At the same time, someone watching from above had already taken in the sight of their departing car. The opponents in black cloaks covering their faces with their hoods, their lips curling into a faint smile, and the dark energy that had just dispersed began to take shape once again. The strange creature's eyes flashed with a dangerous purple light as it stared intently at Lam Thien, making him start to feel impatient and even annoyed. "Aren't you going to die?" At this point, there's clearly no other choice. Lam Thien immediately channels his spiritual power and charges straight at the creature. "All right, let's play with this." He swung his hand, driving Lei Yan Slash deep into the figure in front of him. Without hesitation, he poured all his strength into punching the strange creature. The figure in front was directly knocked back, chaotic and purple energy splattering everywhere. Lam Thien's face remained calm as he continued to leap forward, ready to deliver the final blow. At that moment, the figure before him suddenly trembled violently, engulfed in swirling dark purple mist. Then a little girl appeared, trembling as Lashiking begged, "Save me! Save me!" Lam Thien completely saw through the trap, snorted coldly with contempt, and ignored the trembling creature. As soon as the other person managed to shout for help, he quickly struck the final blow. In an instant, the face opposite twisted in horror, screaming in terror. Lam Thien Queet showed no mercy and continued to strain himself a little more until the thick, purple-black aura was finally blown away, leaving no trace behind. After finishing the task, Lam Thien Thu withdrew his hand, annoyed, and snorted coldly. He looked around and muttered under his breath, "Let's see how powerful the three-realm meridian really is." Then Lam Thien Sai walked toward the nearby building and decisively pushed the door open. In the dark and silent space, his footsteps echoed clearly. He stopped in front of a large pool inside the room, silently standing there to observe carefully. The water surface rippled gently, with dark spiritual energy continuously rising. Lam Thien paused in thought for a long time, secretly noting that these waters were exactly like the rain that formed the monster earlier. Just then, he noticed a figure stepping out from a nearby corner. The other person chuckled and said, "I didn't expect a second-stage iron vein expert." Then he narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that the useless trash Gao Thien Lam died for good. Lam Thien looked at him coldly and directly asked, "Did you cause the disaster in Tan Thien?" The other calmly admitted, "Yes, I am Tuong Thien Thun, a third-stage iron vein cultivator." After that, he proudly introduced himself to Lam Thien, saying the water in the pool is spiritual water, formed after the vengeful spirits and spiritual energy of tens of thousands of Tan Than residents turned corrupt. According to Thien Than, with his will, this water can create all kinds of immortal and indestructible creatures. At this point, he did not bother to hide his smug expression, confidently declaring that he is the god of this land. Tian Chung calmly stepped closer to Lam Thien and slowly said, "Do you think you can reach our level after the spiritual energy recovers in this space? There are only a few people in this entire world." He extended his hand and took the initiative to say, "Do you want to shake hands with me? From now on, you will serve under one person and be above 10,000 others. Thien Than even promised you power, wealth, endless beauties, and that we will create a new world order." But Lam Thien remained completely unfazed, coldly cutting in and saying, "Are you done with the nonsense?" This reaction seemed to catch Thien Than off guard, and he paused briefly. Lam Thien directly activates his spiritual power, clearly showing his disdain. "You can leave now that you're done talking." As soon as the words finished, he prepared to attack, with a small sphere of dark aura swirling in his hand. Thien Tun, of course, did not stand still and take the hit, immediately unleashing his dark attribute spiritual energy to face head-on, not even bothering to dodge Lam Thien's attack. At the moment the two spiritual energies collided, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as you swiftly and forcefully swung your staff, striking directly into his chest. Thien Than finally couldn't keep the smile on his face. A few beads of sweat trickled down his cheeks. At the same time, Lam Thien launched a full-force attack, causing Thien Than's body to stagger backward. He struggled to keep himself steady, lowering his head to hide his expression. In the next instant, Thien Than suddenly burst into laughter, gritting out two words, "Well done!" Then he waved his hand dismissively, speaking arrogantly. "If you don't know your place, just stay down here." As soon as the words finished, the spiritual water beneath the pool trembled violently, and the dark figures surged into the air in a bizarre and extreme scene. Lam Thien, witnessing this, finally understood clearly that those who disappeared had all been transformed into dark water by him. Then, in the very next second, those figures all leapt towards him simultaneously, and Thien Than's triumphant laughter echoed throughout the space. "Get the damn thing killed by my army." Lam Thien Trang hesitated slightly, slowly drawing the sword on his back, softly muttering, "I will set you free soon." And true to his word, he poured all his strength into swinging his sword to unleash the Divine Flame Eternal technique. With just one strike, he wiped out the shadowy figures waiting to attack him. Seeing that scene, Thien Than was clearly dissatisfied, grinding his teeth and cursing. "Damn it!" He clenched his fists and roared wildly. "Damn it! I want to crush you." In an instant, Tian Chung's eyes turned white as he raised his hand and unleashed a stream of pitch-black spiritual energy. Based on the direction of the attack, his target was clearly Lin Tian. He quickly used spiritual energy to create a defensive barrier, but the opponent's dark aura still managed to penetrate. Unable to do anything, Lam Thien quickly turned aside, his movement somewhat awkward. Still, his cheek was struck, leaving a streak of bright red blood. Lam Thien's face suddenly darkened. Can his spiritual energy suppress Lei Yan? Thien Tun burst into a joyful laugh. What's wrong? Are you scared? He smugly smirks and says coldly, don't even think about running. I want to crush you. In this way, Thien Tun happily unleashes his spiritual energy, targeting Lam Thien, cutting through all obstacles with determination and refusing to submit. But as he tried to hold his ground against the opponent, Lam Thien's Loi Wiem around him kept gradually diminishing. In that moment, he paused briefly, suddenly realizing that his spiritual energy was not suppressing the Loi Wiem, but was actually corroding his own Loi Wiem attribute spiritual energy. On the opposite side, Thien Tun tilted his chin and spoke arrogantly. Even a young lightning flame attribute spiritual energy dares to be so disrespectful in front of me. My Ming Dynasty spiritual energy can corrode all elemental spiritual energies. He looked down at Lam Thien with a superior attitude. I give you one last chance. Kneel down, or don't blame me. The boy looked annoyed on the surface, but was secretly calculating a way to deal with it, thinking of a solution. At that moment, the system suddenly announced that the host had been invaded by the Min Dynasty spiritual energy. The host can fuse fire attribute spiritual energy with light attribute spiritual energy to produce Yang Flame spiritual energy that counteracts the Min Dynasty spiritual energy. Lam Thien immediately froze in surprise, realizing he had forgotten that the light attribute spiritual energy had changed before, but unexpectedly there was still a way to use it. Without hesitation, he straightened up and quietly withdrew his Thunderfire attribute spiritual energy. Lam Thien stood still, letting the Min Dynasty spiritual energy envelop his body. Thien Than, seeing this, smirked mockingly. Giving up already? Looks like your kid doesn't have much strength either. Lam Thien remained silent, closed his eyes, focused his energy, and suddenly a blazing vortex of energy burst into Thien Than's sight, with fire and light attribute spiritual energy merging into a dazzling explosion. The overwhelming power was terrifying. Thien Than quickly covered his eyes, staggered backward, clenching Jiang Ko for support, his eyes filled with horror. What kind of spiritual energy is this? This is a flame capable of purifying darkness. The opponent, Riviem, clearly unwilling, shouted loudly, No, it's impossible. No one can purify my spiritual energy. He said that and crazily unleashed his spiritual energy directly at Lam Thien. Die. You still stand firm, surrounded by Yang Fire Qi. If you have no other tricks up your sleeve, it's time for this farce to end. Thien Tun didn't bother to heed the warning, sneering mockingly. Second realm of the spirit vein stage and still arrogant in front of me, I'll show you my true strength. Then he unleashed his ultimate move, saying, I didn't want to use this technique, but you forced me. In an instant, Thien Tun's appearance changed, his entire body covered in a stream of pitch-black spiritual energy. The very next second, he burst with murderous intent and charged straight at Lam Thien. You still act indifferent, muttering softly, Can you beat me if you turn into a beast? When Thien Than's fist strikes, you coldly say, Go find your own death. His heavy fists pounded down relentlessly, rocks and debris flying as Thien Than roared fiercely. I want to smash you into minced meat. He kept striking at Lam Thien's position with each punch, every blow filled with deadly intent. Still not stopping, Thien Than suddenly tilts his head back and takes a deep breath, then opens his mouth to spew out a stream of thick black gas surging forward. Just at that moment, a flash of golden light suddenly flickers amidst the black mist. That beam of light shot straight at Thien Than, leaving a deep gash on his shoulder. Lam Thien strode forward with blinding golden light, his voice firm and resolute. I told you, if you only have this much strength, then die. Without saying much more, he directly waved his hand for the next move, Raging Flame. Slash, as the attack approached, Thien Than continued to scream wildly. No, it can't be my dark water being purified. And then, in that critical moment, he finally summoned his trump card. Is this your true body? The opponent suddenly laughed and said, I didn't expect you to push me to this point. He proudly boasted that I have evolved into a higher life form and have long abandoned my human body.
Thiên Thanh nổi càng ngày càng rõ ràng, tuyên bố rằng ngay sau vậy tao sẽ cho mấy nệm mũi sức mạnh toàn lực của thiết mạch tam cảnh và cố chấp nhận mạnh rằng tao của hiện giờ mới là vợ dịch thực thụ. Lam Thien still stands calmly in place, suddenly sneering. Are you sure you know who your opponent really is? Then, he raises his hand to unleash a higher level technique. Are you still unable to contact the people outside? She sighed softly and said, No, we still have no signal. Suddenly, there was an explosion behind them. Flames shot up into the sky. The noise was deafening. Mac Thu quickly slammed on the brakes and shouted, What was that?
Both of them turned around, and what they saw was the signal station building collapsing. Meng Jiao was momentarily stunned, then Mac Thu excitedly shouted out. Sure, it was Big Brother Lam Thien's ultimate move. Tan Than was saved now. Then he immediately turned his head back, his voice full of unhidden joy. We don't need to run anymore, let's go back and find Big Brother Lam Thien. Transitioning to the signal relay station area, Tien Than muttered in despair. Why? Obviously, I am the 3-realm steel meridian, so how can a 2-realm steel meridian like you defeat me? Just before disappearing, Tien Than laughed maniacally and left a message saying, They won't spare you. You have no idea who you've messed with. I'll be waiting for you in hell. Hearing those words, Lam Thien suddenly fell into deep thought, realizing that there was someone else behind Tuong Tien Tun. As he pondered, he suddenly noticed something floating in midair. Soon, Mac Thu drove back just in time, and as soon as he got out of the car, he called out in panic, Big Brother? He hurriedly ran over to Lam Thien, repeatedly asking, Are you okay, Big Brother Lam Thien? He casually replied, I'm fine. Following Mac Thu, Meng Jiao quietly grew suspicious. Just how powerful is this Lam Thien? She looked around at the scene in shock, unable to believe that such destruction was really something humans could do. Lam Thien suddenly spoke. I just took down the mastermind in Tan Than. His name is Tuong Tien Than. Have you heard of this name before? What? Tuong Tien Than. She hesitated for a long time without being able to speak. No way. This can't be. Tuong Tien Tun is dead. How could he still be alive? Lam Thien looked suspicious. What does that mean? Do you know her? Meng Jiao honestly recounted what she knew. Before the spiritual energy was restored, Tuong Tien Tun was a death prisoner who had committed more than a dozen brutal murders. According to her, she was in the army at the time and witnessed his execution when the spiritual energy was restored. He should have died a long time ago. Lam Thien frowned slightly and thought. Indeed, his final appearance suggested he might not be truly dead. Then he reached out and took out an item. I found this at the scene after he died. Could this be what helped him come back to life? Meng Jiao recognized it at a glance. The symbol of the Dawn Church. Lam Thien became even more curious upon hearing this. The Church of Dawn, what is that? Meng Jiao whispered softly. During the early days of spiritual energy recovery, a group of cultivators with innate mutations secretly form an order. An organization. They believe that the mutated spiritual energy is the ultimate evolution of humanity, and that ordinary people are just trash obstructing progress. They try to establish a new order where the strong rule and the weak are prey to the powerful. This is their belief system. Hearing this, Lam Thien suddenly sighed with exhaustion. All right, anyway, the 3 circuits of steel have been defeated, and the danger in Tan Than has been dealt with. We can discuss these conspiracy theories tomorrow. I've gone a whole day and night without sleeping, so I really need to go rest now. Meng Jiao didn't stop me and hesitantly spoke. Big Brother, Lam Thien, thank you for saving Tan Than, saving me and Mac Thu. She already said that and then pulled Mac Thu to urge him to bow in gratitude. Hurry up and thank them, Lam Thien replied casually. It's nothing special, just something I did because someone asked me to. Someone asked for help. Mentioning this, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Lam Thien's mouth, his eyes full of meaning. There was someone who, after learning what happened to her, even forgot about their own injuries. Isn't that right, Mac Thu? Meng Jiao immediately hurriedly checked Mac Thu's condition after hearing that. Mac Thu, did you get hurt? When did this happen? He shyly scratches his cheek and stammers to change the subject. Big Brother, Lam Thien is talking about his best friend, isn't he? Didn't he call her for help? Meng Jiao suddenly remembered and exclaimed in panic. I forgot to call Phi to tell her I am safe now. Switching to another city with a clear blue sky and warm sunlight shining through the window, a group of well-dressed people sit quietly around a long table, listening to the news. Yesterday morning, Tan Than had to endure an unprecedented spiritual air pollution and darkening disaster. According to the investigation, the incident has made over 80% of the city uninhabitable and resulted in more than 10,000 civilians dead or injured. Mr. Tham sat upright with a serious expression and asked, How is the recovery effort in Tan Than progressing? Immediately, a subordinate stood up and reported, Reporting to the commander, the main roads in Tan Than have been cleared and the civilians trapped by the zombies have returned home. Mr. Tham let out a faint sigh of relief. The damage in Tan Than is so low, all thanks to Lam Thien alone. Everyone in the room immediately started to discuss, excitedly. That's right. If Big Brother Lam Thien had arrived a little later, I can't imagine how many more people would have died in Tan Than. I used to think he was only a little better than others, but now it seems he's a billion times better.
Soon after, Mr. Tam suddenly slammed his hand on the table and said more seriously, "The disaster in Tan has sounded the alarm for us."
He emphasized that although we don't know how the Sunrise Church was resurrected, making Thien Than appear dead and turning him into a 3-stage cultivator, we can be certain that there is some unimaginable power behind them. At this point, Mr. Tham directly ordered the military to strengthen surveillance of the Sunrise Society, especially in their origin city, the Northwest City, West. General Tam carefully added that the members of the Spirit Energy Association must also support the army in their operations. At this moment, Huyen Fong suddenly spoke up. "Commander Tom, the Northwest City is the core area of the Dawn Church and also where they are most active. Our Spiritual Energy Association has sent elite teams multiple times, but none have returned successfully. If the army wants to learn about the Dawn Church, then perhaps only the Spiritual Practitioners Association isn't enough." Mr. Shen nodded slightly, indicating he understood. "I know. I will ask the military to cooperate with you. We must find detailed information about the Dawn Society in a short time." The next second, he stood up abruptly and declared firmly, "Finally, the issue of Lam Thien's identity must be raised to the highest level of security. The military's internal affairs must absolutely not leave any clues related to him." The crowd shouted in unison, and at this moment, Mr. Tam could confidently affirm that as long as Lam Thien is alive, our country will never perish. The scene shifts to his villa, now under the cover of night. Lam Thien struggles to carry a big bag and a small bag, grimacing as he mutters, "Fee, is this what you call ordering some food to take home?" In front of you, Phi. Fee swayed and leaned on the table, raising her glass and shouting, "For my husband, cheers!" Lam Thien couldn't help but feel helpless. How much has this crazy girl drunk? She was covered in alcohol smell and directly threw herself into his arms, acting cute and calling him husband. Lam Thien could only lift her up and turn to the nearby person, grumbling, "You've gotten so drunk, but you didn't say anything to her." Lan Nguyen shrugged helplessly and said I told her, but she wouldn't listen. Lam Thien set Phi down on the sofa and looked at Lan Nguyen for a long moment, making her feel a bit flustered. "What's wrong?" Lam Thien softly smiled and said, "From now on, you should smile more. Otherwise, with such a beautiful face, a serious expression all the time would be a waste." Lan Nguyen's cheek suddenly flushed, and she was secretly stunned inside. Did I just smile? A moment later, Lam Thien took a piece of pizza and softly asked, "How are your parents doing now?" Lan Nguyen honestly reported that their situation was quite good, and in 2 or 3 more days they would be able to leave the life support device and enter the recovery phase. Mentioning this, she felt very grateful. "Lam Thien, thank you." "Luckily I have you," she interrupted directly. "Don't be so polite. Without me, you wouldn't be able to enter the realm of spiritual veins. By the way, can you now control the second attribute of spiritual energy?" Lan Nguyen nodded slightly, confirming with a look of happiness, and the scene shifts to somewhere else, the quiet night covering the buildings. Hoods conceal everyone's faces. Only their hands clasped in prayer can be seen. Suddenly, one of them stands up to report, "Great Elder, the Spirit Tower of New City has been destroyed and Tuong Thien Thun has been killed." The people around him all changed their expressions and anxiously fixed their eyes on the person in the center of the circle. The other party stood there silently for a long time, not responding for a moment. Under the hood, a fierce eye peeks out, and his deep, hoarse voice echoes throughout the room. Who is responsible for this? Yama gently lowers his head and says, "There is a practitioner named Lam Thien. He's just a monk, and yet he dares to become an enemy of my Dawn Church. Anyone who dares to oppose the will of the gods will pay the price." The followers of the Dawn Church shouted in unison, "Pay the price! Pay the price!" Dai Te Ti turned around and said to Diem La, "This is your responsibility. Lam Thienet must die." Diem La sat down and bowed his head in obedience. "My subordinates obey the divine command." "Lam Thien At must die," the members of the Dawn Church shout in unison. Lam Thien At lost his life as the scene shifts to the distant sun, gradually setting behind the mountains. At Lam Thien's house, Lan Nguyen appears and adjusts her combat outfit. He stands facing her. Lam Thien speaks. "Let me see how much you've improved." Lan Nguyen stands still, her eyes looking down, silent for a long moment before she suddenly moves, shifting her stance. Lan Nguyen rushes quickly towards Lam Thien, swinging her leg fiercely to attack him, her kick adding a layer of ice. Lan Nguyen spun around and delivered another kick toward Lam Thien. He smoothly dodged to the side, successfully avoiding the attack.
Lam Thien swung his hand forward. Lan Nguyen stepped back a few paces, and Lam Thien's voice rang out. Not bad. It seems you haven't forgotten basic physical training. Show me what happens when your spiritual energy and attributes merge.
Lan Nguyen stepped back, clenched her fists, and in an instant, spiritual energy gathered from both her hands, one cold as ice, the other crackling with blue lightning. She then extended both hands forward, unleashing a surge of spiritual power directly at Lam Thien. He raised one hand, a shield appeared, deflecting Lan Nguyen's attack. Lam Thien's voice rang out, "Wrong!" He coldly said, "This is not fusion. It's just emitting two types of spiritual waves with different attributes, one after the other." Lam Thien advised Lan Nguyen to stay calm, not to think about how to release it, but first to consider how to blend them. Lan Nguyen's thoughts are full of doubt. Mix them together. Lan Nguyen closed her eyes, her spiritual energy fluctuating around her body, the energy emerging from her hand, her voice echoing with a balanced tone. "Obey my command." Lan Nguyen opens her eyes, reaching out with her hand as her spiritual energy transforms into an attack flying toward him. Lam Thien is a bit surprised but stands still as Lan Nguyen's attack approaches. A layer of ice rises from the ground, surrounding Lam Thien's body. Lan Nguyen raises a hand to cover her mouth, shouting in worry. "Lam Thien, are you okay?" It wasn't intentional. Lam Thien stood still, calmly melting the ice around himself. Lan Nguyen was slightly startled, raising her hands to cover her eyes as the ice shards fell around her. Lam Thien said softly, "Not bad, you finally turned them into your own strength." Lam Thien places a hand on Lan Nguyen's shoulder and tells her, "Remember how that felt. Next time you fight, use your spiritual energy in this rhythm." Then he walks towards DH Thu and waves goodbye to Lan Nguyen. "All right, that's enough training for today. Go visit your parents at the hospital, and I'll go grab something to eat." The scene shifts to the sky gradually darkening as the sun disappears on the horizon outside Lam Thien's mansion, where Diem La and his men are gathering. "Are you living here?" Truong Ka holding a photo, he replied. "Yes, this is a picture of Lam Thien." In Truong Ka's hand, a photo of Lam Thien gradually appears. Diem La arrogantly says, "This kid, he actually managed to kill the useless Tuong Thien Tan." Nyan K stepped in behind and said, "Tuong Thien Tan definitely isn't a match for you, Your Excellency. After all, you are a fourth-stage peak cultivator, looking across the Sunrise Sect, who doesn't know the name Bai Yama La." Tham Nhan beside him nodded in agreement. The Army and the Spiritual Energy Association are truly blind to think they consider someone who looks like they've only trained for a few days the strongest cultivator. It's just ridiculous. Yama quickly ordered, "Let's go, strike fast and win quickly. Don't keep Lord Tati waiting." The three of Diem La's subordinates shouted in unison. In front of the house, Lam Thien stepped down the stairs. He exclaimed, "What should I eat tonight? Hot pot or beef noodles? I also want to have some grilled food." Lam Thien just stepped onto the porch when three of Diem Lao's subordinates arrived, shouting, "Go away, Lam Thien." Lam Thien stands calmly, lightning surrounding his body. The lightning struck down Truong Ka Nyan Ke and Tham Nhan, directly killing them. The three of Diem La's subordinates fell to the ground, unconscious from Lam Thien's recent attack. He furrowed his brow and said, "Leave now, I know you're here." "Where did Diem La step out from?" He replied, "It's no wonder Tuong Thien Thun died at your hands." Lam Thien looked at Diem La and asked, "Are you also one of the people from that church?" "That's right. I am White Demon Lord of the Dawn Church, responsible for eliminating enemies of the church. Today is your funeral." Lam Thien calmly stands still as Diem La's dozens of ice crystals rush toward him, freezing into ice cubes for Tao. Lam Thien casually put his hands in his pockets and gently deflected Diem La's attack. Diem La exclaimed in panic, "How is that possible? You can actually block one of my moves completely. I have a question for you." There are few. The Dawn Society. Lam Thien's face showed clear anger as he asked in a deep voice, "Are you desperate?" Diem La angrily replied, "You are insulting the glory of the Dawn Church. You arrogant kid, pay the price for your disrespect." Diem La raises his hand high, a dark spiritual energy gathering from his palm. Diem La smiles and continues, "Surrender now. This is Corrosive Wave. A wave that even top-tier cultivators dare not face directly." Diem La giơ tay về phía chuột, nguồn linh lực xe dở lao về phía Lam Thien. Câu thô dài thuần thuốt, lẩm bẩm chấn nản. Diem La arrogantly shouted, "Now it's too late to beg for mercy, Lam Thien. Your day has come." Lam Thien raised a hand, a light flashing from his palm. Lam Thien raises his hand forward, a surge of energy suddenly appearing from his palm. The energy blasts out, countering Diem La's attack. "What is this spiritual energy?"
A blaze engulfs Lam Thien's body. He responds, "This is something that can counter your power." Diem La turned to run, his thoughts revealing that this kid is definitely not an ordinary cultivator. I am no match for him. Diem La runs quickly backward, his mind making a decision, and he says, "Hurry up and run." Lam Thien's spiritual power surges out, and he asks, "Is my home the place you want to go, or just leave whenever you want?" A spiritual form gradually emerges from Lam Thien's body, drawing from his power. Diem La tries to run forward quickly. After a while, he turned his face back. A thought of Diem La appeared. What is this strange feeling? Suddenly realizing something, Diem La opened his eyes wide in astonishment. From behind, Lam Thien and his giant spiritual form gradually approached Diem La. His spiritual form raised one hand, and Diem La shouted in fear, "What is this?" Lam Thien's spiritual body forcefully slammed its hand down, causing the ground to break and debris to fly everywhere. Diem La was completely defeated, gasping as he asked, "What exactly is this power?" Lam Thien stepped forward and said, "Now it's my turn to ask," he replied. Yama struggled to break free, furious as he shouted despite his severe injuries. Lam Thien stepped on his face and asked, "Tell me, what exactly is your Dawn Society? Who founded it?" Diem Lan lay motionless on the ground, his voice weak. "The Dawn Church is the will of the gods. It appeared when the people of the Northwest City prayed for hope." An image of a monster attacking a city appears in Diem La's mind. He recounts that at that time, the Northwest City was struck by a super-mutated level of danger, and the Spiritual Energy Association and the army were completely destroyed with no survivors left. Everyone thought there was no way to survive. The image of the Great Sacrifice appeared, and Diem La's voice echoed. Just then, a powerful figure descended from the sky, wielding a blood-colored scepter and wearing a golden mask, claiming to be the Great Sacrifice of the Dawn Church. The story continues as the Great Sacrifice destroys that mutated monster. Diem La continues to narrate. Alone, the Grand Priest uses his scepter to handle the super mutant, and images of the people beginning to worship the Grand Priest appear. Diem La's voice echoes. Since then, the Northwest City only trusts the Dawn Church. Diem La shouted confidently, "We are messengers of the gods. You mortals are not worthy to question our teachings." Lam Thien coldly replied, "That's just childish lies. Don't deceive yourself anymore. Do you know how powerful a super mutant level monster is? Have you ever seen one before?" Lam Thien kept his foot on Diem La's body. "You keep talking. I've reviewed the files on the Dawn Church. You brazenly burn, loot, and take lives on the streets of the Northwest City. You are just a heretical organization relying on lies to deceive the masses and expand your influence." Lam Thien narrowed his eyes and concluded, "The so-called angels you worship are merely exploiting supernatural powers to oppress ordinary people with nothing." Refusing to accept the truth, Diem La responds that sacrifice is necessary. Without absolute order, humanity will descend into chaos, and someone must always be willing to sacrifice. Lam Thien's face is as cold as ice as he softly says, "Yes, there must always be someone to sacrifice." He raises one hand toward Diem La, a source of energy gathering in his palm. You say, "Then now you go ahead and sacrifice yourself." In an instant, a lightning bolt strikes where Lam Thien and Diem La are. So, the Bak Diem La I sent also got dealt with by Lam Thien? Yes, 3 other members of the church who accompanied White Yama also perished. The thoughts of the high priest emerged. "The Northwest City is my territory, and the faith I have painstakingly built must not be destroyed by a rogue monk." "Lam Thien, you must absolutely not let him live. Absolutely not," the great high priest suddenly exclaimed, just as the celestial seed had told me. A subordinate kneeling on the ground looks up in confusion. "The immortal seed?" Another person asked curiously. "Lord Daiteti, what kind of fairy sign did you see?" The Grand Priest raised one hand to the sky and began to speak. "A heretic, wielding lightning power, will be called a hero by all, but will also be the beginning of the world's downfall. He will bring disaster, chaos, betrayal, and destruction. For the security of the Northwest and the glory of Dawn, we must take the initiative to attack and eradicate the source of that disaster." The minions of the Silver Dawn Church shouted, "Drive out Lam Thien! Protect Dawn!" "Daiteti, I have seen the disaster of the future. The monk named Lam Thien will be the sinner who ends the order of the human world. His spiritual energy will devour the foundation of order and life. He must be taken immediately to the Northwest City for trial by the dawn." The scenes just now were only a replay, and the screen suddenly went dark because of someone. The magistrate holding the remote said, "When this prophecy is announced, the online network will immediately explode. Our army is mobilizing public opinion groups to delete posts, lock accounts, and cut transmission chains, but we simply can't keep up. Are those people brainwashed? How can they believe such obvious manipulation of public opinion?
Lan Nguyen, sitting nearby, replied, "They don't believe in the prophecy, but are simply too afraid to know the truth." Mr. Tham continued, "It's best for everyone to stay home these days and not go out. I will assign a special team to guard you closely 24 hours a day." Mr. Tham looked at Lam Thien and said to him, "You are not only our most important strategist now, but also their top target." Lam Thien suddenly stood up and coldly said, "No need for protection. I plan to go outside."
Mr. Tham angrily shouted, "Are you crazy to go outside now? The entire Dawn Society is trying to kill you."
Mr. Tham looked at Lan Nguyen and said, "Lan Nguyen just leveled up and is worried there's nowhere for her to train in real combat," then suddenly realized something, and Mr. Tam's voice hesitated. "Could it be that you want to?" Lam Thien's tone was cold.
It's best if that high priest really can eliminate super variant monsters, otherwise the Dawn Church deserves to be expelled. Through the screen, a busy scene in a large waiting hall with many people coming and going.
Looking at the screen, Phi Phi said, "After the spiritual energy revival, there are indeed more people with free time." Lam Thien walked over with 2 glasses of water and asked, "What's wrong? What are you angry about?" she said, holding up the screen and saying, "Look at these people. They argue online every day. Don't they have anything better to do?" "I'm really impressed. If I had known, I would have blown up some broadcast stations and taken these people to the brick factory, cable factory, or steel mill. At least they would contribute to the country." Lam Thien smirked reassuringly. "Don't be so angry. Once we arrive, they'll shut up." She takes the glass of water from your hand and reminds you to be a little more careful. Although she doesn't know exactly what skills the High Priest of the Dawn Church possesses, she pauses for a moment before continuing seriously.
I heard that his divine abilities might be real. Thanks to those abilities, he has discovered talented hidden monks and relied on them to support the Church of the Dawn. You frown in surprise and ask, "Oh, does he have that kind of ability too?"
A white jet plane is soaring through the clear blue sky. Meanwhile, a follower kneels and reports, "Great High Priest, the monk named Lam Thien has boarded a flight heading straight to the northwest." Daitoti silently thought to himself,
"If you walk into the trap yourself, don't blame me." He stood up, raised both hands and shouted loudly, "Fellow believers, during my meditation just now, I saw a prophecy that the monk named Lam Thien will bring disaster and destruction to our northwestern land."
"What do you mean? Why is that?"
"Lord Daiteti, then what should we do?"
"Don't worry, the dawn light will shine on everything. The gods have shown us how to protect our homeland." He sinisterly said, "Let the believers stand up with sincerity for the Northwest, for the divine. Let Lam Thien know that the Northwest city does not welcome him." The followers immediately knelt in obedience. "The gods have given the order, and we willingly go to face the enemy. We must make Lam Thien realize this place does not welcome him." The entire airport is shimmering under the starry night sky, with the horizon in the distance lined with brightly lit skyscrapers. Elsewhere, a crowd loudly holds up signs protesting against Lam Thien entering the city. They shouted loudly in fierce opposition, "We can't let that demon head into the city. The Great Tribunal has said he will destroy everything we have." Yes, regardless of whether Lam Thien has saved anyone before, this place does not welcome him. The fanatics with loudspeakers shout, "The dawn has brightly shone over the northwest, and darkness is not allowed to intrude. Lam Thien must face judgment for his sins." From the high building, he looked down and wondered if these people had been brainwashed to this extent. You casually manipulate people's hearts with faith. This high priest really knows how to play the game.
Lan Nguyen beside him asked with concern, "What should we do now?"
"Aren't these just ordinary people?" "Surely we can't really hurt them," Lam Thien asked back.
"Why not? You answered your own question because they chose to believe in the gods."
Lam Thien coldly said, "Let them see if their god can save their lives or not." The crowd then looked at him in excitement. "Hey, he's here. Look, it's that guy with the star streak." They immediately rushed towards Lin Tian. "Don't let him in. Lam Thien, get out of here." His feet stand firm on the ground, surrounded by blazing golden lightning, emanating a powerful aura. The powerful source of spiritual energy emanating from Lam Thien's body causes the surrounding lightning bolts to strike the noisy crowd. The crowd was stunned and couldn't help but be terrified by what they saw. The believers with pale faces secretly afraid. Is this guy really Lam Thien? How can this spiritual energy be so strong? Looking at your clothes, you must be 3 believers of the Dawn Church. You channel your inner strength, and a sphere appears in your hand as lightning arcs around you. Since you believe in the existence of gods so much, let me see if the deity you speak of can save you from the evil I'm about to become. The believers saw this and quickly ran away, but before they could take many steps,
they were struck by lightning. The crowd watching was terrified by the overwhelming power source. Lin Tian asked solemnly, "Is there anyone else who is a believer?" Suddenly someone stammered, "I just remembered I haven't turned off the gas stove at home." Another girl, frightened, said, "My mother told me to come home for dinner and not to be late." The crowd immediately started to panic and run away. I wasn't originally here to follow the religion. I was just here to pick someone up. I went to the wrong place.
Me too. Me too. Ling Yui looked at those people with contempt. They were never truly passionate. They just used it as an excuse to avoid thinking and taking responsibility. True faith is not maintained by fear. She glanced at him and asked, "What should we do next?" Lam Thien coldly replied to the high priest, "He should resign." One of the followers slowly stepped through the crowd.
Kneeling respectfully to report, Lord High Priest, we have found a young woman with high potential spiritual energy, about 17 years old, rare talent. I personally brought her here, hoping Your Excellency will examine her himself.
The high priest lazily hummed and said, "Let me see." The two followers then dragged the girl in, her face covered with wounds and panting heavily. He slowly descended the stairs and approached the girl. The grand priest lifted her chin. Her spiritual energy was decent, and her appearance was not bad. "The god has brought you before me. How can I betray the divine plan?" He gazed intently at her. "Give everything to the god."
Suddenly, the ceiling shattered, and large and small chunks of stone fell down, causing the followers to stare in confusion and kneel while looking up.
"What's going on?" Lam Thien Van, with her spiritual power, hovers above, looking down. "Your church should leave the northwest city."
Both Lam Thien and Lan Nguyen are descending to the ground, surrounded by a crowd of believers.
Dai Zetian glared at you. "Lam Thien, you're really bold to dare to rush into the temple." Lam Thien nghe mắt dập ra. "So với tử thần diễn thị, ta thấy phải gọi là phần tử khủng bố mới phù hợp với dặm can
Ba Bon Mei. He whispered, "If you're here to die, don't blame me for being ruthless."
Immediately after, the great priest raised his hand and ordered, "This is where you will meet your end. Believers, destroy them." He shouted loudly, "Kill!"
Facing them, Lam Thien still stood calmly, while Lan Nguyen was already in a fighting stance. She hadn't had time to rush forward when he quickly raised his hand to stop her. "Wait a moment." Lam Thien channels his spiritual power, and lightning sparks all over his body. "This time is for your training. I will handle these trashy ones myself." In an instant, they were all sent flying by my lightning flame one slash. Dai Tietai was terrified and stepped back, looking at the crowd of followers being thrown far away and lying on the ground sweating and in disbelief. "What the hell?" Gakwom. "No, no way." Lin Tien calmly said in a cold voice, "Don't worry. To deal with a peak Dung Tuyen like you, I don't need to lift a finger. This time, your opponent is her." Lan Nguyen suddenly appears in front of Dai Tetu, her hand full of spiritual power, as he wields his weapon radiating dark energy, ready to fight back. Two sources of power collide, instantly releasing a terrifying aura. Dai Zeti stared in surprise and exclaimed, "What?" Lan Nguyen coldly unleashes her ice mirror touch technique. Immediately, that terrifying power sliced across his neck. The mask on Dai Zeti's face cracked from the force. He gritted his teeth and growled. Dai Zeti, clutching his frozen chest in pain, asked, "What kind of spiritual energy is this? How can it freeze my spiritual energy?" She continued summoning sharp ice shards aimed at him. Dai Teti immediately stepped back to dodge the attack, but unfortunately a block of ice pierced his leg, causing Dai Zeti to cry out in pain. Lan Nguyen channels her inner strength and hovers above, coldly watching him. Lam Thien smirks and praises, "Not bad. Lan Nguyen can fight Dung Tuyen Din Feng alone." A stream of icy energy surrounds Ling Nguyen as she coldly declares it is over. As she finishes, another long chunk of ice speeds toward Dai Tai Ti. That ice chunk is heading straight for him, piercing through with the ice thief technique. Dai Zeti sweat and grit his teeth, unwilling to accept defeat.
"No, Lord Dawn God, save me! Save me!"
Suddenly, a loud explosion erupts. The surrounding rocks and dirt flew everywhere as Lang Yue gritted her teeth and struggled to hold on. What's going on? Lam Thien's face now is grim to the point of being terrifying. He stared intently at the opponent. A loud roar echoed, and a monster suddenly appeared. Tai Diem, in his towering form, stood facing Lam Thien and the other. "Great Lord of the Dawn, what is this?" "It seems this is the true form of the Dawn Church." Tai Diem asked Dai Teti, "Why did you summon me?" He crawled on the ground in fear and replied, "Sir, these people stormed into your temple and killed your followers." He angrily scolded, "You are just a cowardly mosquito afraid of death."
yet you disturb my sleep over such a trivial matter. Immediately after, Tai Diem's sharp claws touched a dark crimson spiritual energy, causing the entire body of the Grand Priest to erupt with a dark aura. He widened his eyes, opened his mouth wide, and howled like a madman lost to reason. Both Lam Thien and Lan Nguyen opened their mouths, silently looking down at Dai Te Ti. Diem's ears radiated a dark energy as he said in a disdainful tone, "It's your turn now." Diem sneered, "You trembling worms, if you've awakened me, then use your blood and flesh to make up for it." As she spoke, a deadly aura spread around her even more. Lan Nguyen coldly threw out the ice just in time. The ice shards immediately pierced through Thu Quang's body. She stared at it intently, smirking cunningly, then scoffed disdainfully. Thu Quang smiled broadly as the ice continued to pierce through it. Suddenly, dark energy erupted from the surrounding areas where the ice was breaking through. Lan Nguyen frowned in confusion and asked, "What?" Tai Diem praised satisfiedly, "Your spiritual energy is truly delicious." Then it opened its mouth wide, a powerful, oppressive energy emanating from Tai Diem's mouth. "I want to swallow you completely." Immediately, Lan Nguyen summoned a large ice block to block Tai Diem's attack. She gritted her teeth and shouted with all her strength. The ice rune seal receives it. A sharp ice shard rapidly shoots toward it. Tai Diem easily bites through the ice with her sharp teeth. Small shards of ice flew everywhere in the chaos. Lung Nguyen watched the scene in shock. "Why is this happening?" A fierce flame erupts from behind her, immediately attacking Tai Diem. It screams in defeat. Lam Thien's voice echoes, "You did very well." A fierce flame erupted all around his body. "Now let me end this farce." Lam Thien rushed forward, aiming at Tai Diem and striking down. His sharp gaze fixed on it as he unleashed the fierce thunder flame slash. Tai Diem also refuses to give up. It opens its mouth wide, gathering evil spirit energy. A brilliant stream of golden light and blue lightning swirl violently into the mysterious purple core. The powerful, golden spiritual energy rushes like a waterfall, crashing down onto the ground, causing debris to fly everywhere. Lan Nguyen was thrown far away along with the rocks by that powerful force. She knelt on one knee, thinking to herself, "Is this the power of the Iron Vein realm, and could I reach this strength someday too?" Lam Tien is gathering a tremendous amount of power in his hand, which is the Loi Viem Diet, the Tram technique. Then he throws that power directly at Tai Diem. It was attacked by the oppressive power, causing Tai Diem to scream loudly in despair. The power then shot straight into its body, leaving Tai Diem stunned and speechless. Lightning bursts from that source of power, engulfing its body, and then Diem's entire body explodes. It screams in pain. "No." After dealing with it, Lam Thien landed on the ground. Lan Nguyen looked at him in horror. Lam Thien tilted his head and glanced at her before speaking. "Let's go." Suddenly, a sinister laugh echoed. "Smells so good." Tai Diem said contentedly, "Your spiritual energy smells so good." The dark energy surging from it roared fiercely. Tai Diem stood up and looked down at them. "I want to swallow you whole. I want to seize your power." Lam Thien sneered with a smirk and said, "Well, let's see if you have that kind of luck." Then he quickly charged forward. "Let me see how many times you can be reborn." The two of them charged at each other, unleashing waves of oppressive power everywhere. Lam Thien decisively struck a powerful blow at it. The strike cut through Tai Diem's body, but then it gradually healed, with the wounds visibly closing by the eye. Lam Thien leapt into the air, gripping his sword tightly, ready to fight, while Tai Diem silently wondered how it managed to recover. It grinned and praised, "Your spiritual energy is truly delicious. After I swallow your chancellor, the entire northwest city will become my territory." Lam Thien glanced at Tai Diem, secretly pondering, territory. Could it be that he's observing it and planning? No matter how fierce the fight with me, he has never moved out of this Wind Road area. Lam Thien raises his sword, purses his lips, and quietly wonders, "Is the secret of your resurrection hidden beneath this wind path?" Without hesitation, he swings his sword down, splitting Tai Diem's body in two, while the rocks beneath the ground float in the air, revealing the corpses below. So those terrifying corpses have spirit bottles floating on the water. Lin Thien angrily looked down and said, "I see now. Just as I thought, you rely on swallowing their spirit energy to maintain your immortality." Tai Diem immediately charged forward. "You've learned what you shouldn't, so today you must die." He suddenly curled his lips into a faint smile that sent chills down others' spines, then immediately shouted an order. "Lan Nguyen, freeze the sacrificial altar." She immediately obeyed and sped away. "Yes." Tai Diem quickly becomes worried as the situation turns tense. "It's over for you." It raises its claws high and warns loudly, "You dare!" Lam Thien Van's internal energy floats in the air before Tai Diem. He looks at it coldly and asks in a low voice, "I'll give you one chance to leave." Lam Thien fiercely looked at Tai Diem and raised his hand to command, "Stay here for me." He opened his mouth wide, gathering a sinister energy. But before Tai Diem could finish gathering energy, Lam Thien unleashed a burst of power directly at him. He frowned, staring intently at his opponent. The officer secretly thought they had to quickly find a way to escape from him. Meanwhile, at Lan Nguyet's side, she was quietly observing everything. Seeing the right opportunity, Lan Nguyet gathers her energy and strikes down. The ancient words emerge, suddenly shining brightly. She grits her teeth and clasps her hands together to control the ancient characters. Those characters faintly appear on the icy cold ice block. The large jagged iceberg suddenly rose up from the power of Lan Nguyet. Tai Diem shouted in horror, "There is no source of my life force." Lam Thien flies up high, dodging Tai Diem's attack. He floats high above, calmly observing the opponent. Lam Thien glances at him with a somber expression, turning his back to the enemy. The Great Key. As he finished speaking, he raised his sword high, a brilliant energy radiating from his body. In the next instant, Lam Thien gripped his sword tightly and struck down fiercely, slicing through Tai Diem's body and causing it to scream in pain. The purple and gold energies clash fiercely. Tai Diem looks up and says, "You destroyed what I had. I want to make you pay." Lam Thien gritted his teeth in anger, saying, "This is bad. It's going to self-destruct." A bright yellow spiritual energy shot out fiercely, radiating evil power as it roared loudly. "Let's go to hell together." He pulled Lan Nguyet closer and said, "Hold me tight." Immediately after, Lam Thien carried her and rushed quickly away to another place. Tai Diem opened its mouth wide, shouting loudly as it gathered a blazing red orb, which gradually grew larger, swallowing everything around it. Lam Thien gently carried Lan Nguyet to safety onto the rooftop of a building. She blushed and looked at him shyly, saying, "Thank you." Lam Thien warns, "Be careful, it's not over yet." Lan Nguyet can't help but be surprised. What? Black debris floating in the air around a ruined building. In the ruined space, fierce, jagged streams of red lightning burst forth violently, tearing the air apart before quickly swirling into a massive blood-colored energy vortex. From the center of the blood-colored energy vortex, the beast tide with glowing red eyes and muscular bodies emerged. They charged forward, roaring loudly. Below the main road, the beast horde spreads across the street. Lan Nguyet prepares to charge down, but Lam Thien stops her, saying she can't hold them back. He lowered his eyes and explained, "There are too many civilians in the city, so we can't use large-scale spells. If we accidentally hurt someone, the consequences would be even more terrifying than monsters." She asked with concern, "So what should we do now?" Lam Thien picks up the phone. It's time for the military to step in. Inside the military zone, a hurried voice rang out, detecting abnormal spiritual energy reactions. The crowd looked at the terrifying scene on the screen as hundreds of spiritual units approached the northwest city. "No, it's a horde of monsters. Do we need to forcefully intervene?" But the city hasn't been evacuated yet. Someone shouted, and Lam Thien made a call, immediately getting a response. "Listen, pick up immediately." Lam Thien's voice rang out. "I am in the center of the northwest city. The disaster church has been destroyed. A mutated demonic beast self-destructed before dying, releasing a swarm of mutated monsters. The situation is extremely urgent. These monsters are rushing toward the city, so mobilize all available forces immediately and coordinate with the Spirit Energy Association to set up defenses outside the city, cutting off the attacking route of the beast tide, and the commander orders an immediate attack." "Follow my orders. All troops stationed in the northwest immediately move out and coordinate with Lin Tian to encircle and eliminate the beast tide inside the northwest city. Absolutely do not let civilians get hurt." Right now on the main street, the beast tide is fiercely chasing people, and everyone is crying in fear. "Great Master Tetu of the Church of Disaster, save us. Oh, Divine Spirit, please have mercy on us." A beast rushes forward, about to catch someone, who can only scream in fear. Elsewhere, a beast is quickly chasing after a girl. The poor girl tripped and fell, hitting her head on the ground. The beast opened its mouth wide and lunged forward, about to catch the girl. The girl screamed in terror, "God, save me!" just as a powerful aura swept over her, blood splattering everywhere. Lam Thien tightly grips his sword and coldly looks down. The girl being rescued keeps saying, "The God is real. The divine power has appeared. The miracle is here. Save us." He glanced at her and said in a low voice, "There has never been any gods or saviors. If you want to survive, you can only rely on yourself." Amidst the rushing crowd, Lam Thien surveys his surroundings. That's not right. When Lan Nguyet heard him say that, she asked curiously, "Why?" Lam Thien slowly analyzed that person built a grand church, so large that it's unlikely to just self-destruct. He quietly expressed his suspicion that it wasn't truly an explosion, but something hidden within the beast tide. Taking advantage of the chaos to prepare for the assault, she couldn't help but wonder, so are we going to storm into the beast tide to find it now? Lam Thien replied with a nod and said, yes, but leave the search to me.
No way, I can't let you risk yourself alone. I must be responsible for organizing the evacuation of the people in the Northwest City and protecting them, while also contacting the approaching army to report the situation here and ensure the rear is secure. I can't accept this.
But Lam Thien gently stroked Lan Nguyen's head and decided, well, you're better at negotiating with the army than I am. She said sadly, I know you must survive and come back. Then Lam Thien quickly leapt forward and sped away, leaving Lan Nguyen standing alone there. He swiftly landed on the ground, surrounded by the horde of beasts. They shouted when they saw Lam Thien and rushed to his side. With just one lightning strike, Lam Thien easily defeated the beast horde. He slowly walks past the horde of beasts burned black by Lam Thien's lightning, controlling the lightning with a frown and saying, I want to see where you run to. The scene shifts to another location, inside a tall building. Zhao Zhao, holding Ngo Min's head, scolds him. Are you crazy? A person as weak and fragile as you, what right do you have to be strong? Your eyes can't hide the sadness. Who said you're my girlfriend? Ngo Min lowered his head and said, if they break into the meeting room later, I'll hold them back. You take the chance to run quickly. As long as you can get out of the company, you'll be safe. Zhao Zhao burst into tears, saying, what are you talking about? How could I leave you here? As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people burst in loudly, breaking down the door. Loi Ung smirked slyly, finally getting a chance to enjoy himself. The perverted guy stuck out his tongue and said, that's right, dressing seductively every day. I can't take it anymore. Zhao Zhao pointed at Loi Ung warningly, don't come here, I've already called the police. They'll be here soon. He tilted his face coldly and said, the police? Who cares about us anymore? The subordinate standing next to him also chimed in. The monsters earlier charged in and even bullets couldn't kill them. Outside has long been a hellscape. Loi Ung then said as he charged forward, if I'm going to die anyway, I might as well enjoy myself before I go and leave no regrets. But Traten Ngo Min suddenly pushed himself up, shoving him away, then glared at Zhao Zhao and shouted, run! Lolo, worried, stepped forward to stop him. How? Don't! In front of Dao Dao, Ngo Min was struck hard in the stomach by Loi Ung, blood splattering from his mouth as they all rushed to beat him, sealing his fate. He silently endured the kicks and punches, tears welling up in Zhao Zhao's eyes as she held a chair high, shouting at the beasts below to go away. But she was quickly slapped hard in the face by Lei Ying, that disgusting bitch. Zhao Dao was stunned by the blow and collapsed to the ground. He grabbed her head, laughing mischievously, and the more fiercely she resisted, the more he enjoyed it. She grits her teeth as tears stream down her face. You scum! Suddenly an explosion erupts, shattering the wall and sending rocks flying everywhere. The three members of Lei Ying are thrown far away by the blast. Lam Thien appears in front of the hole in the wall, looking around. No, that guy isn't here. Zhao Zhao gritted her teeth and struggled to sit up, wondering to herself why little Tian was here. She anxiously warned, Tu Tian, be careful. He heard a familiar voice and quickly turned to look at Lam Thien, helping Zhao Zhao to stand up. Why are you here? What company is here? Did you forget? Didn't you work part-time somewhere during the summer break? He opened his eyes wide, remembering secretly. Oh, right. My aunt's company is in the Northwest City. How could I forget that? Lam Thien looked at the people lying on the ground and asked, who are they? Are they colleagues or something? Isn't this her boyfriend or something? Why are you so badly injured? He glanced secretly at Luo Hong on the wall, feeling guilty. Oh no, it's not my fault, right? Zhao Zhao quickly pushed Lam Thien away. Xiao Tian, you should go quickly. These people are bad news. President Tan, where do you want to go? She quickly stepped in front of him. He's still just a child, and they will let him go. Lam Thien, with a grim expression, realizes everything. So that's how it is. He stands silently, blocking Jiao Dao. What? Don't worry. Anyone who harms others won't survive leaving here. Lai Ung stepped forward, hands on his hips, shouting fiercely, Kid, I saw through your act. Do you think you're some kind of savior? Q-Min picks up an iron rod and shouts, That's right, stop pretending. Today I will smash your head with this stick. Zhao Zhao stands nearby, looking worried. She calls Lam Thien. Be careful, Tio Tien. Lam Thien stands calmly. Q-Min rushes forward, swinging his stick forcefully at his shoulder. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual power erupted from Lam Thien's body, sending Q-Min flying backward. Ku Min soared into the distance, and Loi Ung and Lang Van were startled, quickly stepping aside to avoid Ku Min. Ku Min's entire body slammed into the nearby wall, blood pouring from his mouth. Loi Ung and Lang Van stared in shock, both looking at Ku Min lying motionless on the ground. Loi Ung suddenly knelt down, clasped his hands together, and begged Lam Thien for mercy. He pleaded, "Please spare me, big brother. Big brother, please spare us." Lang Van quickly spoke to explain, "We were just temporarily driven by evil spirits." Lam Thien remained silent for a moment before Ling Yuan's voice echoes, "Let us go. We won't dare again. We know we were wrong." Lam Thien slowly steps forward, a surge of power emerging from his palm, and he speaks in a deep voice, "You're not just aware of your mistakes, but aware that you're about to die." Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded from behind Lam Thien, sending broken rocks flying far away. The demon dog appeared, baring its sharp teeth, its eyes darting toward Lam Thien. The demon wolf's eyes widened, its mouth opening wide as it roared in fury. As soon as it finished, the demon wolf sprinted forward. It heads straight for the target in front of it, Lam Thien. Behind him, Loi Ung smiles mockingly. "Serves you right, pretending to be innocent?" Lang Van beside him sneers, "Good for nothing, let the monster tear it to pieces." The demon beast charges forward, its massive hand reaching out to attack Lam Thien. Lam Thien frowns, his sharp eyes fixed on the opponent ahead. Lam Thien reaches out and grabs the cursed demon dog, his power suddenly surging. A blazing golden light erupts from Lam Thien's palm. He completely controls the demon dog. In an instant, a shimmering lightning sphere appeared. The demon dog's body endured a ton of damage. It gradually disappeared. Zhao Zhao looked at Lam Thien, her face showing clear amazement. Lam Thien hovered in the middle of the scene, glancing back at Lei Ying and Lang Van. He said, "It's your turn now." Lei Ying and Lang Yuan were terrified, running away while begging, "Big brother, spare us. We won't dare any more." Lam Thien closed his eyes, raising one hand as his spiritual power surged outward. In a flash, Lam Thien fires 2 energy bullets that hit Lei Ung and Lang Van, knocking both of them out. Lam Thien lands near Zhao Zhao and says, "You call her? Let's go, little one." Zhao Zhao opened her eyes wide, surprised as she exclaimed, "Tiao Tian, have you turned into a superhero?" Lam Thien sighed softly and whispered, "After everything settles down in the Northwest City, I'll tell you everything gradually." The scene shifts as Lam Thien and Zhao Zhao head towards the building's gate. He opens the gate and steps outside. Outside on the street, countless beasts are attacking civilians. One person is overwhelmed and cries out for help. Zhao Zhao supports Ngo Min with one arm and says to Lam Thien, "Let's stay at the company and wait for rescue." Lam Thien frowned and whispered, "I have something else to do." He stepped forward and told Zhao Zhao, "Just stay here and wait for me. I'll be back soon." Lam Thien walks forward calmly towards the ferocious beast tide. The beast tide seems to sense Lam Thien's presence and roars. The horde of beasts charged towards Lam Thien, who stood calmly, eyes scanning the approaching enemies. The beasts closed in on him, their roars echoing through the space. Lam Thien furrowed his brow as a great source of power burst out from his body. He stood still for a moment, releasing a large amount of spiritual energy outward. Lam Thien drew his sword, gripping the hilt with both hands, and swung it forcefully at the horde of beasts. A powerful slash that shakes the space was unleashed by Lam Thien, directly clashing with the horde of beasts ahead, igniting a flame that engulfed their entire bodies. It let out a painful scream. In an instant, the swarm of beasts absorbed the attack. The road ahead of Lam Thien is clear of enemies. Suddenly, a loud noise echoes. Lam Thien was slightly startled, glancing toward the source of the sound. Lan Nguyen and the army moved toward Lam Thien, calling out anxiously. Lam Thien Lan Nguyen approached and gently asked Lam Thien, "Are you hurt?" He replied softly, "I'm fine." Lam Thien turned to Zhao and Ngo Min and told Lan Nguyen, "Yes, this is a little one and her boyfriend. Help me take them to a safe place." Lan Nguyen frowned and quickly responded to Lam Thien, "All right, leave it to me." Zhao Zhao looked at Lam Thien and asked loudly, "Little Thien, where else do you want to go? You're hiding with what kind of creatures?" Lam Thien glanced around and softly replied, "No, the monster's true form is still hiding there." Lam Thien said in a deep voice, "I have to find it and settle everything at once." Cut to a scene where a monster is pierced by a burst of energy, howling in pain. Lam Thien appears, gripping his sword tightly, his power surging outward. He glances around, sensing that the spiritual energy flowing is too abnormal. Something's wrong. Are the spiritual energies around him all flowing downward? There must be a secret hidden beneath this alley. Lam Thien looks at the wall in front of him and is sure that this wall is too abnormal. Something is wrong. He raises a hand and places it on the surface of the wall as if sensing something, then frowns, his mind concluding. Sure enough, suddenly a loud sound echoes, and a deep, dark basement appears before Lin Tian. Lin Tian squints and looks down into the basement, thinking he has found it. The scene shifts deeper into the basement, where a cold wind blows and the surroundings are shrouded in darkness. Inside a tunnel, Tai Diem is kneeling on the ground when suddenly Thu Quang's voice echoes. Why have you become so weak? The experiment hasn't even been 2 years. Tai Diem? Tai Diem softly replied, Master, the guild was destroyed, and my source of power has also vanished. Thu Quang asked in a deep voice, Who could hurt you with bloodline strength of the 5th realm? Tai Diem trembled, his voice weakly echoing. It's a human named Lam Thien. Thu Quang narrowed his eyes and said, Lam Thien, a human? You failed before an ordinary human? Tai Diem bowed, his voice trembling. He is not an ordinary person. He also has the bloodline strength and is definitely not lower than the 3rd stage of the Iron Vein. Shen Guang coldly replied, Don't talk nonsense. How long has Earth recovered its spiritual energy? Humans reaching the Steel Vein stage is counted on one hand. If he truly reached the Steel Vein stage, how could I not know? Tai Diem's face showed clear tension as Thu Quang's voice rang out. Moreover, even if you are at the 3rd stage of the Steel Vein realm, you are a 5-stage vein monster. If 5 stages are weaker than 3, it proves you are a failed product. Thu Quang continued, We don't need failed products, Tai Diem hurriedly explained. Master, my strength is only temporarily accumulated by swallowing all the members of the Northwest Spiritual Energy Association. He destroyed the church's Ian altar. Without the altar, I am no better than a 9-tier brave spring realm. Please give me one more chance. I will definitely deal with Lam Thien. Only then will I truly be useful to the organization. Much stronger than I am now. Thu Quang raised his hand forward, unleashing a surge of dark power, his voice echoing. If that's the case, a magic circle appears beneath Tai Diem's feet. Thu Quang continues, I will give you one more chance. Suddenly, tentacles sprouted from the ground, surrounding Tai Diem's body. The tentacles wrapped around Tai Diem, who screamed in fear. The tentacles quickly faded to reveal a spherical container inside. Thu Quang squinted, speaking in a low voice. I hope I won't be disappointed this time. The scene shifts to Lam Thien, who suddenly feels the surrounding space tremble. His eyes look ahead, and his mind suddenly flashes with a thought. It seems I've found the right place. A dark, deep tunnel gradually appears in front of Lam Thien. Lam Thien stepped through the tunnel and suddenly froze when he saw a red orb floating in midair. He approached the orb, his eyes fixed on the strange object before him, slowly reaching out his hand to examine it, when a voice suddenly rang out, startling him. Looks like that useless Tai Diem wasn't wrong. Your strength has truly reached the 3rd stage of the Iron Vein. Lam Thien quickly turns his whole body around and loudly demands, Who are you? From the shadows, Shou Quang suddenly spoke. You are Lam Hien, the one Tai Diem mentioned, right? Hearing this, Lam Thien wondered if Tai Diem was a monster of the Dawn Church. So you are his accomplice? Thu Quang smiled, arrogantly replying, They are just his allies. I am a member of the Vindu King's residence. You can call me An Huyen Sash. Thu Quang raised a hand, explaining that we are tired of this hollow world and are determined to replace the old ruins with a new order. Lam Thien continued, Is the Dawn Society one of the new orders you created? Thu Quang placed a hand on his chin, thinking, and replied, It was a failed experiment, but not entirely worthless. I don't care what experiments you've done, but if you mess with me, don't blame me for sending each of you to meet the King of Hell. Wait until you survive, then you can talk. Thoreau Guang disappears, his voice fading away. Just let it play with you for now. A loud sound rings out, and Lam Thien immediately becomes alert, turning his head to look behind. On the surface of the fiery red sphere, droplets gradually appeared. Then suddenly, the sphere shattered into pieces. Ma Uyen appeared, shouting loudly. Ma Uyen glared at Lam Thien and shouted angrily, I will tear you apart. Lam Thien frowned and gently replied, You just woke up and want to leave so soon. The scene shifts outside the ruined city as fires rage across the sky. Thak Uyen sits nearby, hands over her eyes, crying out loud. Mom, Hak Huyen is about to appear. It roars and rushes toward Than Vu and Da Quan. Both of them raised their guns at Hak Huyen. They kept firing continuously. The bullets headed toward Blackhound, but its armor completely deflected several of them. Da Quan looked at Thak Uyen and said to Than Vu, There's a survivor over there, look quickly. Da Quan suddenly turned towards Than Vu. He told him to use that. Thanvu drew a spiritual energy-covered knife and charged straight at the enemy. Thanvu thrusts the knife into Hak Huyen, which thrashes in pain. He steps back a few paces, and Hak Huyen collapses, its mouth wide open as it screams. The black hound weakened gradually and eventually lay motionless in a pool of red blood. Daquan approached and helped Thanvu to his feet as he was gasping for breath from exhaustion. Thanvu let out a sigh of relief, luckily equipped with items from the Spirit Energy Association. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to destroy this thing. Daquan looked at Thak Uyen and quickly reminded Thanvu to go check on the child. Daquan approached and comforted Thak Uyen, saying, "Don't be afraid. We are here to save you." "Yuzo, where is your mother?" Thak Uyen looked up, her face tearful and sobbing loudly. "I don't know." Daquan turned to Thanvu and ordered, "Take this child to the military headquarters first. We also need to resupply ammunition." "All right." Luckily, Big Brother Lam Thien charged into the monsters. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had time to save her. Daquan replied, "Yes, I heard he can cut monsters in half just by slapping their ears, like a superhero." Daquan asked Thanvu, "If I were as strong as him, that would be great. So how is Big Brother Lam Thien doing right now?" Thanvu guessed that he had already reached the monster's lair, and this mission in Northwest City would definitely be credited to him. Suddenly, a fierce flame erupted right in front of Daquan and Thanvu. Daquan looked ahead in shock and shouted, "That is the demon abyss appearing, wings spread wide, roaring in fury." Daquan stepped back a few paces, terrified, and yelled, "What kind of monster is that?" Suddenly, a notification sounded, indicating the appearance of a high-level spiritual creature of unknown origin deep inside the church's crypt, with spiritual energy fluctuations exceeding the 3rd level of the Iron Vein stage. Everyone became highly alert. Thanvu's face turned pale, and he exclaimed in shock, "On the 3rd stage of the Iron Vein?" Daquan's face clearly shows fear. He mutters, "It's over. The Northwest City is finished. Humanity is doomed." Ma Uyen looks up at the sky and lets out a roar that shakes the space. Daquan stands still and says to Thanvu, "Look, it's crying out in grief." Daquan looked up, wondering if someone was fighting it. Up above, Lam Thien was battling Ma Uyen. Daquan's voice rang out, "Lam Thien, Big Brother." Daquan exclaimed, "That's right, we still have Lam Thien, Big Brother." Thanvu affirms that only Big Brother Lam Thien can do this. His voice deepens. Throughout the Northwest City, no, all of humanity depends on him. Both Lam Thien and Ma Uyen rush towards each other. Their attacks collide, creating a massive energy pillar. The wind around them begins to blow fiercely, and the ground nearby suddenly cracks apart. Stones and dirt fly into the air as Ma Uyen raises one hand and shouts loudly, "Lam Thien, let me see how strong the true triple realm of the divine circuit really is." Lam Thien clenched his fists, his eyes fixed intently on the enemy before him. He swung his arm forward forcefully, and the two fists collided, shaking the heavens and the earth. Suddenly, Lam Thien realized something, his eyes widening as if Ma Uyen's power had grown stronger than before. In an instant, Ma Uyen's strength flung Lam Thien backward. Lam Thien was thrown far away, his entire body crashing hard into the ground. Ma Uyen looked down, arrogantly saying, "Is this the true power of the Triple Realm bloodline?" "You are no longer my match now." Lam Thien sat motionless beside the wreckage when suddenly a notification sounded, revealing a high-level fire attribute spiritual energy. "Do you want to absorb it?" Lam Thien suddenly said. "What?" "I actually can absorb its spiritual energy." Lam Thien crouched and charged at Ma Uyen, thinking to himself, how could such pure spiritual energy be wasted if not absorbed? Ma Uyen laughed loudly. "Do you want to risk your life against me? You're utterly foolish." Ma Uyen opens his mouth, unleashing a powerful force outward, then reaches forward and grabs Lam Thien's body. Ma Uyen laughed loudly, mocking, "This is your full strength. Too weak, too feeble." Lam Thien gently lowers his head, and suddenly his mind flashes. Now is the moment. Lam Thien spread his arms to the sides, a flame enveloping his body. Ma Uyen laughed mockingly. "Then let me end your miserable life." Suddenly realizing something, Ma Uyen's eyes widened in surprise. "What's going on? Why is my spiritual energy so weak?" Ma Uyen raises a hand, wondering why his spiritual energy is vanishing into the air, then looks at Lam Thien in surprise and shouts, "Could it be?" Lam Thien smiled softly and asked, "What's wrong?" "You don't actually want to end my life, so why aren't you moving?" Ma Uyen stammered, shouting, "Are you absorbing my spiritual energy?" Lam Thien relaxes his body and says, "I really enjoyed a very good meal as a thank you, so let me send you on your way." Ma Uyen's forehead beads with sweat, and he hesitates to speak. "No, Ma Uyen quickly flapped his wings and flew away from Lam Thien, shouting, "I don't want to die." Lam Thien raises his hand forward, and in an instant a wall of fire appears to block Ma Uyen. Lam Thien frowns and speaks in a low voice to Ma Uyen, "I'll let you go this time." Ma Uyen looked at Lam Thien and shouted, "Lam Thien, you have stubbornly chosen your own death, so we will perish together." Ma Uyen turned around and flew straight at Lam Thien, his voice echoing, "Die. You're the one who deserves to die." Lam Thien gently turned his head back, his sharp eyes fixed on the enemy. He softly said, "The farce is over." Ma Uyen's body gradually disintegrates, leaving only a flickering flame floating in the air. The scene shifts to the night at Lam Thien's mansion, where the dining room is filled with plates of food steaming with heat. Zhao Dao grabbed the beer can, took a big sip, then placed it back on the table and excitedly exclaimed, "That was amazing! The drink after escaping death tastes so good. Let's go." Lam Thien looked at Dao Zhao and reminded her, "You should drink less because you need to take your uncle to the hospital tomorrow." Zhao Dao waved her hand dismissively. "Oh my God, it's okay. She's not drunk." Lam Thien replied, "It's just how I talk when I'm drunk." He said to Zhao Zhao, "Auntie, don't spoil Lan Wheat and Tam Fifi, or else if the house ends up full of drunkards later, I won't be able to handle it." Lan Wheat looked away shyly and said, "I'm not drunk at all." Fi held her water cup and reassured Lam Thien, "Don't worry, I can drink them under the table." Zhao Zhao suddenly stood up and asked Lam Thien, "So what, little brother? I almost forgot about this now that you're so strong. Who do you plan to marry in the future from these two?" Fifi, holding her glass, blushed and looked at Lam Thien, hoping for an answer. Lan Nguyen also looked at Lam Thien beside her and smiled gently. Fifi suddenly hugged Lam Thien's arm and excitedly exclaimed, "Why ask about that?" "Ask." Of course, both of them always do. These days, with the changing times, isn't it normal for a strong man to have many women? Lam Thien gently places a hand on Fifi's head and softly reminds her not to talk nonsense. Then he lowers his head and coldly replies that in a chaotic world, only when peace is restored can marriage be considered. Fifi said in a low voice, "So we agree then." At that moment, Lam Thien's phone suddenly rang loudly. Fifi looked down softly, wondering to herself. The old man on the phone screen displayed a line of text. "Tham Tran Xuyen, Commander-in-Chief of the Army." Lam Thien picks up the phone and walks away, telling Zhao Zhao, "I'll answer this first. Everyone keep going." Lam Thien steps out onto the balcony and lifts the receiver. "Mr. Shen, you called for me." "Little Lam Thien, the battle in the Northwest City was fortunate to have you. On behalf of the Army, I thank you for saving so many lives. This is nothing worth mentioning. I was just doing my duty." "You called me so late? What's going on?" "So the Army invited the leaders of the Spirit Association from all over to discuss strategies. Do you have time to come here?" Lam Thien paused for a moment before speaking. "I understand now. I will go there immediately." The scene shifts to the front of a room with a sign hanging above that reads Military Conference Room. In the meeting room, Thak Fong frowned and said, "The spiritual energy is recovering quickly. Isn't anyone breaking through to a higher realm? On what basis is Baikoa so arrogant?" Min Ka crossed his arms and replied, "You're all just good at talking tough. Let's see how many hits you can take if you actually fight." Vu Lam stood up abruptly and said loudly in frustration, "In this era, someone breaks through every 3 days, achieves a feat every 5 days. Aren't they all geniuses?" The people inside the meeting room started arguing. "What did you say? So what? Not convinced? Say that again." Hao Duang raised both hands, trying to calm the chaotic crowd. "Stop arguing. We're here to think of a plan, not to fight among ourselves." Lam Thien stepped in, saw the entire scene, and suddenly spoke loudly. The crowd suddenly stopped arguing, startled by Lam Thien's appearance. Lam Thien steps forward and softly says, "Sorry for being late." He then addresses everyone. "Everyone is here, so let's start the meeting." Thak Fong and Vu Lam fell silent, gradually walking toward the meeting table and sitting down. Everyone around took their seats, watching Lam Thien intently. Hao Duang let out a relieved sigh. Indeed, only elder brother Lam Thien could suppress these people. Hao Duang held a staff and pointed at the screen. A map appeared, and his voice echoed. According to analysis, over the past week, a highly unusual spiritual energy resonance point has appeared on the southwestern desert edge. Hao Duang pointed to a line on the map and continued. This area originally had no spiritual energy, but now it is experiencing a stable and intense spiritual vein reaction. Based on our preliminary guess, it's a recently formed secret realm. Jiang Tiet looked at Hao Duang and suddenly exclaimed, "A new secret realm?" The screen reflected images of Earth as Hao Yang continued to explain. Not only here, but across the globe.
At least 5 other regions have recently experienced similar surges in spiritual energy. According to intelligence, new secret realms have also appeared in those areas.
An image of someone cultivating appears on the screen. Hao Yang explains, those who have explored the new secret realm say that there is a kind of spiritual fruit inside that can help people break through to the steel vein realm instantly. The people in the room looked at each other and started chatting animatedly. Lam Thien crossed his arms and smiled, thinking this was a good opportunity to help the Lan Nguyen group break through to the Thiet Mok realm. So, how did the meeting go today? Was it still considered successful? Lam Thien casually replied, that secret realm isn't a major challenge for me, but it would be very beneficial to bring the Lan Nguyen group there to improve their strength. Then, his gaze suddenly turned serious. He furrowed his brow and asked, are you looking for me? There must be something else. Commander Tham nodded slightly, sighed, and admitted that he couldn't hide it from you. Indeed, there was something else bothering him and wanted to ask for your help. As he spoke, he reached out and handed a document to Lam Thien. Tham Tu Lin slowly explained, the secret realm we discovered was actually the second one. The first had already been taken by someone else more than a week ago. Lam Thien frowned and asked, you couldn't control the first secret realm? Tham Tu Lin looked troubled, sighed, and said, it's not that they couldn't control it, but that it was stolen.
The opponent is a mysterious force that, within a few days, has created a powerhouse at the base stage.
Lam Thien, hearing this, asked suspiciously, and then this person became the great king of Thuong Son. Commander Tom nodded slightly and said, yes, he directly took over Trong Thien City, bypassing the government and imposing a citywide lockdown. Lam Thien thought for a moment and then said, I know I will go and drag him out. Hearing his agreement, Commander
Tam Tulin happily said, thank you. Such things that cause division in the country need to be ended.
By evening at Lam Thien's house, Lam Thien had called the 3 Lan Nguyen to recount everything. This is how it all happened. Lan Nguyen frowned and asked, should we continue to participate in the mission inside the secret realm? Lam Thien nodded firmly and said, if we go, we will go. But this time, due to special circumstances, everyone will have to face danger on their own. You tell Lan Nguyen and Vu Tin to be very careful inside the secret realm. You contacted Mac Thu and she will go with you too. Fifi asked suspiciously, where will I go if they go into the secret realm? Lam Thien slowly explained, I heard that the one who first seized the secret realm was the Earth Emperor,
who gained the fire attribute spiritual energy, so this time I will go with him. Fifi immediately excitedly exclaimed, I will definitely strive to cultivate.
If I remember correctly, after the spiritual energy catastrophe in the previous life, a real natural disaster would strike soon. This time, I won't let it happen again. You have to be strong enough to protect everything you love in this world. While Lam Thien was lost in thought, Lan Nguyen suddenly hesitated and asked, Lam Thien, are you hiding something from us? Lam Thien gently started, glanced at the 3 of them, then slowly spoke.
The spiritual energy everywhere is erupting fiercely right now. You must quickly strengthen your abilities, or you might not survive the next stage.
Next stage? Lam Thien also didn't explain much, seriously saying, all right, don't think too much for now, just rest and prepare to head to Trong Thien City. Meanwhile, in a luxurious room in Trong Thien City, a man with a smug smile on his face held a woman on each side, both blushing and shyly lowering their heads, silently allowing him to do as he pleased. This moment, a hurried voice suddenly came from outside. Boss, we've caught a traitor. Hearing this, the man frowned and ordered, go ahead and tell me. Immediately, one of them pushed the door open to report. Boss, it's this brat who secretly contacted the army. It's fine. He's just an ordinary soldier in the army and won't cause any trouble for now. Once he completely devours the power within the secret realm, not only this city but the entire country will have to submit to him, the young subordinate asked with a slight frown. Boss, what should we do about the military's problem? The other man replied coldly, find some people to disguise as contacts and feed the dispatched soldiers' cultivators to the dogs. He then carried the 2 women on his shoulders and left the room. The next morning, a plane had landed in Trong Thien City. Lam Thien and Fifi slowly walk outside. Seeing them, a man sticks his head out from the car and shouts, are you Miss Tam Fifi from the army? Hurry up and get in the car. The 2 of them quickly climbed in and left. The driver chuckled as he drove, saying, I never expected the army to send someone as beautiful as you to help us. Fifi pouted and responded, her mouth smudged with grease. Are you the person in charge of communicating with the army? What is your contact ID? The driver calmly replied, my contact ID is roasted chicken bone. Fifi nodded slightly and asked, where are we going now?
The driver hurriedly replied, "We will first go to an underground bar where some people want to rise up against Ingui Tansun with me." While they were talking, Lam Thien, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up, "You're not the young reinforcement for us, are you?" That statement made the driver flinch slightly. Even Phi Phi's expression darkened, but the driver quickly regained his composure and spoke. "Huh? What did you say?" "I am." But before he could finish speaking, Lam Thien cut him off coldly, with a southwestern accent and a left-handed gesture, even though he was not left-handed, and his accent was not correct. Then he coldly asked, "Do you have any last words before I kill you?" The other immediately slammed on the brakes in panic, with a screech, the tires squealing loudly on the road. The car quickly stopped by the roadside, and the driver coldly said, "You're very smart, but smart people don't live long." Phi Phi saw that he had admitted it, and she frowned, asking, "Did you really catch the people who welcomed us?" The driver coldly snorted and replied, "You will soon reunite with that brat." Hearing this, Lam Thien sneered in contempt. "Just relying on yourself is enough to ask a question?" The driver shouted loudly, then unleashed his own power. With a bang, the car exploded in an instant. The driver quickly ran outside, landing safely on the ground without injury. He smirked and said, "Your 2 heads are the gift I gave to Mr. Wei." But as soon as he finished speaking, the driver's eyes involuntarily narrowed because inside the smoke and flames, Lam Thien and Phi Phi were slowly walking out. Lam Thien casually said, "Just use him for practice. You'll have to face this kind of fight more often in the future." Phi Phi nodded softly and replied, "Understood." The driver, seeing only Phi Phi step forward, sneered and said, "Don't blame me for being ruthless, little sister." Phi Phi pouted in disdain and said, "Let's see what kind of strength you really have." Immediately after, the two charged at each other like moths to a flame. Only Phi Phi's strike was slightly faster, landing a punch that made the other guy bleed from his nose, causing him to stagger back with a look of disbelief on his face. "How is that possible? I'm just a girl after all." But while he was panicking, Phi Phi grabbed both of his hands. The driver gritted his teeth and muttered, "There's no such thing as that." Unfortunately, Phi Phi didn't hold back and kicked him hard. The driver was sent flying far away, crashing into the roadside railing. His back suddenly broke with a cracking sound, and he angrily cursed, "Bastard, you haven't finished cursing yet," when Phi Phi rushed forward fiercely. The driver's eyes involuntarily shrank in fear, so he directly slammed his head into the ground and kept begging, "I'm sorry, I was wrong, please don't kill me. He said he would take you to find coconut chicken." "That person now has only a breath left," Phi Phi coldly said. "I will give you one more chance. If you dare to pull another stunt, I'll twist your head off and use it as a soccer ball." The driver hurriedly nodded. "No way, I absolutely dare not." After dealing with that guy, Phi Phi walked up to Lam Thien and asked with a smile, "So what do you think? Is your performance excellent?" Lam Thien nodded in praise. "Extremely good." A while later, inside a base within Changtian City, in a dim underground bunker with only a flickering light, a young man tied up here suddenly heard footsteps, looked up, and saw Lam Thien and Phi Phi approaching. He asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" Phi Phi quickly said, "You are Coconut Chicken, right? We are the military personnel sent to rescue you." Coconut Chicken trembled as he muttered his ID. Phi Phi calmly replied, "You told me your online account name isn't based on your eating preferences, but on your sister's tastes. And your sister has already passed away." Hearing this, Coconut Chicken finally let out a sigh of relief. In the end, everyone really is too kind. Phi Phi hurriedly untied his chains and kept reassuring him, "Hang in there a little longer. I'll take you to the hospital." Coconut Chicken gently shook his head and spoke. "It's not necessary. Let me report to everyone while I still have consciousness." He said that Wei Thansun was the vice president of the Truong Tien Spiritual Energy Association, and half a month ago, a secret realm suddenly appeared in Truong Tien City. The city's Spiritual Energy Association president brought him there to investigate. Unexpectedly, he killed the president inside the secret realm and stole the treasure. Phi Phi exclaimed in shock, "What? Did he kill the city's Spirit Energy Association president?" Gakko Dua nodded and said yes. Ngui Thansun used the treasure inside the secret realm to successfully advance to the Iron Vein stage and then started causing chaos in Truong Tien City. He told the two of you to leave quickly because you are no match for Thansun, who has reached the Steel Vein realm, while Phi Phi is only at the Peak Courage Pool realm, and especially her partner, Gakko, said he couldn't sense any spiritual energy from Lam Thien. Lam Thien was a bit stunned when he heard this, but he quickly spoke up. "Have you ever seen what his treasure looks like?" The young man nodded slightly and said, "I have glanced at it. Once. It looks like a red key." "A red key? Could it be what you're thinking?" At that moment, the Coconut Chicken suddenly realized something and shouted in horror, "It's dangerous! This is Ngui Thansun's spiritual energy. He's here! As expected, not long after, another figure appeared here. Thansun smirked and said, "So the legendary hero of justice has arrived."
Huifi glanced at him suspiciously and asked, "Are you Wei Qingshan?" Thansun looked at her intently, then licked his lips with a sinister smile. "The girl sent by the army has a pretty good figure. If you're willing to become my concubine, I might show mercy and spare your life." This made Huifi furious. She gritted her teeth and cursed, "You're asking for death." But in her anger, Thansun paid no mind. He sneered disdainfully and said, "If you refuse the invitation and go drink the punishment, don't blame me for being ruthless." As soon as he finished speaking, spiritual energy erupted around him. Gakot Dua shouted loudly, "Run now, the old man is now at the Iron Vein stage, you can't fight him." At this moment, Thansun charged forward fiercely, shouting, "Don't even think about running, die here, everyone!" Lam Thien, on the other hand, remained very calm, just a half-step Ironmock realm, perfect for Fifi to practice her skills. Thinking so, he glanced at Fifi and suggested, "Use Ngui Thansun to practice. If you want to become stronger,
You must face powerful opponents. You need to become someone who can stand beside me. Fifi nodded without hesitation and then, like a moth to a flame, rushed forward, and in an instant, the two collided.
The fists of both people quickly clashed. Sensing her strength, contempt filled his eyes. "Is that all the strength you have? Are you just scratching an itch?" Fifi, angered by his contempt, clenched her fist and prepared to strike. But this time Thansun caught her hand and then forcefully kneed her in the stomach, sending her flying out and crashing hard to the ground. Thansun snorted coldly and said, "I just absorbed 1% of that treasure's spiritual energy, which is why I'm so strong now. Once I fully absorb that treasure, who in this world can stop me? Get lost!" Gakot Dua, seeing this, nervously said, "I told you two can't fight, you better run now." As Lam Thien still stood calmly there, he coldly asked, "Ngui Thansun, is the treasure you just mentioned now on your body? Do you think you have the right to speak here? What do you think?"
Lam Thien hừ một tiếng không vui, rồi dập mạnh xuống đất nhảy lên khiến mặt đất nứt ra. Chỉ trong chốc lật da xuất hiện chuột mặt Thansun.
Suddenly, a powerful fist struck his face. His speed was too fast for Thansun to react. He angrily picks a punch, flying 10 meters away, his body smashing onto the cold ground, turning into a pile of wreckage. Unfortunately, he was still a step too slow, and Lam Thien charged forward like the wind, delivering a devastating kick to Thansun. He snorted coldly and scolded, "Just a dog of the first realm of Iron Vein, and you dare to bark at me?" Thansun was beaten by Lam Thien to the point that blood dripped from his mouth, and he lay motionless on the ground like a dead fish. Even Lam Thien's sword didn't bother to draw. Yet he defeated someone who made the government fear. But he didn't plan to let Thansun go. You grab his hair and drag him across the ground. He looks utterly miserable. Until now, Thansun finally realized that the person in front of him was a demon. He trembled and begged, "Stop. Stop. Don't hit anymore. It's on my body. That treasure is on my body." Hearing this, Lam Thien stopped. Fifi and the coconut chicken behind are also very surprised, not expecting him to reveal it so easily, as if afraid that Lam Thien will continue to strike. Master Thansun quickly took out a red key and held it out in front of him, trembling as he muttered, "Great Master, this is the treasure I found in the secret chamber." Lam Thien reached out and said, "Yes, it is." This key can open the deep layer inside the secret realm. Back then, when the deeper level of the secret realm was opened, the earth had already entered a period of spiritual energy recovery. Without strength at that time, death was the only outcome. Thinking of that, Lam Thien finally spoke. "Where is the entrance to that secret realm? Did it startle Thansun? Isn't that secret realm already cleared out by him? There's nothing left inside. But if I say so, will I be executed on the spot?" Still, he decided to bring Lam Thien and the others to the secret realm anyway. A while later, in a majestic mountain range with a large waterfall, Lam Thien slowly followed Thansun along the waterfall into the depths of the forest. After a long while, Thansun finally stopped and spoke. "The entrance to the secret realm is here." Lam Thien looked in the direction he pointed and saw a sturdy stone door standing there. He looked up at it for a long moment before slowly approaching the door. "There is a small hole for the lock to be inserted." Lam Thien slightly frowns. Yes, just as he thought. But without hesitation, he inserted the key into the lock.